At this moment, the world has entered the Ice Age. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. At 10 AM on January 2nd, the second year of the Ice Age, almost the world is paying attention to the Eastern Mega Ocean project, and the whole world is paying attention to whether it can be realized and how to realize it. From the perspective of the galaxy and the gas layer, more and more islands on the Earth are now split. In such a split situation, one is either to avoid, or choose to hide underground, or choose to escape the galaxy, but no country has ever chosen. He chose to confront directly, but Danfang chose, so he attracted global attention. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Danfang took the lead to release an aerial live broadcast, which is beyond ocean engineering. The first scene starts directly from Guangzhou, Shanghai, Beijing, and then to Cheng'an City, and there are cars in front of each city. The snow shovel was galloping, and the horrible snow shovel was working before the blizzard, and it was driving forward. There was only one color, and that was army green. Underneath was an Eastern Iron Army, which was an Eastern Railroad worker, and a ground vehicle. The same is true for the snow shovel, which is also a railway worker in the East Point. This means that before the storm across the country, the call for responses was opened again and again, and huge cars began to gallop. Their only purpose was the eastern coastal cities. Outside the stormy city, teams of railway workers were all going. I was very shocked at the call to go. This is the first scene, the scene of the Eastern Railway workers dispatched. When this first scene appeared, under the barrage, everyone in the East felt extremely proud, because now there is an extreme cold above -degrees above the surface, with blizzards, hail falling, and horror. The avalanche, the glacier and snow, and so on, were deadly dangerous. But under this danger, no one in the East flinched. The snow shovel continued to gallop, and the airship continued to travel. Everyone went forward without hesitation. In the live broadcast, it started to go crazy, and the people in the East were so proud that they were sending out barrage. City Lord, this is the Eastern Iron Army, and this is the Eastern Railway workers. Whether it is during the Ice Age, whether it is a blizzard, whether it is icy cold or avalanche, there is no regression in the East. The positive power we show. We want to develop this continent. We have to confront, not hide, nothing else. Long live the Eastern Iron Army. Little fat piggy, I saw this group of lovely workers moving towards any danger. They are facing the danger of despair, facing an avalanche, but the teams are still moving forward. They seem to have no fear. At this moment, I saw that the East showed a real strength to make people strong. This would be the most powerful Eastern Iron Army in human history. The people of the East are united, but the Western people who are watching the live broadcast of the East at this moment have complex expressions, because they are still working in a 14-hour factory underground, and there are 2 slices of bread and a slice of dried lettuce a day. Everyone is pale. This is caused by the long-term underground environment. Everyone hasn't spoken yet, because the more terrifying and shocking live broadcast began to appear. I saw that the picture of this scene began to change at this moment, and now it is a picture that is truly worthy of being called an amazing scene. That is, above the 3 sea areas of the West China Sea, the Liaohe Sea and the North Sea, layers of broken ice appeared, and the ice layer began to freeze and superimposed, and the cracking sound of cracking above this ice layer was not the most terrifying scene of fragmented ice, because layers of huge waves began to surging. What really caused the surging waves was a black supergiant flat panel aircraft carrier. 1, 2, 3, 5. A total of 5 supergiant flat aircraft carriers appeared. This is an ice-breaking aircraft carrier, with hundreds of, and propelling engines roaring. Slices of broken ice appeared, and the ice layer was more than 10 thick. It was crushed directly, and the sound of bank cracking sounded, making people fearful. The 5 flat panel aircraft carriers are close to 60,000 meters and almost cover a large area of the sea. When all the 5 ice-breaking aircraft carriers are unveiled, the pictures in the sea are stunningly beautiful. Western people seem to dare not continue to inhale, but even more terrifying waves hit. Waves of waves continue to crash into the strong continental barrier of steel, and there are 3 boats that cause this wave flower, which can really be called. It is a giant mechanical steam technology ship. The high-definition picture appears. This is a giant ancient steam hull, which looks like a giant medieval ship, because it is so huge. It is like a black behemoth roaring at night, and it emits steaming steam, and white steam is permeating. So on the hull, bursts of white steam filled the hull, but the ship showed terrifying and propelling technology. The terrifying engine was erupting and propelling. It was telling everyone that the ship was not a medieval heavy mechanical steamship. It is the appearance of a steam machine, and the super energy of the engine is nuclear propelled inside. This is the Ice Age horror super ship. At this moment, the Western people seemed to be stunned. They almost stared at them with stunned eyes, because when 5 flat panel aircraft carriers appeared, they were stunned. When all 3 mechanical steam technology appeared, they completely doubted their lives. There are left these 5 flat aircraft carriers and 3 super warships. There are waves of waves hitting the steel bridge of the eastern continent. This is a scene of stunning and beautiful scenes of the ocean. The world is shocked, and all the ice layers that are shattered by the engine are horrible, and all the ice layers are being crushed. This is the roar brought by the explosion and the engine. Power, the roar of the heavens and the earth. The power of the world. Under the barrage, the people in the west were almost wailing and roaring. What the hell is God Dong Fang doing? Medieval mechanical steamships should be equipped with anti-cold treatment. What kind of civilization are they going to start? The direction of their civilization is not science and technology, nor is it a retrogression of ancient civilizations, but more like a mutant civilization, with mechanical steam, technological civilization, nuclear propulsion, and new energy development. This terrifying civilization has no traceability. They chose this step. They chose to fight against disasters, so they chose a mutant civilization. The white people chose the underground civilization, the Eagle Nation chose the outer space civilization, and the East chose the technological mutation. This is not just a comparison of major power projects, but a comparison of civilizations, a super contrast era. The barrage began to become quieter, because the last scene appeared. The third scene appears. In the first scene, the National Railway workers take the airship and the snow car, the Blizzard Chariot, to the West Sea, Liaohe, Bihei and other sea areas. There is also a team of engineers. One by one, all the Tyrannosaurus wagons from the steel plant also went to the sea. Coastal waters. The current scenes are converging, and some avalanches are starting, and the horrible snow floods the blizzard tank, but the technology engine uses superpower to roar, so the blizzard tank directly rushes out of the snow. This scene is quite amazing. Especially when hundreds or even tens of thousands of blizzard trucks gathered in a row. The scene of this scene was astonishing to the extreme, adding a bit of vitality to this desolate white snow continent. And here in the north is the West Sea, where wild animals begin to gallop. Brown bears, wild wolves, etc. are still dotted with this continent, and they have begun to evolve their long fur and long cold resistance. Many vehicle engineers on both sides of the road are watching. Now Western people know that this is a living species in the East, so how terrifying the next major explosion of living species will be, benefiting the biological rewriting hundreds of millions of years ago. And now, the scene is finally reuniting, turning into the final scene. That is, all the teams gather in the coastal area. Until the final scene of the satellite weather appeared. These flat aircraft carriers began to release pieces of giant floating boards, which are silver white floating boards, and 60,000 meter long aircraft carriers began to float on the azure water. Carrying a large number of floating boards, pieces of floating bombs began to float, and then the robotic arm automatically began to connect. On the 3 seas of the West China Sea, the Liaohe Sea and the North Sea, 5 flat panel aircraft carriers are scattered over the 3 seas. With the launch of the aircraft carriers, these aircraft carriers all begin to drop floating boards, and then the robotic arms of the floating boards are automatically connected. A scene of natural circulation was formed, and the 3 warships continued to patrol, guarding and defending like fighters from the east. above the three seas, when the floating boards start to connect, from 10 meters to 100 meters, from 100 meters to 1000 meters, from 1000 meters to 5000 meters to 5000 meters. Floating panels appear. It directly forms a leisure island in the ocean. Then the flat aircraft carrier released heavy machinery. The robot began to walk. The iced tsunami began to impact the floating board. Waves of tsunami protection boards were submerged, but then the floating board floated up again. This is just a man-made floating board base. This will be the most classic scene in history. That is, above the West Sea, 4 or 5 floating island bases appear. One after another floating island bases appear in the North Sea waters. And above the West Sea, floating islands are also magnificent and magnificent. Appeared. Floating islands appeared high above the sea, exuding a silvery white light of surprise point for the first time. The desolate sea has a human breath. Beside the floating islands, this is a silver white flat aircraft carrier, as well as black steam warships. On the coast, there are railroad workers, blizzard or convoys all lined up one after another. Rows of cars, a total of 10,000 cars, are like a super roaring black giant snake. Workers wear cold-proof clothes and oxygen masks to get off the cars, cross the sea bridge, and the train project starts. Only at this moment everyone knows. What will the East do? They want to build a cross-sea bridge. I saw that these materials were all huge building materials, steel, and bridge steel. They were piled up just now, and they were covered with frost just now, but the coated aerogel layer just started to emit spontaneous temperature. After the ice melted, a pile of steel appeared. The engineering team began temporary assembly, and finally the tower crane began to install, and the crane began to install point in the extreme cold. In the distance, snow-capped mountains are experiencing avalanches and glaciers are bursting, but here, the eastern workers are shielding the steel wall, and are still stubbornly unloading and installing them. They have no fear at all. This is building a cross-sea bridge. To be precise, this is a cross-sea bridge train, which will be a cross-sea train track point equipped with those super islands. So this has formed a scene of super amazing scenes. The cross-sea bridge train stands majestically when the train starts from the north and the south to the West Sea, the North Sea, and the Liaohe. A floating island begins. Work, start breeding, start planting, start as a marine observatory. When all the classic pictures of this scene appear, then the most beautiful and shocking marine engineering prototype in history appears. At this moment, the Western people are in horror. They are firing barrage frantically, and the barrage is extremely hot. What the hell is the cross-sea train going east? They not only want the snow country train to go around the country, but also the snow country train to go around the sea, around these 3 sea areas. This is an ice age. This is a recent era above the surface. The East is crazy. They are fighting against the disaster and they have to develop in the disaster. Their mutated science and technology civilization has reached this level. It is really a crazy country. The unity of civilizations like crazy. In the picture, what really shocked the people of the West was the unity of the East. Those railway workers faced the sound of surrounding avalanches and glaciers, as well as the sound of coastal winds and tsunamis. They were not afraid at all. They were still wearing winter clothes and oxygen masks. Continue working. In addition, they have to develop the strongest ocean background in the global island era, which means that once the Ice Age is on the right track, then in the next era of global hegemony, the East will become the only country with maritime strategic power. They are laying out plans covering thousands of years, which means that in the future, the country of the East will last for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. This is tens of thousands of years. It has always been the first in all aspects, and has always been the super first point. The West is amazed, and the live broadcast of the East is telling the world that even in the Ice Age, ice, tsunamis, blizzards, ice cold, hurricanes, etc., or global islands and other disasters, the East has never. I have been afraid. I have always maintained the spirit of resistance, and I have never been afraid of any disasters. Now I have got the best proof point. The picture continues. The floating island continues to be laid, and the Xihai is behind. The Xihai Sea Warehouse is the first marine warehouse developed by the East during the civilization period. There is no movement in the Xihai now points due to special geographical reasons. The concentration of oxygen in the North Sea is extremely high. In this unhurried sea area, schools of fish are seen appearing, including bass, sea fish and other turtles, and even whales and sharks. Now, this sea area is exuding super brilliance like a creature, and the bright brilliance is shining, radiating the vitality of life and the vitality of animals for the first time. The Xihai warehouse demonstrated the power of the Eastern layout. Now the world knows that the layout of the Xihai warehouse is the largest ocean trump card in the East. The East has already started a beginning layout in the ocean age. From now on, all the layouts are connected and formed. Super large ocean engineering layout. The moment the screen closed, all kinds of barrage were still developing. Some were unbelievable, some ridiculed, some were ridiculed, some were amazed, and some prayed to go to the East. In short, life is different, but the screen is still closed. Bang bang bang. The wind and snow are colliding, above the city wall of Yanjing Haitian Pass. This is the place where Win Midnight likes to come. He likes to stand on the high wall and look down, his eyes gleaming and staring down, watching the howling blizzard hit him, watching the snowy mountains collapse, watching the glaciers in front of him, the broken ice falling. This shocking feeling of the times made him infatuated. Point behind him. There are constant reports. Report team leader. 5 flat panel aircraft carriers are going to sea. Reported, but, to the team leader, that the 3 giant steamships are ready to go to sea. Report team leader, the floating islands are being laid out. Leader of the report, the live broadcast of Xihai warehouse is over. He was not watching the live broadcast, because he had arranged all the layouts now. Next to him was Ziyue Yan, the leader of the infrastructure team, standing quietly with his left eye. Under the blizzard, Ziyue Yan spoke. Team leader, it is 2 years of ice age. Eastern order and agricultural industry are all normal. What are we going to do next? Do we continue to develop silently? Ying Ziyue shook his head. He stared in the direction of the west and said, "K. The work in the west is now 14 hours long and food is scarce. Now the underground living environment in the west is depressed, and the space progress is slow. Now our agricultural, industrial, and oceanic layouts are completed." So the voice of Ying Ziyue was silent for a while, but it was only silent for a while, and then he directly stretched out his hands. Both of them pinched 2 wind and snow groups, and then he broke out the ultimate fighting intent. So next will be the naked announcement of the Eastern trump card. The West will see where our industry has reached, what the people in the East are eating, and how long the workers' working hours are. We must let everyone in the West know. All the cards that the East made during the civilization period are about to come out, and the people in the East must also be told that they have chosen the power of the whole country to be the most correct choice. Next, the era of global engineering comparison is about to come to an end, with a real showdown from the East, so please prepare globally. After Ying Ziyue finished speaking, Ziyue Yan couldn't help being excited. He began to tremble. To be precise, he waited for this time for a long time. He waited for the last minute showdown. After waiting for a long time, now it is finally about to showdown. NS. The showdown in all areas from industry, agriculture, etc. The East will tell the world that now we are invincible, and then we will be invincible. The descendants of Yan and Huang are still invincible, and we will still be invincible even after hundreds of years on this continent. This is what Dongfang will do next, before the global island disaster. Chapter 152. On January 3rd, Second Ice Age, after the announcement of artificial islands and cross-sea trains in the East, the world fell into a period of engineering stagnation. In this era of disasters, the East was the first country to come up with a confrontational nature during the Ice Age! Exclamation mark. Globally, due to the stagnation of food and crude oil economy above the surface, agriculture cannot be produced, and industry ceased, resulting in a large number of agricultural and industrial products and other non-staple food products ceased. Massive population consumption, Western underground world, outer space engineering, etc. As a result of massive consumption, the only remaining materials in the world are rapidly depleting. and this is only the second year of the Ice Age, and the world has fallen into a period of economic depression. At this time, at 5 p.m. on January 3rd, the surface of the Earth is still showing a gloomy sky. Above the snow-covered surface, the wind and snow roar, hurricanes, hail, and the flashing lights from time to time also prove that human beings are our signs of existence. So the surface above the surface is considered grey, and the dim white snow seems to have its own light, but the terrifying white snow that is tens of meters deep is enough to make anyone desperate to express the white snow on the ground. The statue of the Statue of Liberty, an iconic building in the West, has been half submerged, and the remaining half is still raising arms high. The white statue is beginning to be covered with ice and snow with a layer of ice crystals. No one can think of it. Here will be the prosperous country of roses in the past. Under the central square in the state of Mars, the area 35 meters underground was accompanied by bursts of screams of forklifts and engineering scaffolding vehicles going back and forth. In order to prevent the ground from collapsing, the depth is still digging, and at the same time, it is starting to erect a tall supporting frame, so as to support the underground space. The workers were pale, and every building was being painted and painted. The smell inside was not good. Everyone looked pale. They now hold 2 slices of bread a day and add a bottle in their hands. The boiled water melted from the snow on the ground is already the best food every day. At the same time, the food is still declining. Now it has become rye bread, because this is an era when the agricultural industry has ceased, which makes people feel desperate. In the underground of Chinatown, the passages have been connected and turned into underground passages. Here, every leader has a complex complexion, and their faces are pale and unremarkable. Some of them are carrying out long-distance infrastructure construction and building the shelter they needed as they tried to start planting. The official broadcast of the underground community in Chinatown sounded, "Everyone, this is the National Security Center of Rose, and I'm the Minister of National Security Roddy. Now, due to the cessation of the agricultural industry, the continuous disasters on the surface, and the division of the global islands, the world's surface is more like a terrifying situation. All human materials are frozen under a layer of ice tens of meters thick, and it is impossible to obtain 033. At the same time, a large number of surface crops have been frozen. Now food is scarce to the extreme. At the same time, the underground world must be fully developed. Agriculture can only begin to develop after the underground world is completed. Therefore, officially announced by all continents, from now on, the country of roses will enter every day. The work is 16 hours long, and the food will be given a certain amount of subsidies. I hope everyone will work together to create a great underground civilized world." After the announcement was spread back and forth in Mars, Abuda, Greens, Eret, and other 10 continents, all the white students in the dungeon, and so on, all heard the announcement, and everyone wanted it thoroughly. Exploded. The work lasted 16 hours. Under this kind of suffocation and depression underground, and the long-term exhaustion, and no one has seen food shortage. Everyone collapsed incomparably. Subsequently, an announcement issued by the public on NS was launched. Do you want a better survival or a better life? This is divided into 2 options. The first is that food is scarce to the extreme. Extreme cold invades, and then the whole underground is frozen, and it will die in despair because of food scarcity. The second option is to increase working hours, reduce food, choose to endure all the suffering, and strive to develop the underground world. On YouTube, on Twitter, and after the news broke on NS, Western people have to face 2 choices. The extreme cold and split above the surface continue, the islands split, and the collision of continental plates continues. A terrifying extreme cold disasters are spreading, crops are severely frozen, roads are frozen, all traces of human habitability, architectural civilizations, and tourist attractions are all flooded by wind and snow, all turned into glaciers and snow-capped mountains. All the scientific research stations that they think are sturdy, and the latest passenger terminal are also flooded by snow, because in this sub-zero weather, the West does not have the courage to drive snow shovel to remove snow. They do not have the snowy city of the East as a barrier. There were no people who were brave enough to die. After a few avalanches, all their courage was destroyed on the surface point. Therefore, among the two most famous NS first hot search choices, Western people are making choices. These are the high-ranking civilians who have been elected. Some are philanthropists, some are civilian electors, and some are youth representatives. They will choose on behalf of the people, whether they want a better life or a better survival. These are two things about a certain kind of human choice. Point later, Alclins, the representative of the white civilians, spoke. He was a well-known charity enthusiast in peacetime, and often donated some small-town road construction, water conservancy construction and other projects. Now, in the upsurge of the whole people, Alcris speaks heavily for the first time, almost representing the remarks of civilians in the two states of Mars and Aberglin. His content on Twitter is as follows. Now I work 16 hours a day, there is no fresh air under the ground, and the smell is complicated. I eat 2 slices of rye bread and a bottle of water every day, and dehydrated vegetables that are close to expired. This is the project of the people in the underground world, the people's food. They have to work for a long time for construction, for a long time for dredging, and even to move soil above the surface, a physical activity. Large machines cannot be developed to some extent, and the sound of the development machine underground is very loud. It is very depressing in such an environment, and it is difficult to imagine what it will be like for a long time. So I think it is necessary to improve the working hours. 8 to 12 hours a day is reasonable. This is the opening of Alcris, which represents the thoughts of many people. Then the representative from Marlborough State also spoke up. She is a white woman. She was also the dean of 3 orphanages before. This white woman represents humanity, normal labor market, normal food supply. This is reasonable. Wait for the following educators and philanthropists to speak like this, and they all require a normal time system. But at the same time, LUOD, the head of the state security department, also spoke. You guys, you probably don't know what is the ice age. What is the second ice age? Ice heat, tsunami, global island earthquakes, volcanoes, submarine volcanoes, tsunamis, hurricanes, hail, and the air in certain areas is like liquid nitrogen. The same. You have not experienced these scenes. You only see it through the screen sometimes. You did not witness with your own eyes. You saw the frost covering an animal race step by step, and those animal races all became in just 1 minute. Ice sculptures from the inside out. This is the cruel scene on the surface. After Roddy spoke, many people retorted, we don't need to know, we just need to know that this is a high-level matter. We just need a reasonable schedule. We need a comfortable life. Yes, I believe so. I believe that you at the top can come up with a solution instead of a desperate new era. First of all, the labor market and food supply should return to normal. After the announcement, the news broke completely, and Roddy did not post any official Weibo again. At the same time, in the last hot search, the philanthropist Alcris, who was reposted and commented by countless people, spoke again. Alcris content is as follows. Although this is an ice age, there should be a normal working system. Our West is creating the first underground civilization and geocentric civilization. This will be the greatest and most advanced civilization, and the world will be amazed by it, and each of the major projects in the East now are long and long-term projects. Their lives will be extremely depressed, and their food will gradually shrink. This means that from the civilized period, the Snow City and the Snow Country train, the mainland cross-sea train, their working hours are extremely high, the working environment is dangerous, and the food is dangerous. After Alcris made his speech, many people in the West left messages. Yes, the project in the East is too big. They will definitely have to work for a long time, and they are also facing an avalanche. This job is too dangerous to be done. I think the East should try its best to compress food. Everyone should be eating the staple food of the East, such as noodles and steamed buns. Although they have agricultural sheds, they have a large population and food is probably scarce. They are still breeding on the mainland. Those animals, it is estimated that the animals will soon be eaten by them. Yes, I dare to say that Danfang will not last long. I bet it is in the name of God. On January 3rd, second glacier, the West was facing two choices, and the West's final choice was normal working hours, normal oil supply, and then slowly began to develop the underground world. No one knew what was right or wrong. It seemed like a glacier. The human choice of the period. This choice is that you need to survive, but it requires labor and physical strength, but it can be for a better civilization. Another is that you can enjoy, and then some progress, but the progress is slow and everything is unknown. The West finally chose a compromise. That is, time was reduced, and the project began to progress slowly. It seemed that they had made the right choice, but no one knew that at this moment the East was completely exploded, and the people in the East were very angry, because a group of people who eat bread every day are laughing at them who eat hot pot. Sorry, we have a showdown. At 10 o'clock on the morning of January 4th, second year of the glacier, when the sun broke, after the decision made by the West, Eastern news also exploded, and all major news platforms in the East exploded. It was only because of the ridicule from the Western SYNOPSIS. They are actually questioning one of the agricultural industries in the East, the food reserve situation in the East, and this one has caused the people in the East to be very disrupted. Since the current wind and snow signal source Dongfang has always been very low-key, the major signal base stations have been frozen, so the signal is intermittent and not very consistent. Many people have not uploaded news about food, but now Dongfang feels that they are going to show down. Otherwise, many people think they are really miserable. The hot search on Weibo is the first in the hot search, and all the major news in the headlines are all. From now on, Dongfang will tell the world what is real agriculture. The Ice Age was used in the East to store food, to think about rich food, and to develop agricultural industry. The hot search on Weibo is correct. Under each comment, it represents the hearts of the people in the East. Gang, an ordinary slaughter worker in Xihai City in the north passed by. When I saw NS, oil pipes and hot searches on Twitter, and Western people said that we are now gnawing on tree bark and only eat steamed buns, the staple food. I ate steamed buns every day, nothing, and said that we ate all the plants on the mainland. I just want to say, go to your uncle. As a worker in a slaughterhouse, you probably don't know how many carnivores I slaughter every day, and how much food is frozen and shipped to the whole country. I just want to say that when the official announcement begins, you will for this reason. This is a silent word from the bottom of a slaughterhouse worker. Thank you. Guanggan, the industrial corridor has begun, the Bihai warehouse has begun, and the sea crossing bridge has begun. We are all beginning. The Ice Age is very difficult for you, and you need to choose, but the East does not need to choose. Thank you. We don't need to live while choosing to survive. We want all of them. We want a good life and good infrastructure projects. At 12 o'clock in the morning, a live broadcast from the Office of Internal Affairs began. The title of the live broadcast was, "It's a Showdown. Dongfang Industry and Agriculture is no longer installed." The live broadcast room is now black and white, which means there is a 10-minute countdown to the live broadcast time, but the number of people online in the live broadcast room ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. There are various IP accounts from various people in China and the West, and high-level congressmen, scholars, professors, doctors, etc. all went there, and they all wanted to see the Eastern Industrial and Agricultural Reserves. The live broadcast room was not opened, and the people in the West had the most voice on the barrage. I think you are imagining that this is the Ice Age. Your Eastern project is too big, especially the cross-sea bridge. You have to pay a great price, as well as other project costs. Your engineering team and the labor market must. If it increases, food consumption will increase. Although you have a small agricultural reserve base, it is useless, because your population is too much. Yes, starting from the east, your snowstorms, snow country trains, continental barrier steel bridges, cross-sea train bridges, man-made islands, your projects, etc. Each will consume a lot of manpower and a lot of material resources. Coupled with your large population and high energy consumption, your reserves simply cannot be maintained. Now you have reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, so please stop making unnecessary resistance and do false live broadcasts. At this moment, there are many Western people in the live broadcast room. They all think that the East is conducting a wave of false live broadcasts. playing a so-called grain depot, a so-called agricultural plant growing area, and then to improve the national confidence point. As for the people in the East who are also in the live broadcast room, except for a small number of people who are engaged in language confrontation, the rest are watching the drama silently, because they prefer to let the facts brighten the eyes of the Western people. Let them tell them what exactly the agricultural industry in the East has reached after the major projects in the Ice Age. Within 10 minutes of this live broadcast room, a variety of controversy barrages were launched, and the people were discussing disputes. Each topic was a lot of content. It was nothing more than a dispute in the live broadcast room, and a controversy over Eastern industry and agriculture. Point at 12:10, the live broadcast room began. The first scene was shot by students from Guangqing colleges and universities. The picture was taken by connecting satellite signals to the Guangqing industrial site. The screen showed a cotton padded garment factory and carts of ultra-thick cotton padded garments being transported back and forth. Transported to trucks, some transported to airships, very thick cotton clothes, and then began to travel across the country. After the first wave of transportation is completed, in the second and third waves, cotton padded clothes, cotton padded shoes, trucks, countless piles of cotton padded clothes, are transported to all parts of the country again. In this scene, small-scale industrial production only starts with clothes. In the beginning, the West began to feel a sense of depression. Because in the West, clothing production was almost entirely dependent on imports during the civilization period. Now they feel the first wave of Eastern industry. Cotton clothing is indispensable in extreme cold weather, and it is also essential in underground environments. Now in the West the price of cotton padded clothes is as good as gold, but in the East, there are countless carts of cotton padded clothes, which can be shipped to the whole country anytime, anywhere. Seeing the Western people who are still resting underground here, they all have complex expressions. Some don't know what to say. They feel a trace of depression in their hearts, but this picture is only the beginning point, because as the aerial photography continues, other factories are also operating. Steel mills, machine tool factories and other factories are also operating. Now in the first wave, the industrial corridor tells everyone, sorry, the showdown in the East. Chapter 153. The miniaturization of the industry is over. When trucks of cotton padded clothes and airships of cotton padded clothes appear, only those people in the West will know how far the industrial system in the East has reached. They did not have time to send barrage, because the East has greater confidence to make the next picture more beautiful. Not only the roar of the machinery in the new city, but also the plants and seaweeds and wild animals are also dotting the mainland. In this wind and snow on the mainland, it is still early on the seaweed iceberg, and the wild animals on the glacier are also adding greater vitality and greater color to the continent. Here is Xihai City, known as the agricultural land and ecological paradise of the subtropical continent. The first scene of the live broadcast is the center of the ecological park. The fresh vegetables in the lettuce park are in Yanshu. This is the freshest vegetable transported by the pipeline. There are a lot of fresh vegetables, such as rapeseed, lettuce, lotus root, cucumber, eggplant, tomatoes, wintermelon and so on. This picture is just the beginning, because the transportation has brought to the ecological paradise, and the poultry has been transported to the slaughterhouse. The meat of cattle, sheep and poultry, eggs, etc., are all transporters in batches. The slaughterhouse has begun, and fresh poultry, it became frozen, transported with airships, and national trains began to transport. This is the first time that people in the West have seen fresh poultry, which is used as mature food, and milk is being transported. Buckets of milk are being transported. This kind of picture reflects the shocking beauty of agriculture. Frozen poultry and eggs, food, milk, etc. All the things that existed in the civilization period, and even the food such as kelp. Under the current curtain, the people in the East are very indifferent. They did not send any news, because they have seen many such crops. However, the people in the West are launching barrage frantically, because for them, watching this scene, they doubted life, because their daily food is bread, dehydrated lettuce, steak, about half a month, and it is still close to spoiled steak. There is no real fresh vegetables, chicken, pork, Fish and milk are all a luxury, and only high-level people can enjoy it. Therefore, the West has the most barrage. KOLLSP. As a white man, drinking milk and eating steak is one of the staple foods, but now we are eating brown bread. Is this seen in front of us now the entire agricultural reserve power of the East? This is a perfect agricultural system. Poultry slaughterhouse. Plant transportation is made into 2 airships for canned transportation, and there are trains sufficient to supply the country's agricultural reserves, and it is a continuous reserve, and the wild animals on the mainland are almost no action. This is another batch of logistical reserves. It is simply amazing. Cools. Oh my god, the agricultural reserves in the East are simply terrifying. They have reached a perfect cycle of free reserves, what is called the engineering layout. From the industrial corridor to the industrial power, from the poultry and cow milk in Xihai City in the north, to the giant airships that supply the country. When the snow country train begins to gallop, the daily supply is opened, as if this is not the Ice Age, but a super the trend of science and technology. Civilization is only that the trend of science and technology has mutated, and it has become the era of mechanical science and technology. Today, people who are heading to China and the West cannot see anything, the so-called sense of despair. They only see the strong vitality of the East. There is the power of the people who keep advancing. So when the Xihai warehouse appeared, everyone's expressions were extremely complex, because it was the Xihai warehouse, known as the only oxygen overconcentration warehouse in history, a large number of fish natural reserve warehouses, and a marine restricted area above the surface. The only place where there is peace, but now it belongs to the East. In the civilized community, the East managed the Xihai warehouse. The Southern Ocean University began to manage the Xihai warehouse. The major ocean universities built marine warehouses here. The trains can transport this car of marine fish classified as seaweeds here. Marine products and so on. Meteorological satellites captured this scene perfectly and stunningly. Humans all over the world have seen it. They saw the calm ocean above the surface for the first time. The sky is still snowing. There are only waves of sea flowing, and the water here is even more intense. Clear, with higher oxygen concentration. Humans can see at first glance what is the richness of marine species. Pieces of water are spitting bubbles, sharks, beluga schools, bass schools, crabs, prawns, squids, octopuses. Wait for all the fish races to appear, and wait for the big fish to all appear. It seems to be a paradise for fish creatures. The fish races are all present, and there are so many species. It gives the impression that a lot of fish can be salvaged by one net. After that, the mechanical fishing boat began to fly the fish daily. This is a fishing boat in the civilization period, but it uses a fully automatic mechanical checkered covering device. The mechanical fishing, yellow croaker, hairtail and other fish are caught and put into the North Sea warehouse. After these processing, heavy mechanical robots began to suspend the train carriage, and then the train carried a large number of fishes to transport the country and the North Sea warehouse. More and more marine fish began to go to the North Sea waters, which formed a natural ecological cycle. Everything the East is doing now is a supernatural ecological cycle. Whether it is an ecological paradise in the north, an industrial environment, or the current Xihai warehouse, these are the 3 paradise areas of the 3 ecological agricultural systems, stunning and perfect, and all cycles are ultimately complete. It is supplied to the whole country. This scene is not the beginning. This scene is only the beginning, because the current scene has arrived at Yanqing. As the most famous commanding city in the East, Yanqing represents the Dragon City of the East. This is divided into inner and outer cities. Engineers live in the inner city. The basic facilities of the inner and outer cities are exactly the same, ensuring a reasonable differentiation. Now the community broadcast is starting to ring. From the beginning of the food collection, please bring your ID card and start to collect the food. After school, you can receive a nutritious meal. In every community, the broadcast is the same. You only need to bring your ID card and go to school to receive food. You need to receive better food. You can work in the city to get food coupons, such as maintenance works in the car, hot high buildings, wind turbines can get food rolls, and you can get better food, such as some soft shell turtles, some noble food such as velvet antler. The order of receiving food in the East is very calm. Lined up and started receiving it without rushing. Now the screen switches to a person. That is, when midnight in a black military uniform. He is preparing to receive food at the gate of the community. Behind him was a staff member who was shooting. Ying Ziyue received food for a week, including 7 yellow croakers totaling 20 jins, a white chicken, 5 jins pork, and 5 eggplants, cucumbers, and winter melons. A kati, a bag of 30 katis of flour, a bag of 3 katis of noodles, 10 katis of rice, 3 katis of millet, 2 katis of mung beans, some condiments, eggs, etc. This is a family of 3 food! 0 Fine flowers pushing the luggage trolley. I won the midnight and drove home slowly. The staff in every community and people in each community receive the same food next to the midnight point. Individual engineers can take out food rolls to receive better turtles, as well as marinated pork head meat, pork legs, etc. or better meat. The picture began to splitting into Night Beicheng, Guangcheng, Xihai City, Dongshan City, Beicheng-Liang, Shicheng, and Yansha City, Great Wall, Hecheng, Nancheng, Wan City, Zhejiang City, Biacheng, Zibo City, Chaianbui City, Harbor City and more. This is true in every urban community. Every community broadcast is sounded. The people are receiving almost the same things. At the same time, according to the tastes of the North and the South, the staple food supply is also different. The South can receive more rice, and the North can receive more flour. Ensure the regional restrictions of food and taste restrictions 0. At the same time, with the certificate of attending school, you can receive the native chicken, and you can also receive more milk and goat's milk, and wait for some nutritional supplements. As for the people in the city, you can work, computer maintenance, road maintenance, snow shovel work in the city, etc. You can get a better time to exchange good noble ingredients. A perfect system, perfect cycle, natural and outstanding is formed. The screen still switches to Yanjing, Yuksu district. Baching, the kitchen is cooking at midnight, stewed pork ribs with winter melon, braised chicken nuggets, fried pork head with pancakes, and scrambled eggs with chives and other side dishes. His parents were looking at the engineering table in the living room. The kitchen smelled so fragrant. Plates of stir-fried vegetables were placed on the table, and the housekeeping staff were taking pictures. Then, when Midnight smiled at the camera, everyone, how good is this meal? When Midnight spoke, the barrage in the west was completely blown up. They looked at the 16-hour labor hours, the bread in their hands, and the rare dehydrated vegetables that were about to go bad. They were frantically annoyed. The people in the dungeons had bitter and sad eyes, grief and anger. They thought that the other party was still gnawing on the bark, but the other party created a system cycle. People from all over the world are posting barrage. Oh my god, the East has formed a perfect and stunning agricultural system. From the ocean to the agricultural paradise, poultry and fish, all kinds of flour and the like. They grow all of this. They supply the whole country, and at the same time workers from all over the country can work perfectly in the city. Their working hours are now very few, and they can still eat nutritiously balanced meat, or the freshest food, transported by airships and snow country trains. They really have achieved an industrial cycle. This is an ice age. It is simply impossible. Believe it. East, this is a crazy country at this moment. They fell into a life of crazy doubt. For the first time, the East just showed a small ecological cycle, which caused the Western people in the underground city to fall into a low period of life. Death chapter 154. This is an underground Chinatown defense station in the West. At this moment, because the people hiding in the ground during the Ice Age are receiving food, many international students are shaking their fingers. They are watching the live broadcasts of the East on their mobile phones. Everyone does not know what to say. They watched the industrial cotton padded clothes in the East and the Bihei warehouses of meat plants circulating throughout the country. They watched the people in the East carrying meat, fish and other nutritionally balanced food, fresh food, and the natural environment. A 40-meter high city wall stands high among the clouds. In this city, thousands of meters high wind turbines are rotating, ensuring the sinking of hot air and increasing the temperature in the city with a balanced effect. The most important hot fountain in the city, which is 100 meters high, is also beginning to add moisture and fresh air to the city. At the same time, the seaweed on each residential building is also growing savagely. The city is no longer equipped with machinery and steel. Seaweed has added vitality to the city. Outside the city, not only the northern cities have wild animals, but also many wild animals have begun to walk outside the new city. Few wild snow hares and wild boars are also gnawing on the seaweed on the iceberg. What is called a major explosion of life species? This is the origin of the real explosion of species. It was the first in the East to do so. Industrial and agricultural supplies continued to be supplied, and the Ice Age was fearless. Especially the current picture is amazing, with airships floating in the sky, snow country train moving vigorously on the ground, rushing through the vast snow. The roar of the engine is steaming, accompanied by the sound of avalanches from time to time, which belongs to the miracle of the Ice Age. Show it off little by little. At the moment, the 3 PhD students who are working in the underground project of Chinatown in the West are in charge of the construction of Chinatown. They are all students from Stan College. The leader is called Li Jiang. Li Jiang's expression is complicated at the moment. In his original impression, he thought that the long-term consumption would be the Eastern one. The food will be the same as in the West. But unexpectedly, Li Jiang looked at the mid-wheat bread and fresh bacon in his hands. Because 047 was the chief engineer, he ate better food than ordinary people in the West. Li Jiang smiled bitterly. At his side, Liu Yang comforted him. Our underground world project is the greatest. Didn't you find it? From the communities to the counties and the states to connect, get up, and finally become a dungeon surrounded by 10 continents. And now we are going to connect all the continents of America and turn it into a dim superland. The name of this superland is the underground world. After Liu Yang finished speaking, the 3 PhD students returned to their senses. They only regained their self-confidence after thinking about the current project. From here on, the major Western officials did not use agriculture as the topic again, but began to work hard to promote the concept of engineering contrast and the concept of the underground world. In the major news on Twitter and other news appeared. The West will be the representative of the civilization of the underground world. The prayer, the Earth's inner civilization will appear. The white man will be the greatest and pioneer of civilization in the center of the Earth. Next, please see that the underground city becomes the underground world. This will be the origin center of civilization in the West. At the same time, the first in the hot search, the Minister of National Security Officer Luodi also spoke to the public again. A 35-meter high building behind him began to take shape. This is a residential area for the people, using a simple mechanical construction style. In this area, some trees began to experiment with planting. At the same time, the city began to use solar energy, direct the sun, and began to experiment with thermal energy heaters and air circulation. Behind him are scenes of Western infrastructure construction projects, which seem to be quite miraculous. After all, above the head is the surface of the Earth, and at the moment they are in the underground world, so they look quite shocking. Looking at the largest project in the West, a faint air current blew past, and he seemed to have seen a glorious era. Gentlemen and ladies, this is the National Security Institute. In the next 10 states, 20 states will see a new era coming. Underground cities are also called the underground world. Then underground agriculture appears, underground industry appears, and underground tunnels begin. Connected, this continent of America will carry the superpower of white people. We will be the originators and pioneers of underground civilization. We will also be the last civilization in the Ice Age. This is the power of the Western Rose Country. After Oddie spoke, scholars from some Western universities also commented. Massachusetts infrastructure drive Co.S. Underground agriculture and underground industries are connected by underground tunnels. This is the underground world. The composition of us white people is really shocking. After all, we have created a geocentric civilization, and we will be the only one to survive. Race of the Ice Age. Doctor of Stankus Geology. Since the civilization period, we have begun to create miracles. Although our materials are not sufficient, it does not affect the birth of miracles. This is the power of the West. We have the best scientific research, good precision instruments, the best military forces, and the best scientific research forces, so they will become the strongest. On the tubing, the outer space program from the Eagle Nation is also very popular and highly publicized. The official announcement of the Eagle Nation, outer space migration. There are currently 4 human beings. After a week of experimentation, the Eagle Nation will start a new space age. The oxygen zone in outer space is normal, the era of outer space is about to open, and the underground world is about to open. The official also released a video of outer space, starting with the launch of the rocket, and then the space station began to arrange the area. The selected area pilots began to plant seaweed in the fixed area, and began to try to survive. Although everyone's face is pale and the breath is depressed, they prove it can survive in a short time. This is already a very great proof, so the enthusiasm caused by the Eagle Nation is so great that the people in the West are excited. In the Xihai Meteorological Observatory, the original panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows have been turned into single windows. Because the National Research Institute of the Underground City has studied temperature insulating single windows, they are now replaced with single layer windows, which are very sturdy. In front of this window, Ying Ziyue carried his hands on his back. Behind him are Xiao Guofeng and Limping, the head of the interior, who are making a basic report on the industrial and agricultural ecological park. Ying Ziyue waved his hand and stopped everyone's report. He stretched out his hand and tapped his fingers lightly on the window to make a banging sound, just like the sound of hail hitting the window. After a pause, when Midnight spoke slowly, "Since you want to announce it, then play to the end. Let the West thoroughly know what is called the Eastern Project. They really think that the underground world is perfect. They really think that the outer space program is very strong, or that many people think that the so-called development in the East, the so-called scientific research in the East, are just for survival, just to resist disasters. Then let cross-sea bridge, let life species erupt, let all the truth tell them. What we have to do is to be the only existence for tens of thousands of years. We want this continent to have only one name, that is Yanhuang." After winning the Midnight, everyone else clenched their fists in excitement, because this means that the front of the global islands are all open. On January 5th, the Eagle Country Institute of Biology was located next to the dungeon. This Institute of Biology had many tasks, such as the preservation of human genes, animal genes, and plant genes in outer space. It can be said that this office represents the highest level in the Eagle Country, the Biological Gene Research Force, because they want to preserve the global genes. Here is also a gathering of many professors and doctors who have won the Nobel Prize in Biology and the Gold Medal in Medicine from the Eagle Country. The underground environment here is top-notch. In the white and bright hall, no one would have imagined that it is an underground fully enclosed bunker 25 meters below. The warm wind is blowing, making this scientific research base warm like spring. Nearly 17 biology professors are there. Underground, there are 2 tables in front of them. The first table is a storage table of human genes in outer space, plant genes, animal genes, and the second is the number of animals extinct during the Ice Age, the number of marine life rice, the number of plants extinct, and the number of microorganisms. Human beings only have the final quantity point above the surface. This team used to wear cold-resistant suits and oxygen masks to the surface, risking avalanches and other dangers, to pay 17 military protectors, and finally explored the list of some animal extinction materials. On the list, the ocean, all the creature quotas in the game have become black, which means extinction. The grasslands above the surface are dominated by the extinction of a large number of animals such as kangaroos, and all the quotas have become black. Animals in the past civilization are close to or on the verge of extinction, and the black spots make every biology professor look complicated. The biological representative director is called Atlantis. He has won 3 Nobel Prizes in biology. Atlantis looked at the 2 lists. Atlantis didn't know what to say. He only felt the sorrow of biological extinction. This is extinction. The sorrow that he brought was reported by the scientific research professors behind him. Professor Atlantis, now the grassland is almost extinct at 9/10, and only nearly 70 species of animals are left to linger and pant directly in the underground caves, but they are also close to extinction. But now the East presents a weird Ice Age species life direction. The life trend pictures of eastern species compiled by Dr. Markland He analyzed the major headlines, short videos and so on in the East, as well as the video pictures released by multiple parties, and then conducted an overall analysis in the meeting room. Oriental image materials appeared. This is the first act. A pack of wolves appeared. The fur of these wolves was different from normal wolves. Instead, they became snow white. They were all very thick. They looked bloated and burly, and they became much taller. Now it deserves to be called the snow wolf. Point in the eastern subtropical continent, there are not only snow wolves, but also wild boars. Their hair has become 3 times longer and their body size has become a lot bigger. They look like an elephant, and there are also pheasants. I have become extremely cold resistant. The most representative among them is the mammoth, which is exactly the mammoth evolved from the elephant. The elephant herd is also advancing in the snow glacier. The elephants begin to grow long fur, and at the same time the ivory begins to grow. Their thick fur and hard skin allow them to walk on the snow glacier perfectly, nibbling on some newly grown cold-resistant plants grown in the east, and so on. Point at the same time, some tigers also began to grow thicker fur. Lions, leopards, foxes, brown bears, and cats all began to grow thicker fur. They became more ferocious and thicker. Even more can escape in this extreme cold weather. Now these biological professors in the Eagle Country, for the first time, they felt the direction of complete Eastern life. From the genes of their ancestors of animals in a civilization period, they began to grow hairs, and began to adapt to this climatic environment. It's like a perfect evolutionary sequence. Amazing. With the finishing of the video and image data, Director Arantes raised his hands, pointed in the direction of the east, let out a long sigh, and finally roared in excitement. If the guess is not wrong, this is only the first experiment of the life of the eastern species. The East will use the evolution of these animals as the first experiment. They will do the most shocking evolutionary project in the world. That is, the East will connect hundreds of millions of years ago. On the journey of advancement, they not only want the only animals to evolve, but also make the extinct animals have a stronger evolution. So in the future even mammoth saber-toothed tigers, dragon king whales, and the 5 extinction eras from the Jurassic era, some large-scale large animals and other creatures that can meet the ultra-high oxygen concentration may reappear. This will be a miracle of the outbreak of glacier life species. If you don't guess wrong, this is the final plan of the East, which can be called a crazy move. After Arantes finished speaking, he almost trembles, and several biology professors around him also felt it, a shock from the bottom of the heart, because no one thought the Eastern project was so terrifying. Now the Oriental project is not only naked, but has been announced. They are really doing it. They really want to extend life hundreds of millions of years ago. They want to perfectly embellish this continent and extend the material of life evolution. Director Arantes continued to look in the direction of the North Sea. He pointed to the land of ultra-high concentration of the sea, and his voice trembled a little. Didn't you find out? The sea near the northern and southern glaciers was all frozen, and there were 5 oceans, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Kawasaki Ocean. There is only one direction in which these fishes finally converge, that is, the eastern North Sea waters. The eastern North Sea warehouse can accommodate a large number of fishes around the world, but any fish that can reach the North Sea waters will evolve and become the best, perfect fish. At the same time, there is an ultra-high concentration of land over there. No one knows what will happen next. 95% of the creatures in the ocean have been extinct. Some giant land animals and giant marine creatures have been extinct, such as Biteforce. It can surpass blue whale creatures, so the North Sea warehouse will be the first area where life species in the east have exploded, and the eastern inland will be the second area. So it's not just us, but the whole world will see that once the North Sea begins to explode, life species, some extinct, terrifying life species will completely erupt. Humans cannot imagine that once life species erupt, those animals will return to their ancestors. Times, king squid, giant octopus, etc. Arantes couldn't speak anymore. He widened his eyes and paused for 5 minutes before saying, "From now on, their North Sea life species are about to explode, and the East wants to spur an era of glacial life species explosion." Professor Arantes' hand is still trembling. As a biologist, he is a continuation of the creature he most wants to see. It is simply a dream thing to follow the journey of life evolution a few years ago. In the Earth, a total of 5 biological extinctions, terrestrial life, marine life, almost completely extinct. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the evolutionary journey of life was completely broken. Why did the Cambrian life explosion become an absolute problem? It is because of the extinction of organisms hundreds of millions of years ago, and now the East will be connected to the evolutionary journey. They want to embellish the ocean in front of this continent and breed new species of life, and allow the eastern continent to breed new species of life. As Professor Alantis was talking, the biology professors at the Sea North thought of the East Sea Bridge. Now the construction has started, the flat aircraft carrier has also begun to float, and the giant battleships in the East have also appeared. Now the East is almost fully engaged. The development of the ocean is also working hard to develop species outbreaks. They want to achieve true perfection before the global island disaster. This scene is happening in the Rose country and Kawasaki country, and other institutes of biology are also happening, because the East is now being watched by the world, and almost every plan of phys has been made public. The major biological research institutes are horrified, watching one by one. The trend of the times. If you stand on the galaxy, you can see a beautiful picture. That is, the continent of the East no longer carries the hopeless white vitality. The East has begun to plant a large number of cold-resistant animals. Some are cold-resistant flowers, some are drought-resistant plants, and a lot of plants. A large number of wild animals. Ethnic groups are all advancing, and they are all dotted with this continent. At the same time, all snow shovel trucks were dispatched to remove a large number of blizzards. The large number of coastal cities that were abandoned before now have the greatest effect. That is, the inland cities have reached the ultimate stability point looking at the Earth from the direction of the sun. An ice-colored planet is in a dense galaxy, and the western continent is almost close to the broken axis. Almost all of them have begun to split into islands, but in the east, the black spots begin to connect point. It can be called a wind and snow chain city, or it can be called a snow country train. Chapter 155. In the first year of the Ice Age, the global forbidden area was 80%, and in the second year of the Ice Age, the forbidden area above the surface was 100%. From this moment on, time began to elapse. This is the fastest elapsed time during the disaster period. On May 4th of the second year of the glacier, 137 new cities in the east dispatched nearly 300,000 blizzard trucks to major coastal waters to support the Cross-Sea Bridge project. This is called the first transhuman ocean project in the east in the chronicles of the glacier. The scale is huge. The Zufeng Glacier collapsed along the way, and the disasters lasted countless, and finally arrived point for the first time. The East opened a super mega channel road, laying a foundation for future generations of engineering, which is called a surface disaster in the West. In May point the Ice Age is August 1st, which is the second year of the Ice Age. This is a day that should be remembered by mankind. Because the population of the West has dropped sharply, and once again sharply reduced by 1/5, the underground city collapsed in Alaska, United States. As a civilian, the state with the largest population, surrounded by colleges and universities, as well as construction workers, truck drivers, etc., caused nearly 1/5 of the population to be extinct. Call it dark August November 12th, second year of the glacier. This is the latest year, and it is also close to the new prologue. Humankind faces many disasters. Everyone's survival is extremely depressed and extremely difficult. The blizzard on the surface becomes more and more roaring and more frequent. Horror, due to 2 or 2 years of blizzards and accumulation of snow, accumulates into a large number of snow-capped mountains. Avalanches, glaciers, etc. occur almost every day in any area, especially in coastal cities. Large glaciers collapsed, triggering small earthquakes, causing large-scale cities to be flooded, and almost completely burying the underground city point. Looking at the Earth with the naked eye, almost everyone who came to watch it felt trembling. The global ocean water level rose, and the continent was submerged. December 31st was also the last day of the second ice age. On this day, it seemed to be a disaster opening day. The global water level rose sharply, coastal cities were drastically submerged, and islands around the world were also experiencing drastic changes. The collision, the islands were divided, and the sea was submerged, and the horror scene swept the world. This day is also called the Dark December on February 31st, second year of the Ice Age. At 4 p.m., the setting sun was about to fall, and the sky was very dark. Rows of blizzard tanks lined up neatly. Army green tanks and giant tires. Each zero-to car looked like 3. The size of a tank. This blizzard chariot uses a passenger aircraft engine to eradicate the blizzard in the environment. Where the Zufeng Glacier is shattered point, giant tanks are lined up in a row, with famous workers wearing cold-resistant suits and oxygen masks. They are all standing in the West Sea and Liaohe. In total, the steel wall is an infrastructure team sent from a city where the money is nearly 400. Engineering team point, this is a really large super team. The aerial photography of the motorboats developed in the Ice Age in front of these teams is undergoing aerial photography. Now the disaster of this scene is broadcast in the east, and TV has become accustomed to it. The waves in the picture are more blizzard than the wind. Crashing the mainland barrier, a 60-meter high arched steel wall stands majestically at the highest point of the coastal city, standing tall like a pillar. The terrifying wall exudes an extremely hardcore luster, and the high wall stands tall. Its daunting and terrifying point, the roar of bombardment and cracking resounded, and a wave of ice-covered tsunamis more than 10 meters high, 20 meters high, or even 40 meters high, crashed into the steel wall point, constantly colliding. The aerial photography of the motorboat is being broadcast, and the Iron Wall vs. Ice Age is broadcast on public television. This represents the confidence of the East to fight against disasters. From now on, the 3 sea areas of the West Sea, Liaohe and North Sea are 2,000 kilometers, a total of 5,000 kilometers. The wall of steel stands majestically in these 5,000 kilometers. Waves of ice-eat tsunami continue to collide, and there seems to be only a burst of collision sound left in the world. Humans should always remember the miracle in front of them. Behind this steel wall, every team of engineers, construction team, they all watched majestically without the slightest retreat in front of them, watching nature and human engineering battle. This feeling is not just real-time pictures, but any movie. Unable to shoot out point behind the steel wall, the teams from Guangcheng were chanting slogans, singing military songs. Their headphones were singing military songs, and the chariots were playing military songs. Under the thin and cold air, Brother John, it still sounded loudly, like that group of wild animals. Thinking about this continent point, army of steel, steel of steel, we are the warm-blooded sons of the motherland. We are not afraid of everything we face. The disaster, the battle is coming. We are the first group of eagles to confront behind the Liaohe iron and steel wall. The military song is loud. Behind the Liaohe, there is a group of wild animals that are migrating and trying to choose the area to survive. There are just too many wild animals, such as brown bears, owners of wild horses, and snow rabbits, lions, tigers, elephants and other wild animals, staring at this continent. Wild animals dared not approach the giant blizzard chariot, they only dared to watch from a distance. But this scene in the wind and snow, the airboat aerial shot is extremely beautiful, because this scene is really its too amazing point. The same is true of the West China Sea. The West China Sea is within the northern range, and the waves in the north are larger. Therefore, above the West China Sea, the 5 branded aircraft carriers are connected together for a total of 65,782 meters, and the 5 giant flat panel aircraft carriers are moving against the huge waves, crashing against the huge waves. Directly on top, hundreds of nuclear propulsion has been activated. A lot of seawater has been evaporated. The terrifying nuclear propulsion almost crushes everything. The roar of the wind, the discoloration of the world, everything can almost be called the sound of bursting is sounding, and human beings are witnessing pieces of real-time pictures being ignited. Point, this is not the final scene. This is just the beginning. In the live broadcast room, every engineering team's name is marked as the oil engineering team, engineering team leader Zhao Yan, engineering Ma Lianghe, Zhao Bone, Sun Yang Gang, etc. Their names are all recorded on, like the hero memorial album. Point, under the aerial camera, there are not many bullet screens sent by Dongfang, but each one is extremely confident and proud. I believe in the power of the East, and now I believe that in the future there is nothing else. The power of the East is invincible. What about the global islands? We in the East have never been afraid. We are also fighting now, and we will fight again in the future. Congratulations to the East for fighting with a mechanical mutation technological civilization. In the first step, we will succeed. Humans will always remember the East, because we told nature for the first time what is human will, and such things as will, can fight against anything. This place is extremely hot in the East, which can be called a burst point. The Eastern team is fighting against disasters, and the West is doing its best to avoid disasters. For example, Alaska. Now Alaska looks like a giant sinkhole from the surface. At this moment, there are waves of wailing on the surface. Sound, because there are still some people preparing to smuggle from time to time, and they are fainted by the extreme cold just a few minutes after walking out of the Xiankang, and then ice crystals cover the body and become ice sculptures. This Xiankang is also known as the land of ice sculptures. On December 31st, second year of glacier, it was dark at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was close to the coast for nearly 5,000 kilometers in the east, and they were all fighting against the icebound tsunami. In the west, the 7 million scale bunkers in Eagle Country suffered frost, a large number of extreme cold invasions, and the sound of avalanches and glaciers everywhere, causing a large number of casualties. The casualties are unknown, but they lost nearly 1/20 of the population. There are still 300 million people left in the total population. This is the last day of the Ice Age, 2 years, but the whole world knows that the Ice Age crisis is coming. The disasters brought about by the global islands are coming, just like the blizzards, hail, blizzards, hurricanes, and extreme cold areas in the past, the agricultural vacancies, industrial vacancies, personal cotton clothing, etc., reserve vacancies, working hours system. Together with the consequences of the splitting of the last part of the world's islands, the most terrifying disaster is about to come. This is why the Ice Age will be a disaster that will exterminate mankind, because from now on, in this era of dying things, mankind will happen. All kinds of human nature problems, but now the problems are in succession. All the problems and all the disasters are coming. On this last day, the world began to issue warnings. The super warning issued by the West. Minister of State Security Roddy published a video. The video was all frozen things above the surface. His voice was extremely sharp and solemn, and he pushed up. Special ranking first. People from all continents of the Eagle Country, gentlemen and ladies, I know that you are very depressed due to the work market and food, but please remember, please do not choose to go to the surface, and now start issuing super warnings. Please remember that the next time is the time for super disasters. Don't go above the surface. We will vigorously develop industrial and agricultural industries. Then, within 10 years, there will be an absolute forbidden zone above the surface. Anyone go? Not only is the National Security Bureau in the West releasing news, but it is also releasing news in several other regions. Not only did the West and White Rose Country announce the news, in neighboring countries, the Eagle Nation also announced that the surface is a force super restricted zone, and it is forbidden for anyone to go to the surface. This seems to be a signal. Almost people around the world are aware of the horror. The disaster spread. All major officials, major weather bureaus around the world, and the Ice Age all issued warnings at the same time, warning people that it is strictly forbidden to go to the surface. And at this moment, the top tweet search is the restricted area on the surface. Under this hot search message, the Western people are caught in a decision. They are eager to return to the surface to survive, but the news of disasters makes them desperate. It is only the second year of the Ice Age and the third year is about to begin. However, the disasters faced by mankind are countless, and mankind seems to be desperate in this era. Some white people left a message. This is a truly desperate and sad era. We want to return to the surface. We want to get a stable life, but now no one, except the East, seems to be able to do it. Food crisis, work for a long time. This is a sad world after a disaster. This is a sad era. This is an era worth remembering. This is an era of countdown to human extinction. This is also an era in which the world's major races, white people, and the three major nations of the Oriental Eagle Country, the Rose Country, are fighting. From now on, mankind will witness that terrible disasters will continue to spread, continue to wreak havoc, and continue to crush everything. Within 10 years, we will develop underground with all our strength and the West will no longer be able to set foot on the ground. This is simply sad. When did the West begin to retreat? Now only the East is left, and only the East is holding it. We don't know in what name to comment on it, but we can only say that the East is the only defender on the surface. From now on, the world will build miracles one by one, and each stalwart history will be born. They will remember the miracles of their lives, at least so. In front of the fully enclosed checkered skylight on the rooftop of the National Security Institute in the underground half of the Rose Country, Minister of State Security LUOD was looking in front of him, and he could clearly see the avalanche 700 or 800 meters away began to cover his eyes. The panoramic glass window in front was also covered by ice and snow, and then a machine carried out a small-scale removal. This can only be done on a small-scale removal, because now the surface snow has reached a certain level, and it has begun to freeze at the same time, making the project extremely difficult. Roddy looked at the current weather, and looked at the east, and the major meteorologists behind him reported the news of the east. The steel wall covering 5,000 kilometers of the continental barrier was still fighting against the tsunami, against the blizzard, and against the disaster of the Ice Age. He listened in a trance, a little dazed. In the countdown to human extinction, in the 3 duels, the West continued to encounter large-scale disasters and large-scale losses, but the East was stubbornly confrontational and the losses were not large. Roddy looked at Dongfang, and took a deep breath. Who was right? At 1 AM on January 1st of the 3 years of the Ice Age, this is a day to be remembered. In the 3rd year of the Ice Age, the countdown to human extinction. Disaster Ace, the 601st Ice Age, since now told them what is called a step-by-step destruction of fixed point strikes, a single area of all destruction strikes standing on the stratosphere and watching the magnificent planet in front of you, watching the amazing planet in front of you, watching the plates collide, and the islands below. This planet looks even more riddled with holes. But in fact it is not, but the air concentration is slowly increasing, the air quality has improved to an excellent level, and the ocean is expanding step by step, just like the evolution of human beings' extinction of the Earth. This is an extremely reversal thinking process, but it existence, real existence, and now this is recurring and experiencing step by step. Everyone should remember the eternity in front of them. Everyone is like this, because this is the 3rd year of the Ice Age. Maybe in the future, humans will begin to dissipate in this white snow. In the end, only one wall and one house are left. A space station drifted aimlessly until thousands of years, until tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years. The traces of the new humans exist again. The technological humans appear again, and the humans once again look for this kind of evidence. This may be eternal. On January 1st, 2003, at 1 AM, in front of Yangjing North City, a thick version of the Blizzard chariot appeared. Winning Midnight was surrounded by a crowd of high-level chariots from now on. Not only him, but also every large-scale project in front of the new city. There are engineers in front of it. This step of the project is called Project Acceptance. A total of 1.5 years, a lot of manpower and material resources, and disasters have been paid. During the period, all the power of the Eastern people, the large-scale transportation of industrial corridors, airships, snow country trains, and ecological parks were almost all being transported. The project was built by the real power of the whole country. The cold wind whistled in front of the North City. The chariots lined up neatly to win the midnight and waved high. A well-proportioned black cold-resistant oxygen mask. His handsome face looked extremely clear in the wind and snow. He was steady and then waved his hands high with a resounding voice. In the cold wind. The power of the whole country. Go to the disaster. Let's go. Boom boom boom. This is just the beginning of Guangcheng. In front of each new city in Dongshan City, Xihai, Anhu, and so on, there are high-level engineering teams standing in front of the blizzard, and then shouting for departure. The sky is still dim, but for these high levels, every day is a new day, and the West has always believed that everything on the surface will be extinct, but the East believes that this will be the second birthday of the East. This is the final event of the two great powers. The day of collision. Now the East has formed a major project acceptance team, all going to the Liaohe Xihai and the North Sea. Now they will go to the Liaohe area at the first stop. They will take the lead in the third year of the Ice Age before the extinction of humans in the third year of the Ice Age. Before the global islands split, the final acceptance of the project will be carried out. This acceptance will determine the ultimate fate on the surface point, and now the mechanical mutation technology of the East, the large-scale projects in the history of the East, and the construction of the whole country in the East have all begun to show hideousness. They want to live in this era, and live as a hegemon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Dawn breaks at 10 o'clock in the morning on January 1st of the 3 years of the Ice Age. From now on, if someone starts to look at the map of the Eastern Plate, they will see coastal cities almost flooded by the tsunami, and the formerly famous coastal tourist cities have become the seabed. The city has become an undersea relic point by the sea. Deputy Team Leader Zhao Guofeng looked at the submerged cities. Only the roofs of some huge high-rise buildings were left, showing the height of the ice-bound tsunami sea level. He thought that during the Ice Age, when Midnight had issued an order, that is, when Midnight ordered all the people in coastal cities close to 20 million or more, to evacuate the coastal plateau. After the residents were all evacuated, the tsunami came. After the tsunami escaped, the audience shocked the audience. Now comes the biggest advantage of the evacuation, that is, the icy tsunami has been avoided, so this coastal migration plan can be recorded in the annals of history. Point in Zhao Guofeng's memory now. The Eastern Meteorological Bureau is reporting from time to time, reporting on the western desert countries and the coastal cities of the northern and southern glaciers. With a population of 1 million and 10 million, all coastal cities have been submerged, and all giant ships have been submerged. Frozen. So, now they have got the best proof point. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Now it is on the Liaoning Sea. Nearly 10 airships have flown into the sky. There are more than a dozen airships carried by meteorologists surveying and recording the sky. At the same time, in front of this huge steel barrier, steel wall of the mainland, all the engineers stood in a row. Engineers from major cities in the north and south, the team leader, and the high-level ministers from this city, as well as supernatural specialties. The leaders of the Institute's Geology Group, Mechanical Group, Biology Group, Physics Group, Geology Group, and Ocean Group are all standing in a row. Everyone is wearing a black military uniform, and wearing a black military green cold-resistant suit. The word Yanhuang is written on the clothes. Now they, with a total of nearly 2,000 people, are all wearing oxygen helmets of the same color. This oxygen helmet can prevent severe impacts and ice, while ensuring the dissolution of ice crystals and ensuring clarity. At the moment, they are on the snow-covered surface. These people seem to be walking on Mars, magical, and in the front of this group of people, Ying Ziyue stood with his hands on his back. His burly and slender figure stood quietly, accompanied by the ticking sound. He was stepping on the snow. On this piece of land covering 1,000 kilometers, the surrounding glaciers had all been cleared. So far, giant snow shovel trucks are still shoveling snow. The white snow was either turned into a glacier snow mountain, or pushed into the sea. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. It is now 9:59, 25 seconds. As time starts, the last 5 seconds begin, and it ends at 10 o'clock. Mankind should remember this date. On January 1st, the third year of the Ice Age, at 10 AM, all engineers from the East and the leaders of the super energy cables gathered in the Liaohe Sea, outside the strong barrier of steel. At the same time, the aerial photography of 10 motorboats was fully followed by adjusting all the TV channels of the East to 1. All the people in the East were watching, all in front of the TV and the computer in front of the radio, listening to the aerial video from Liaohe, and from the host announcement point, because the current date is a date worth remembering among all the people in the East. Starting from the glacier year, and from the civilization period, the East has begun to prepare for this project, which is to resist global island disasters and resist the greatest disaster of mankind. The sound of the wind continued to whistle. Behind Win Midnight, Zhao Guofeng paced forward, then he bowed slightly, to signal a solemn opening. Report team leader. Now the Guangcheng Infrastructure Team, the Huangshicheng Infrastructure Team, the Dongshan City Infrastructure Team, and the Fashion C2nd Surveying and Mapping 7 colleges and universities. Nearly 500 students all went, and the Surveying and Mapping team of the National Academy of Sciences arrived, and the train surveying team expired. The first test of the cross-sea bridge and track laying is due, and the cross-sea train test can be carried out in the following. Report team leader. At the same time, now the cross-sea bridge, the primary bridge body is being completed, and the basic train tracks have been laid. It took a total of nearly 1.5 years. The total time was more than 2 million top frontline workers and nearly 2 million vehicles were dispatched. Vehicles. The total cost of national materials accounted for 1/3. This is the cross-sea train bridge project. The report is complete. After finishing the report, Ying Ziyue stood up. He watched that 10 meters below the steel wall in front of him was a layer of completely transparent new protective material, and it was also equipped with a small openable door. Now he is wearing a cold resistant after opening. After all, the group of people walked beyond the barrier, and they could witness the cities flooded by the ice tsunami with their own eyes. The aerial photography in the sky was taking a higher degree of shooting. This scene is not only amazing, but also shocking point, because the immediate tsunami is nothing, and the flooded cities are nothing. What can be called magnificent is the man-made bridge project, which took 1.5 years. The strength of the whole country, because the main development during the Ice Age was this kind of project. If you start from the bottom of the water, this is a super sea crossing bridge with a height of nearly 400 meters. The total coverage extends from the Liaohe to the North Sea, covering 3 huge sea areas. Uninterrupted, can't see the edge at a glance. Very magnificent point from now on. Ying Ziyue in front of the team spoke up. His voice also represents the power of the nation and the power of the 2 billion people behind it. Preparing to start the first cross-sea snow country train. Preparing to start the trial of the cross-sea bridge. From the Liaohe to the Bihai to carry out the cross-sea test of the train, and then adjust the national channel, so that all people can see this great project, that has been recorded in history. At the same time, preparing for the artificial island floating work, we must fully see the island floating work. Ying Ziyue continued to speak. The latter, Zhao Guofeng, all the engineers in charge of the Special Research Institute, the major engineers, and all the fleet, shouted in unison. Guaranteed to complete the task. Hu 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 hu. This is the sound of the biting wind roaring, and the sound of hail falling. At the same time, accompanied by the avalanche above the frozen tsunami, the human eye can see a wave of tsunamis that are more than 10 meters high and several 10 meters high. The sea bridge, the Black King Kong version of the sea crossing bridge, stands like a giant tree above the sea and the sea, and the tall high-speed rail frame stands tall, exuding the luster of mechanical variation. This is a collection of all the industrial power of the Eastern Industrial Corridor. It can be said that it is a real effort to build the sea crossing bridge in front of us, especially in this extremely cold surface and cruel environment. So the project in front of us is real. The magnificence, the picture in front of you has a real epic feel. So when the live broadcast started, the people couldn't help but get excited. This is the underground bunker of the Kawasaki country. The disaster center of the Kawasaki country is called the Disaster Defense Center. This is a Kawasaki country with a small area. After the cold wave rages, the population loss here is 1/2. The rest of the population hides in underground bunkers. They use the dungeons and underground bunker complexes of Eagle Country and Rose Country. The cold resistance can only belong to the upper middle class. As a developed country that relies on precision instruments, the disaster in Kawasaki is not strong because of the economic and agricultural industry in Kawasaki. Now the people are under great pressure during the Ice Age, especially the lack of food. In the defense center, the semi-underground bunker meeting room, the weather satellite screen is showing the global weather, and the weather in Kawasaki is a high-end technology. In the panoramic meeting room on the rooftop, the giant TV screen is broadcasting the broadcast from the east. Ichiro Kojima, the head of the reserve center, was playing with a piece of jade with his fingers. The crystal jade, like ice crystals outside, is covered in layers. Ichiro Kojima, a conference room on the half ground, looked at the live broadcast center. The live broadcast from the east was silent. The picture could only feel the howling wind and the greatness of the project. No one explained it, but the picture before him was enough to make people fascinated. Because this is the only scene on the surface where humans are confronted, that's enough point in the live broadcast of the Orient. This is a building from the Liaohe to the North Sea, spanning a total length of 5,000 kilometers around the three sea areas. The seabed water level is 60 meters. The height above the sea level is 300 meters above. And the total height is close to above 300 meters. Black mechanical sea crossing bridge. Like before the mainland barrier steel, the dragon-like cross-sea bridge exudes the luster of mutation technology. Point especially above this kind of cross-sea bridge, the mechanical airship is flying. This kind of magical technology luster more and more give people a sense of novelty. Point the meeting room of the precision instrument with the silver band is a bit quiet, and the ice crystals are still continuously covered with a layer of ice crystals on the glass layer, which is absolutely beautiful. But who can think of it? Beneath this beautiful ice crystal, there will be the culprit murderer who freezes the world. They gather, split and freeze, and finally turn into ice crystals from the inside to the outside. In the end, everything becomes beautiful ice sculptures, dotted with this planet, just like human beings. It became a virus, and the Ice Age was like cleaning up the virus. Anyone who can't resist will die. Only those who resist can survive in this environment. This is the same as the law of nature. Therefore, Kojima Ichiro will have this kind of horror the current East can be called. They are fighting against the crushing and sweeping from the era. Before the century of civilization, Ichiro Kojima was Professor Zhang of the Meteorological Institute, and at the same time he was the head of Precision Instruments. Since 1950, his family has been determined to study high-precision military meteorological technology and other fields. In this family, thanks to his excellent cultivation, Ichiro Kojima became a well-known PhD in Kawasaki Point. So after the Ice Age, he was elected as the head of the Disaster Defense Force, to take charge of the safety of the people and the development of Kawasaki Valley Point. Like the West, Kawasaki chose to retreat underground because he thought it was irresistible in the face of this nature. He chose to retreat just like the West. But now, when the train on the East Sea Bridge appears, he seems to be retreating. Feel wrong. Point behind him are the high-level leaders of the Kawasaki country, and other responsible persons as well as the ministers and high-level congressmen are talking. The source of everything is because of the appearance of the Oriental Haiyang Sea Crossing Bridge. The Haiyang Sea Crossing Bridge is not the end, but this represents the East, a certain declaration of war on disasters. This kind of thing can be understood as the continuous development after millions of years. From here, we can see the Eastern belief after 1,000 years and even tens of thousands of years. Because the cross-sea bridge represents the snow country train. When the snow country train runs over those sea areas, then artificial islands will also appear. This is what shocked the leaders of Kawasaki country. On the morning of January 1st, 10:15, the top 3 major news platforms in the East are the first in the hot search, and the first news is called Oriental Ocean Engineering Open. This live broadcast is oriented to the whole world, and now the scene of the picture is outside the continental barrier, which is processed by a group of sea crossing bridges covering 5,000 kilometers. This is the picture now. This kind of image horrified every Western citizen who entered the live broadcast room. They didn't know what language to use to express this black and black oolong bridge. Individual Western people no longer pride themselves on dungeons! Exclamation mark. Because the dragon-like sea crossing bridge in front of them made them completely silent. The huge black bridge was standing, and roaring roars came from the Liaohe. The meter-long train track. The new train track began to spread to the cross-sea bridge, and the roar of the Liaohe began to sound. The rice-bound tsunami was colliding, and just in the roaring sound of the roaring, avalanches, and glacier fragmentation began in the snowy mountains passing by. Layers of snow were washed away, and those snowflakes formed the most with the beautiful white snow fog. As the train galloped for the first time, the train began to rush on the cross-sea bridge. The scene in front of us can really be included in the epic picture. The people of the East, the people of the West, all the engineers of the Oriental Supernatural Special Research Institute, the high levels of the big and snowy cities, every citizen of the East and the West, airmen in the outer space of the dungeon, etc. All human races in the world, they are all watching the scene in front of them. That is the scene when the snow country train enters the sea crossing bridge, which is like a manifestation of civilization. This moment is the East announced to the world. From this moment on, the East is moving towards mechanical technology, mutated civilization. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. The bursting nuclear-propelled engine roared, the rushing white snow and white fog sounded, all the snowstorms were smashed away. Those so-called hurricanes were in front of this train with a width of more than 100 meters. All the disasters turned into nothingness. There is only a train between the sky and the earth, and only a scene on the sea crossing bridge. The sound of the wind roared, the earth shook, and the sea crossing bridge was roaring. Below these tens of meters, waves of frozen trains needed to collide again. Nuclear propulsion made the trains roar. In the last section of the train, there was a roar from a nuclear explosion. Layers of ice crystals in the carriages were directly melted by the temperature barrier of the aerogel train carriage. Under the high walls, all the engineers in the east waved their hands high. They held the national flag condensed by the ice crystals. Wearing headphones, but the military anthem is still playing inside the chariot. It is a trembled military anthem. All the people in the East are sending out in the live broadcast room. It is a moving barrage from the heart and soul, because this scene represents the ocean of the East. The project has started completely in 1.5 years. The full power of the industrial corridor. Projects of more than 2 million projects. 200 million tanks have created the cross-sea bridge train, and the 5,000-kilometer cross-sea bridge has the best testimony. Before, we were a big infrastructure country, and now we are also an infrastructure giant. Everything is nothing but the roar of the train resounding in the sea. There are a total of 200-knot trains galloping over the sea crossing bridge 300 meters above, and waves of ice and tsunamis are crashing underneath. Exclamation mark. The mechanical sea crossing bridge. Under this grey and white sky, humans appear to be insignificant, but the train appears to be huge and magnificent. The train is galloping against the cold wind and departs from the Xihai Sea with a booming roar. The train passed through the West Sea. In the West Sea, the steel blind date, the northern engineers raised their arms high. They were cheering and shouting. It was realized, which is really exciting. Military song Lao, the Wang Heo, Liang, from Blizzard Chariot. Me and my dear motherland can't be divided for a moment. I love the snow of my motherland. I love the magnificent waves of my motherland. I love the thousands of miles of the motherland. I love the mountains and rivers of the motherland. At this moment, by the Xihai Sea crossing bridge, a shocking military song sounded. In every snowy city, in every neighborhood, on every street, the people were singing high and loudly singing. Like those migrating wild animals, dotted with this beautiful continent. There is only one sentence in the lyrics, and only one sentence at the core, that is my dear motherland and me. Boom boom boom. The roar of explosion, and the crash of icebound tsunami like pops. The black train galloped all the way, and finally reached the North Sea. When it arrived in the North Sea, all technology seemed to stop before the eyes of mankind, and only this was left. The figure of a cross-sea train. Then the train went from Bihai to the inland city. The next stop was Haitian Pass. The destination was the exit of Yanjing train station, and then another cycle, from Yanjing to Guangcheng, to Dangshan City, and then to the sea again and again, to form a train cycle sun. The world is witnessing this miracle. In Liaohei, in front of the barrier steel city wall at this moment, Ying Ziyue is holding his hand. He knows that the people around the world are about to explode, but his face is calm, and then his magnetic deep voice sounded, resounding in the frozen tsunami land. From now on, the cross-sea bridge train is only the beginning, and in the next artificial islands, the eruption of glacier life species will be eternal. Next, all mankind will always remember this new era opened up. Some people evade, some retreat, some will become the first empire for thousands of years, and we are the originators and pioneers. The name of that country can only be called Yanhuang. Everyone, follow me to make Yanhuang the only superpower for millions of years. Ying Ziyue's voice fell, covering 3 sea areas. All engineers and blizzard tanks honked their horns, and the air defense siren in the live broadcast room honked, as if they were a call. Every city was honking. This is the response. This is a call. Chapter 157. This is the 3 years of the Ice Age. Hurricane storms, snow, and tsunami have sealed the global islands, and disasters have come on coming one by one, making the Earth's surface an extremely cold forbidden place in the world point, and now on the surface continents, besides being covered by the vast white snow, there are also miraculous projects, such as the erupting volcano, where strands of rocks are frozen, forming a strange luster, and when you look at the stratosphere, you can see the eastern surface. The coastal cities in the east are all submerged by seawater. The seawater of hundreds of meters inundates the coast, leaving only the high plains, the dam to defend against that tsunami. At the same time, above the dam, the 60-meter high continental barrier steel wall is a new layer of dam. This is the super dam, to resist the icy tsunami, also known as the East the Wall of Barriers. Before the barrier, it was a magnificent ocean. If you observe the Earth with the naked eye, you will see that the northern and southern glaciers are already frozen. That is the thickness of the ice that even an icebreaker can't break. Now it's unbeaten. It has long become an absolute forbidden place for humans, where the formation of cold air can quickly freeze the icebreaker, and can freeze human cells and tissues from the inside to the outside in just 1 minute. However, due to the eruption of super volcanoes and the hot gas surging of the 5 oceans, including Indus Ocean, colossal Ocean, Pacific Ocean, West China Sea, Liaohe, etc. cause the seawater to move significantly. And at the same time, the melting of a large amount of snow caused the seawater to rise. The waves churned, so waves of tsunamis continue to crash point. But above the sea, the tsunami is not eternal. The truly eternal picture is those cross-sea bridges that stand more than 300 meters high. The black diamond metal luster, the steel structure of the bridge penetrates directly from the bottom of the sea. Layers of ice crystals are covering the bridge, but the bridge surface warming device kidding, and then the ice crystals are slightly decomposing. Therefore, the continents in the east are not the same as the glaciers in the north and south and the surface of the west, but with a kind of embellishment beauty. The sea crossing bridge covers 3 sea areas, and the snow country train tracks go around the country. The black train tracks are like traces of a dragon walking. A snowy city with a scale of more than 1 million stands at the highest point in front of each city. There are icebergs and glaciers covered with green algae, and on the rolling iceberg slopes, there are a group of wild animals with different skin colors and hairs, such as Tibetan antelopes, wild boars and so on. They are also there. This continent is dotted with the North Sea sharks and beluga groups. All this makes the East the only one in 073. The uniqueness of the continent is also the only and most unique big country in the Ice Age. At 11:30 in the morning, behind the Liaohe Iron and Steel Wall, a group of National Scientific Research Team, Supernatural Special Research Institute Team, Liaohe Xihai and other chief engineer chiefs, a group of nearly 400 people, they passed through the steel wall. And then the first person took the lead, stepped onto the cross-sea bridge point in the impact of waves of tsunamis. Ying Ziyue stood on the cross-sea bridge. In front of him, it was close to 70 meters high. Waves of tsunamis were constantly colliding. When standing on this 300-meter high bridge, he stepped on heavy machinery. The impact and strength brought by the steel bars, this kind of cross-sea bridge, gives people an ultimate sense of peace of mind. A group of 400 people continued to advance. Below them, there was a submerged coastal city, which was faintly visible. You could see the rooftops of the tall buildings and the floating motorboats walking for about 20 minutes, walking in the forefront to win midnight. He waved his hand high, and then all the team stopped. The scene in this scene is like an expedition to Mars. People in the west and the east are watching this terrifying scene, because once you fall from the sea crossing bridge, you will fall into a supergiant a few hundred meters deep. In the ocean, the extreme water temperature will freeze instantly. This is a horror in front of us. Ying Ziyue looked ahead. In front of him, when the pictures of the aviation equipment were all turned over, it seemed that at this moment, at 11:30 minutes and 39 seconds, this scene was worth remembering, because in those heavy waves a piece of different islands from the Liaohe to the West Sea appeared in the middle. This is the floating artificial island. Individual man-made islands with an area of 10 kilometers. The first layer of the construction process is a floatable temperature insulation layer, and the second layer of the island is a floatable layer. After that, floating bases are continuously added. multiple tests of seawater flowing water. The islands in the final test will not flow drastically in the ocean. It will stay in a sea area for several decades, a fixed sea area, and a moving distance of no more than 80 meters, ensuring the stability, buoyancy, and solidity of the island point. The island in front of me is Xihai number 1 island. Above the island, it is barren. On the seabed, the artificial island base has been covered with seaweed, and the island is now covered with dense cold-resistant plants, and there is vigorous life. The seaweed tissue, so the island carries the vigorous life of green algae. This is only the first subsidiary island, followed by the second. The second island is 30 kilometers long. There are small observation decks, ocean observation decks, and marine meteorological observation decks, all of which use the east. The written text appears in the global picture like dragons and phoenixes. This is also the first in the Ice Age. The Marine Meteorological Observatory above the surface is built in the waves and on the island point, and the third is the place where the eyes can be seen at the limit, probably in the West China Sea. This kind of observation must be carried out with the binoculars. The motorboat is filmed live. This is a group of super islands over 100 kilometers in size. The area uses 4 islands for machinery, spliced together, floating majestically on the border of the Liaohe and West Seas. On the island, a marine fishing warehouse, an automatic fishing boat, and a fish transportation warehouse have been built. At the same time, the island is closely connected with the cross-sea bridge, which means that the fish caught can be transported by the cross-sea bridge to achieve real-time cross-sea fish transportation. Followed by the 4th group and the 5th group. They are all huge islands over 100 kilometers. Human houses have been built on this island, which can be called a full sea view house. At the same time, the island has been used for sea prevention in 4 weeks. Processing, stunning super thick houses, small hot tall buildings and small wind turbines have been added to each island, so that small sea islands have been independently supplied. This is a military island, which means that the military can stay here and watch it all the time. Ocean conditions. This is also the Ice Age, the first time, marine military engineering, when these scenes of huge islands line up, equipped with impregnable continental steel barriers. When combined, this kind of picture is amazing. The underground White House community of Rose Country, New Times Square, is a high-end community where there are celebrities, not only white people, but also top-level foreign students. Now the underground Defense House has become a dungeon. The underground city is equipped with residential buildings and bars, as well as entertainment facilities. In a dark bar, called the Underground Dark Bar, elegant music is played. International student Zhao Ziming, he is drinking the malt produced underground. The price of this wine is high. If it is not because of his noble status, then the average international student is not qualified to drink it, because this is the era of food shortage. Next to Zhao Ziming, there are 2 inheritors of the Cheeble family. 2 white youths are his friends. One of them is a blonde youth named Alklin. Now Alklin and Zhao Ziming are looking at the big screen in the bar. It is a series of super projects such as live broadcasts from the East Cross-Sea bridges and floating islands. Looking at the new projects in the Ice Age in front of him, Eriklin, who is a family of pickup Cheebles, felt very complicated. He then spoke, the science and technology of the East is probably still lagging behind. What do they want to do with mechanical bridges and floating islands? What can they do? Look at the opening of our underground world. This is what is called an epic level civilization of mankind. Once the geocentric civilization is on the right track, then our development will continue to be hot. Zhao Ziming played with the wine glass in his hand, and then drank the sweet malt liquor. He flicked the wine glass gently. His voice was complicated and bleak. Mr. Alklin, you are wrong. The cross-sea train bridge and the artificial floating islands are just for the East to open a new era. You can understand it as the age of science and technology, or the age of mutation, maybe, or something else, etc. The era can also be called the era of evolution. In short, starting from the moment, the continent of the East will be completely consolidated. Their current transportation has reached perfection, and agriculture will no longer be lacking. They can develop with all their strength. The next era, so the East is full of infinite and variable future. After Zhao Ziming finished speaking, he squeezed the wine glass vigorously. From now on, he began to regret choosing to stay here, because the direction of the Great Eastern country now really started to make him a little obsessed, and a little eager. He has already seen the Western dungeon civilization. This is not a great geocentric civilization in the legend, because the current human technology can't do it at all. This is just a dungeon residence, to avoid the extreme cold above the surface. Nothing more. Moreover, there is a shortage of food, and agricultural industry has not taken place. But now the ocean and development in the east, the ecological paradise and development in the north, and the complete formation of agriculture means that they will no longer worry about food for thousands of years. At the same time, their industry, when the speed is high, it means that they will not worry about the lack of cotton clothes. But now the West is just catching up, so he regrets it, and he should choose to go back. On the black reinforced sea crossing bridge, walking for half an hour, standing almost in the middle of the sea, with a height of more than 300 meters, which is equivalent to walking the glass plank road on the top of a mountain point with his hands on his back. The spirit of winning the midnight was a little excited. He turned his back to everyone and said solemnly, "From now on, a big era will slowly come. So do the final finishing touches. Start to let the Internal Affairs Office Foreign Objects issue a global notice. The content of the notice is as follows: from now on, for thousands of years to come, the Eastern Wind and Snow City will become a place of fixed point weapon defense. The big countries are in a state of blockade and the sale of any quota is prohibited." It also means that, in order to ensure the constructiveness of the Wind and Snow City, the plan is top secret. For thousands of years, no one will be allowed to enter the East. This directive is equivalent to turning the country closed into a common development for the whole people, not accepting any quota point. It also means that the person who put forward this order will be hated by the world, and when Midnight is the one who put forward this place, and at the same time, he will also be subject to global attention. At this moment, we both hot search is the first, the top search is the first, and the news is the first hot search. The content is, thousands of years later, what will the East look like? Especially after the closed door country. What does it mean for hundreds of years to close the country? There are the most comments on this hot search, and the people are all extremely excited. Comments: Xihai City binking. I support the instructions of the leader of the Special Research Institute. For thousands of years, we will be closed and closed. Without Western industry, without Western scientific research, the East can rise as well. Now our city of wind and snow crosses the sea. Bridges, snow country trains, and mechanical airships are the best witnesses. Our technology has entered the era of mechanical technology, and we have reached the peak without them. Chen Ziyue, support the leader of the special research team. He made the most wise decision in thousands of years. This is the Ice Age. It is a terrifying Ice Age, and the West will not risk the global ice cold to come to the East. But then it also guarantees the multifaceted development of the East, which means that the whole nation is compatriots from Yan and Huang, and can develop the East with more effort and effectiveness. In the world, Ying Ziyue will be called the so-called villain, but now, he will be the number one. A pioneer of the Yan Huang era. After the release, the controversy aroused was extremely high. It was not only the East on Western Twitter, but also the hot searches on the oil pipes. The first hot search was the announcement that the East had closed the country for thousands of years. At the same time, the rosehip official of the Western Eagle country left a comment message expressing their attitude. Official of the Rose country, the announcement is as follows: I can only say that the East made a wrong decision. Our geocentric civilization is the greatest. In the 10,000 years of Ice Age, geocentric civilization will tell the world that the white race will be the last. The existence of a big country does not even need tens of thousands of years. It only needs to be proven within 1,000 years. Because the Earth's core civilization, our agricultural industry, and scientific research will fully develop, and the mechanical civilization of the East will be among a high-end scientific research. Down was completely suppressed. Announcement from the Eagle Nation is as follows: the East chose to stay on the surface alone, also chose to close the country alone, and began research alone. Our outer space civilization will also choose to develop independently, which means that we will not each other in the future. Related, there will be no more substantial agricultural assistance such as scientific research. so no one knows what the future is, but it can be determined that the Eagle Nation will become the first country in outer space to have a new planet, and it is also a new planet. Country of origin point. Perhaps in a few decades, we will come back and take a look at the barren Earth, the only remaining subtropical East, and then say that the Eagle Nation has won. This is the attitude of the Eagle Nation point at this moment. The global preliminary conclusion is over the sea crossing bridge, above the 300-meter high sea crossing bridge, Zhao Guofeng, behind the winning midnight, reported on the attitudes of countries around the world to the eastern announcement point when Midnight just waved his hand faintly. His voice calm, "I will do it for the wicked. I only hope that the world will be green every year. I only hope that the two characters Yan and Huan will survive forever. I only hope that the flag of the East will fly above the surface of the Ice Age for thousands of years, so we never regret it." Chapter 158. In this age of disasters, some people are heroes, then some people must lay down the hand of darkness and the hand of darkness to clean up all evil and all darkness, and lay the foundation of a new civilization for mankind. Perhaps history will not record Ying Ziyue how bright and majestic in the chronicles of the Ice River. Perhaps after thousands of years, he will be ridiculed, or even framed and ridiculed in historical history books. This is the price for being the hand of darkness. Ying Ziyue never fears this. He is more willing to be a villain, just for the development of this great country. The villain has anything, and the villain is very proud. The setting sun is about to set, wearing winter clothes and an oxygen mask, walking for a long time on the cross-sea bridge, in the high altitude, where the wind is howling and howling. This feeling is uncomfortable, depressing and dull. However, the National Supernatural Research Institute, the major team leaders, everyone did not show any tired emotions, but high morale. They can show their fighting spirit even more, because they can clearly see that under their own leadership with hard work, this big country is constantly becoming stronger, and at the same time a brand new era is about to kick off. The Chronicles of the Glacier, January 1st, 3 years. The world will remember this moment, because it is still 29 days away from the global islands. Now, except for the subtropical continent, the Rose Country continent, and the grassland continent, the remaining plates are all in a split state. This means that in the future, those split islands will take the last step, which is to form a global island, and eventually the plates will collide, icebergs will collapse, snow will melt and rise, and the seawater in individual areas will show living water, and the remaining areas will turn into glaciers. Sea areas will reappear. Then there will be continuous small-scale earthquakes and continuous large-scale concurrent tsunamis. Appeared and continued global anaerobic at the same time. This is what the global island disaster will bring about 29 days later. It can be seen to the naked eye that the northern and southern glaciers, the grassland eagle country, the rose country, the desert country, and the countries that have become islands, their meteorological team and scientific research team have never gone to the ground again. And never went to the ground for various explorations. It's their respective bunker projects, defending the next ultimate. It is January 1st, and on the last day of the month, it is the countdown to the humankind extinction point in the semi-underground bunker of the Western Rosehip National Security Institute. Roddy is now watching meteorological satellite video. There are clear plots in the picture, and the plot shakes slightly. There are two phenomena. The first is the coastal city, which continues to be flooded by the tsunami. The second type is the continuous cracking of the plates. Call. He exhaled. Roddy's voice was complicated. In 29 days, it's time to decide fate. Roddy held his hand. Now he was holding a cigar in his hand. The cigar was kneaded back and forth by him, and finally turned into smash. Behind him, all the top executives saluted one after another. And now they have also received the highest assembly order from the National Security Institute. Obviously, starting from the civilization period in the 3 years of the Ice Age, they were building dungeons, and now it should have reached the final destiny moment, so every high level is waiting, nervous and trembling. Looking at the audience, Roddy saluted. It's January 1st. On the last day of this month, the global islands will finally come. It will be accompanied by a large and small earthquake, a large iced tsunami, and a large and sharp drop in temperature. So at that time, the stability project of the underground city will be tested, and the cold protection project of the underground city will be tested. At the same time, it is not only the white people who will be tested next, not only the Eagle country, nor not only the desert country. The East will also face a test. Those giant city trains in the East will face a test. If the test fails, then it will be a glacier. Mankind will be extinct in the century, and the test will be successful. That is the new human era. Therefore, for the white people, it begins at this moment. The nationwide consolidation of the underground city project and the nationwide consolidation of the underground drought resistance project are all started. With the last sound, Minister of State Security Roddy almost roared out, and all the high-level officials saluted before the decision of the great powers. At that time, the East was also very busy. At 10 o'clock on the morning of January 2nd. The airship returned to Guangcheng from the Liaohe Sea. The opening of the cross-sea bridge train and the opening of man-made islands also meant the opening of a new era in the East. The scientific research institutes of Eastern countries and the supernatural special research institutes were all very busy, especially team leader Ying Ziyue, because he has to carry a lot of things, so many things. The sun breaks at 10 o'clock. In the Ice Age, there is no sun. The sun seems to be especially weakened. Because the sun is covered in the stratosphere, the sky is grey and the wind and snow are roaring. Guangcheng is the first big city with tens of millions of people. The airship above the city began to land. From the airship, it can be accurately seen that the steam began to diffuse under the city. Steam trains hung in the city. The staff in the big city, as well as some small mechanical vehicles, energy vehicles are also moving forward, plus those cool buildings and dense steam pipes give the city some magical style. Now, the architecture of the city has lost the elegance of the East and has added mechanical toughness, so it looks much more pleasing to the eye. Oriental banners are still pasted on the streets, such as some classic southern snacks, snail noodles, big sausages, etc. Banners are still pasted, so this era is very complicated. It can be called magical or magical. It is the magic of the East. After getting off the airship, the new energy vehicle stopped steadily. This uses new energy for recharging. The lighthouse outside the city can store electrical energy. Ying Ziyue and his party got on the vehicle. This time, all the leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute were dispatched, and the destination was the number 1 industrial corridor factory. There is a military area next to the factory. To protect this factory. This plant is known as the Planetary Engine, controllable nuclear fission energy plant in the official name. As the train arrived, some people walked into the factory. The planetary engine in the factory was basically designed to be 1/2, and the initial height was 80 meters. This cost all the chief engineers of nuclear energy in the East. It can be said that from the 1950s to modern times, the top nuclear fission engineers all gather here. The planetary engine does not actually escape the Earth, nor does it push the Earth, and the East has a greater role. The East did not escape when facing the Ice Age, so it will not manipulate the Earth to escape, because the escape will become a wandering Earth. The price to be paid by the Earth to open the universe is too great. In the hall, Minister of Energy Li Yun, Minister of Planetary Engines Ma Peipi, Minister of Power Engines Sun Ruhei, Outer Space Flight Li Ming, etc. are all waiting. When Ying Ziyue came, everyone looked at him almost admiringly. Looking at this one in front of him, he looked a little handsome, with a classic oriental tough guy, facial features. Exquisite facial features, straight nose, at the same time slender and straight, with short hair. The energetic, piercing youth, especially the youth in front of him, has a huge fascinating aura due to the long time giving orders in front of Ying Ziyue. Every doctor is holding them in an orderly manner, completing tasks in nuclear fission, energy and other projects. Report team leader, the development of the new engine is 1/3. Leader of the report, controllable nuclear fission energy is in the 1/4 of the research. At present, seawater can be converted into energy, and the molecules of nuclear fission begin to produce quantitative changes. This is our work from the 1950s to the present. It means that continued controllable nuclear fission energy is no longer an illusion. Everyone submitted a form with detailed parameters such as the airship and the propulsion parameters of the icebreaker at 2 p.m. There are more than 3,000 engineers, professors, and doctors in the number 1 factory. These 3,000 people are a bit crowded in the number 1 factory, which covers an area of up to 20,000 square meters. Ying Ziyue stood in the middle of the high platform, and as the audience watched, Ying Ziyue spoke calmly, "Everyone, this is the National Research Institute and I, in conjunction with the physics and mechanics team, will analyze and produce the engineering table for the next new era." Ying Ziyue spoke. Those high-level engineering professors couldn't help but get excited, because they knew from the cross-sea bridge that the huge project they were waiting for was here. While the audience was watching, Ying Ziyue turned on the engineering watch projection, and at the same time, his voice resounded through the audience. "You all, the first courses in the eastern universities in the country, will all be mechanical science and technology, which means that in the future, there will be a steady stream of talents being sent to major factories and major scientific research institutes, and they will assist you in building all kinds of super science fiction super machines." The Ice Age installation, the sound fell, and the engineering drawings on the big screen began to be projected. 0 fine flowers. The first one is a personal aircraft device. In this extreme cold weather, the military can use this personal aircraft for professional rescue. This type uses a normal flight backpack and is equipped with nuclear propulsion as energy source. The appearance is similar to a physical fitness. The show guy is carrying a mountaineering bag. This kind of jetpack can now be achieved by Eastern technology, and the jetpack can last for 6 hours of nuclear energy propulsion, and the propulsion efficiency is extremely high. From now on, when the first personal aircraft drawing appeared, the atmosphere of the doctors on the scene was a little dignified. This is not surprising, because Dongfang has developed flying motorcycles, flying small cars, and foreign flight bags. Now Dongfang's flight bags are nothing more than suitable for personal rescue flights during the Ice Age. The second picture is just a mecha device. This also uses nuclear energy as the main hub, which means that the human exoskeleton giant mecha is up to 40 meters high. The mecha can be connected to the Blizzard Chariot, on the one hand, as snow shovel, on the other hand as an exploration of outer space, as it can carry out some dangerous projects on the sea surface in the extremely cold environment. At the same time, some large projects can be carried out. This is a giant black mecha. There is a sketch in the project table. The sketch is a conceptual drawing made by Ying Ziyue. The drawing is exquisite. In front of a rolling glacier, 40-meter high mechas line up neatly. They marched through the ice and snow, pushing down a dangerous glacier that was about to burst. At the same time, the mechas will be the Ice Age, the most important thing in the East. Military power reserve ! 0. So the direction of the second mecha technology is not surprising. And the third picture, this is a brand new concept picture. This is a new type of spaceship, equipped with a planetary engine terrorist spacecraft. The professors of astronomy and aviation mechanics were all trembling. This kind of spacecraft is equipped with planetary engines. Once it takes shape, that scene, the radiation professors in the audience are terrified, knowing that it is not just the Eagle Nation developing spacecraft now. The East has been studying new engines since the civilization period, and now the spaceship blueprint has appeared, which has completely laid the foundation for the next East's research on outer space. At the same time, it is equipped with mecha equipment. The engineers and doctors of aviation all know that with the emergence of the sea crossing train bridge, the East will enter the era of technological mutation. The current technological products and other technological products have proved that this era has come. On the high platform, Ying Ziyue bowed slowly. In the number 1 plant of NUO University, his voice resounded throughout the audience, and in everyone's heart. You guys don't wait for time. The global fortune is already open. The next step is to fight for hegemony. Our country will pay 2 billion citizens and the power of national universities for this moment. After Ying Ziyue roared, the engineers of the whole plant also spoke in unison, guaranteed to complete the task, guaranteed to fully push our country into the era of technological mutation. It was getting dark. Ying Ziyue boarded the Snow Country train. He looked out the window in the giant carriage. The train moved slowly, passing through the metal gates of the train station. Heavy machinery and metal people began to test the outside temperature. The computer then adjusted the gates. Then the checkpoint opens the train. To speed point, looking out the window, there are always the same icebergs and snowy mountains above the ground. Ying Ziyue is now looking at the sky. For now, global islands are also a time to test the world in the east. Beside Ying Ziyue, Zhuo Yan's voice sounded. Does the winning team worry about the global disaster at the end of the next month? Ying Ziyue shook his head, and then he knew very well. Is a small earthquake, is a large-scale ice tsunami, is a sharp drop in extreme cold. These are not afraid. From the 3 years of the Ice Age during the civilization period, a total of nearly 4.5 years, the East has expended countless energy in 4.5 years of collective strength of 2 billion people, even all colleges and universities. All foreign students have built a snowy city, a snow country train, a cross-sea bridge, a mainland steel barrier, and an artificial island, and now facing the next disaster, he is not worried. He now only has hopes from the bottom of his heart. Now Ying Ziyue is just like his surname, confident and full of fighting spirit. Self-win, Ying's win, win or lose. Death Chapter 159. On January 4th, the third year of the Ice Age, there were no more roads, no crops, no verdant forests, and even the deserts that were called deadly threats. There are no more. Slices of the ocean are completely frozen, and the ghost ship has become a ship of ice sculptures in the coldest galaxy in the universe. There are planets close to absolute zero, and among the planets that revolve the sun, the coldest planet is the Earth. For thousands of years, when the steam age of the electrical age appeared, humans arbitrarily felled trees, burned a large amount of coal, charcoal, and smoked crop chemicals. At the same time, a large number of materials began to be destroyed, destroying the planet. Air pollution and volcanic eruptions. The ocean was polluted, and the hot air rose until the early arrival of the 200 million year Ice Age. This is not obtrusive, because in the vast expanse of the solar system, the Earth is just a small particle, while other planets are even smaller particles. In the long river of years, this kind of galaxy does not know how many there will be living. So it is now also called the moment of extinction of all mankind. This can also be called the moment of all mankind's decision, which is related to a certain kind of human decision. At 10 o'clock on the morning of January 4th, here is Xihai City. The snow country train is smashing, and the snow on the first floor is splashed. Now the industrial corridor of Guangqing has begun to develop fiercely, and the environmental protection #1 controllable nuclear fission factory has begun. Engine research. At the same time, on the morning of the same day, Guangqing officially announced that it was ranked first in the hot search on Weibo. The official content is as follows. Guangqing officially announced that starting from today, the completion of the industrial corridor will enter a new era of science and technology. This era is called the era of technological mutation, which means that in the future the East will study the era of mutation technology, with high efficiency and the power of the whole nation, to promote the development of mutant industries. This news caused great enthusiasm in the East, because the industrial corridor almost assumed the core of the East's infrastructure, and it also represented the 087 direction of the overall development of the East. So all trembling in the comments, because all the people felt that the small icebergs continued to break apart. This shows that an extremely terrifying island is finally coming. And a decision made by the East has already represented their determination. So under the message, the people are all quite exciting. Ziyue finally is coming. The era of science and technology is finally coming. I know, judging from the airship and steam, there are also the artificial islands of the current cross-sea train, and those giant blizzard chariots. This shows that the next research meeting in our country is extremely sacred. At least now we know that, before the next global island disaster, we have started to develop mutation technology in the first step. Korea, all universities, all vocational schools, national scientific research institutes, the national scientific research institutes in the underground Great Wall, and the national scientific research team on this subtropical continent are waiting for them to study this project, in order to deal with this glacier next. In human history, the East was the first to confront with science and technology. No one knows what the history of machinery will become. The historical trend of the East is just the beginning point, now starting to consolidate the last underground world in the West. They are also carrying out the last step of disaster defense, while the first step in the East is set for mutation technology, and the Eagle Nation is migrating in outer space. The first step of the three powers is to confront the global island disaster. The controversy caused by the Guangqing announcement is extremely high, because the people today are extremely keenly, or even acutely thinking about the next survival issue. After all, this is the ice age of hundreds of millions of years. After all, it involves the extinction of all mankind. After all, this involves the human race. The train galloped, and the sound of hoo 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 rang. Here is Xihai City, as the first tens of millions of agricultural masters in the north. The northern train station is also extremely magnificent, and the train station here is super arched and super thick. The style is not like a bird's nest, but with an oriental classical style, coupled with the magnificent architecture, so the trains come in and look quite spectacular. After entering the station, they got off the bus directly, and a group of national scientific researchers also got off the bus. After getting off the bus, the Minister of Ecology Liu Qiang took him to Win Midnight to the #1 ecological park. This greenhouse is called the #1 Animal Evolution Greenhouse. Animal evolution is the mainstay. The scientific researchers in the conference room are all conducting a projection test, which can be called a cold resistance test, an evolution plan, and structural steps. The test is a wolf. It was only a prairie wolf in the civilized period. It is a protected animal in the second level state. In the civilized period, it can adapt to the extreme cold environment of -15 degrees to -27 degrees, cause the death of wild wolves, because the prairie wolf does not have much fur. The prairie wolf is 1.2 meters tall, and has agile body. It is a major evolutionary wild animal. As the test video began, the prairie wolves were placed in a cold resistant environment. As the temperature gradually dropped, the cold resistant degree of the prairie wolves gradually appeared, but they still died in 1 year. In the second year, the prairie wolf, which was still being tested, began to change. Its fur began to grow, and its epidermis became cold resistant. In the third year, he will become more resistant to the cold. In the fourth year, the prairie wolf begins to return to nature and become a sign of a snow wolf. He can survive hard in an environment of 120 to 135 degrees. To this degree, the prairie wolf has completely reached returning to the ancestors, means that it is connected to the journey of ancestors' advancement and has successfully possessed super cold resistance. This scene is just the beginning. Snow leopards, lions, tigers, rabbits, pheasants, yaks, pigs, dogs, ducks, geese, etc. are all undergoing a 1-minute cold resistance test before poultry and wild animals, except for about 1/3 of the animals died in the plan, and the remaining animals showed vigorous vitality. They evolved cold resistance in the extreme cold, and could survive the snowstorm. This scene is simply a miracle of life. It is also a combination of several professors from the Northern College of Biology, Geology, and Biophysical Sciences who formed the team of the Life Species Outbreak Plan. This team spent everything to research and tested. Their team is to study this kind of life explosion. First, for the development of this continent for thousands of years, and second, it can be guaranteed that this continuous biological evolution will ensure a continuous source of food. After watching this after the miraculous evolution, Ying Ziyue nodded, very satisfied. At the beginning of the civilization period, he ordered the North to start studying the evolution of life species during the Ice Age, and now the first part of the evolution is completed. Behind him, Liu Qiang, Minister of Ecological Park, began to report. Leader of the report, the oxygen concentration in the North Sea has reached 72.5, and the normal oxygen concentration is 42.7. The oxygen concentration is now close to twice that of the civilization period. At the same time, the oxygen concentration in the continent was 62.1, and the oxygen concentration in the continent was 31.1 in the civilization period. The oxygen concentration in the continent has now reached twice that in the civilization period, and the global oxygen concentration has shrunk to 25.7, whether it is ocean or land. This means that breathing on the western surface in a blizzard will be depressed, and walking will appear dull. This reaction is due to the thin oxygen, which was present in the plateau areas before, but now it appears in the west. This is the oxygen concentration. The disadvantage of coming behind Win Midnight, Liu Qiang finished the report, and at the same time he spoke again. The oxygen concentration in the ocean is now twice as high as that on the mainland. Ancient extinct creatures may appear, such as giant crocodiles, dragon king whales, and even giant dinosaurs that have been extinct for millions of years. Giant centipedes, etc. appear. This means that under this triple oxygen concentration, super evolution will come. Humans were unable to develop the Cambrian for various reasons. This is the biggest blow to the theory of evolution. Now, after the global island disaster, those extinctions, the creatures may appear one by one. After Liu Qiang reported, his voice was trembling. To be precise, his voice was accompanied by fearful news, that is, the outbreak of species. Obviously, the clearest thing next is the outbreak of species. Liu Qiang was very excited. To be precise, he felt a sense of extreme depression from the times. After all, every city in the east now has a sense of mechanical magic. Some of the mechas developed by the southern factory are giant mechas, and the same is true for the cross-sea bridge point. The same is true for the development of the north now, and some large terrestrial and marine creatures will appear in the following development. This seems to be a heavy signal, that is, the eastern continent will become a magical continent, which can be understood as dinosaurs rampant. Pterosaurs roared in the sky, giant trains were galloping, and blizzard forklifts were shoveling snow. Technology and ancient creatures were mixed together, which was very magical. Walking out of the ecological paradise, standing on the roof of the train station, the cold wind blew, and the hail kept coming. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows stood tall, and Ying Ziyue looked ahead with piercing eyes. Behind him, Zhuo Yan took out the drawings from the National Research Institute. The first drawing appeared, with a large line written on it. During the 3 years of the Ice Age, Dongfang began to inject anti-gene drugs into the next generation of new humans. The height grows to 1.9 meters. At the same time, the body is tall, burly, muscular, and resistant to cold. This is the first generation of genetic medicine, and it is also the scientific research direction of the Northern Research Team. Then the second wave is also a brand new cold-resistant agent. This is called the second generation cold-resistant agent. In the following, humans can adapt to the ocean and draw oxygen from the ocean, because the future development of the East is mainly based on the ocean. So a strong and cold-resistant body can quickly adapt to the ocean. Extracting oxygen from the ocean also means that the future development of the East will be dominated by the ocean. 2 drawings, printed in the heart of every professor of genetics and biology. Afterwards, all the senior executives of the Supernatural Special Research Institute evacuated, leaving a biological team to assist in the research of this genetic medicine. At this moment, the Eco Park, the level behind the train, begins to open, and the senior management of the Special Research Institute still has an important thing to do, and that is to defend against the global islands. And inside the train station, the heads of major biological research institutes in Xihai City are still ringing in their ears. To win the midnight point, the north opens the era of technological mutation, and the south opens genetic mutations, complementing each other. This is what I think, what the east wants to do. When midnight returns with the train, the director of biology, Zhuo Liting, looked at the distance, looked at the snow outside Xihai City, and looked at the crowds of people. He only felt that after the next genetic evolution, once the research began, then he really walked into a super unknown road. This road, no one knows what it will be, what will happen. 0. The train station conference room is a bit quiet. The first generation of genetic medicine, the second generation of genetic medicine, what will this cause? Liu Qiang, Minister of Ecological Park, asked, looking at Zhuo Liting. It means that the average height of the people in the east is 1.9 meters, and they are strong and burly missiles. They can adapt to oxygen in the ocean. They mainly develop in the ocean. They don't even need to wear a cold-resistant oxygen mask, and can walk alone in the city. Besides, this is the evolutionary journey of mankind. Then equipped with the industrial corridors of northern cities, supplemented by the technological mutation in the north, coupled with the current trend of genetic evolution, I don't know what the future of the East will look like, but I know that once it takes place, it will be the most terrifying. So the first step starts with the global island disaster. Zhuo Liting was extremely excited. From this moment on, the Northern City Biological Research Institute and Biological Research University, in the classroom, every professor has received the news that everyone here is a master of biogenetics. Professor Liu Zian, Class 2 of Beicheng Biological College, wrote a few large characters on the blackboard, Eastern Human Genetic Evolution. After writing these large characters, there was a long smile on his mouth because there are two big characters, the first generation height, physical plan, the second generation, the ocean absorbs oxygen, and a comprehensive ocean development plan. This means that the East wants to develop the ocean, and the people in the East must reach the ultimate physique, and at the same time they can play in the ocean. At this moment in the classroom, the schoolmaster is exploded. If it develops in this way, then I can almost see that they have not chosen the direction of evolution in the West, because the direction of evolution is too difficult, but the East has chosen to evolve the body and adapt to the ocean. My country's development is an industrial corridor for marine development. The future is simply terrible. You must know that this is an ice age of tens of thousands of years. Humans must evolve to a perfect level to fight against. Our country's preparations have indeed begun. Long live the great country. Professor, I can only say that I feel that a new era is coming. The level of horror in this new era is almost terrifying. From this moment on, this scene was happening in all major elite colleges and universities, and the academic tyrants were exclaiming, and the whole country was slowly implementing it. The Snow Country train arrived at Tianjin at 5 p.m. on the 4th. Ying Ziyue walked out of the station, got on the red flag car, and was sent all the way to the inner city. In the community, Ying Ziyue received vegetables, eggs, beef, chicken, and fresh fish, 60s, crabs, and went straight home. After receiving the food, he only followed Ziyue Yan. Parents haven't got off work at 5 o'clock. Recently, public officials are maintaining and managing major new district projects, so they are very busy. On the way back home, the inner city is busy. The hot blast furnace is increasing reinforcement. The wall is covered with aerogel laminating machine. The steam pipe is undergoing final reinforcement protection. The fountain in the city is also starting to increase, and the water temperature is starting to increase. All of this is to resist the imminent global island disaster. Next, other places above the surface of the East are also doing reinforcement projects, because small earthquakes and other disasters will strike. In short, not only this city, but other cities are also undergoing a lot of operations, all of which are doing everything. Do your best to make this city perfect. Ziyue Yan's voice also rang. Due to the disaster, the team leader is now trying its best to make every city perfect. In short, from this moment on, every car is doing its best to reach the extreme, and every city is trying its best to wait for the global island's advent. Ying Ziyue nodded, and he continued to move forward. He was not in a hurry for the changes in front of him. Dongfang had fought so many disasters and never feared any of them. When I got home, the basic 3 dishes and 1 soup, steamed crabs, spicy fried flour gar, spicy fried chicken. The staple food is pancakes, rice, noodles, and a green vegetable, tofu. No one would have thought that the food in the East during the Ice Age was still so rich. The West is still eating dry bread. In contrast, agriculture is too obvious. Although there is such a rich supply of food on the table, no one will waste a little, including winning the midnight, because everyone knows that everything is hard won now. After eating, Ziyue Yan spoke. Winning team, next is the development of technology or genetics. Ziyue Yan said. After a moment of silence, Ying Ziyue spoke. Southern technology is mutated evolution, and the North is genetic evolution, but the direction of evolution in the East is I want it all. His voice became firm. Not only need the evolution of the two epochs, but also make this confrontation, the global island confrontation, perfect. Ying Ziyue opened his eyes and his eyes were far away. At this moment, he seemed to have come to the sky above the earth. His gaze was far away and divided into many directions. He seemed to see that a meteor in the south was about to take shape, and he saw the people of the East evolve into the most perfect human beings, and the last scene was a showdown in the East after the full level, a scene of the global islands. Chapter 160. In this era of disasters, not only projects in various countries are developing, but disasters are also spreading. The third year of the Ice Age. In the chronicle, blizzards, hail, avalanches, glaciers, cold waves, etc. A series of disasters are all recorded, but this time in the chronicle is the most terrifying, and most capable of destroying the world. There is no one global island. As the name implies, the era of global islands means that the major plates of the world collide, and at the same time it will cause the temperature of the glaciers to flow between the north and the south, which will cause the global coastal earthquakes and small-scale earthquakes in inland cities. At the same time, with the exception of the eastern grasslands Aro's country, the remaining plates will split into islands after this collision earthquake. Above the surface, a wave of extreme cold will strike again, and last for 1 to 5 years. This set can be defined as -120 degrees to -150 degrees. At this temperature, cold air appears in the form of liquid nitrogen. This is the extreme cold that can freeze roads and bunkers. Chronicle January 10th. 3rd. Small-scale earthquakes occurred in coastal cities. The magnitude of earthquakes ranged from 3.025 to 4.57. At the same time, the seawater of major coastal cities was rising again, and disasters occurred all over the world. This gave the world a warning that a continuous disaster was imminent. On January 20th of the 3 years of the chronicle, the global equilibrium air began to cool down on this day. Before that, it was finally -120 degrees. This was the year from the glacier to the third year. The surface temperature was basically -120 degrees, but the average temperature above the surface has now reached -128 degrees, and it starts to increase at 0.5 degrees every day, which means that the extreme cold temperature continues to increase. At the same time, the landmarks nowadays are not just hurricanes and hail, but a generation of frost, which means that everything above basically begins to be frozen until everything on the surface is completely transformed into ice crystals, except for supervolcanic eruptions. Outside the 5 oceans, the remaining glaciers are frozen again, similar to the basic thickness of the northern and southern glaciers reaching more than 180 meters on January 26th of the third year. This was the day that the Global Meteorological Bureau warned. During the civilization period, the Southern Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau and the Northern Glacier Ayres Meteorological Bureau were all frozen in the cold wave. The subsequent meteorological bureaus are all top meteorological bureaus in nearly 10 countries, including the scientific research institutes of major countries, the Rose Country, the Desert Country, the East, and the Kawasaki Country. They communicated on major news platforms to announce to all mankind that it is forbidden to go out. The notice from the West is that it is forbidden to go to the surface to do reinforcement work, and at the same time, do a good job of vigilance to prevent cracks and other things from happening. In the East, going out of the city is forbidden, and any large-scale operations are forbidden. The announcements written by the Meteorological Bureau are, "Please prepare for the whole people. A disaster that will exterminate all mankind is about to come." From this moment, the underground world began to show many changes. On the 26th, at 12 o'clock noon, here is the food distribution center in the underground city of Mars. Everyone's food has increased. Every day, 3 slices of bread, 1 package of dehydrated vegetables, 1 package of sauce. Some senior engineers can receive some steak. This is already a very high-end food. At the same time, when the work of the first ton is being processed, that is, on the ground of each dungeon, those engineers with workers in cold-resistant clothing began to reinforce and lay the foam wall foam in the small seismic zone at the surface. Cracks. Silk. This is to prevent extreme cold from intruding into the ground from the cracks at the same time. It can also ensure that the underground temperature will not decrease, and that the underground constant temperature will be normal, so that humans can be suitable, starting directly from the state of Mars, another state, a city, an underground city, a community, etc. The bubble above the surface. The wall reinforcement works are beginning, and overall, the reinforcement work has reached the final step point in the underground city. The laying of the support frame is about to be completed. This is a comprehensive support for the underground city. This is similar to a giant iron column. The railway is equipped with steel mesh. This is to prevent ground pressure, such as glacier fragmentation, or because of earthquake caused by crustal movement and ground collapse. Once collapsed, these people in the ground are equivalent to being submerged, so this kind of support frame is extremely important. From the beginning of 2 years to the present, 1 by 1, 7 or 8 meters wide, 40 to 50 meters high, giant steel support frames stand majestically. The major engineering colleges and universities of the Rose Country led the team. In the second step, the underground support frame of each underground state is fixed and is about to be completed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, major Western reporters and a large number of senior officials from the National Security Institute were conducting the last inspection. This is the last inspection, which is to check the stability and tenacity of each underground city. Check the dungeon's compressive strength under the pressure of small-scale earthquakes, ice, tsunamis, and extreme cold temperatures, and then simulate tests, major pipeline tests, and support frame tests. The images of this test are also broadcast. Right. In the test, Rose Nation also showed the splendor of the underground city. For the first time, they let the public know what is splendor. That is, the underground states began to connect to form a transportation channel. This is a huge underground channel. Then the underground new energy train transports materials, and the new energy transportation belt in the surface channel is transporting soil. This scene is almost the initial state of an underground civilization, and it is perfectly displayed all over the world. Therefore, this has given many white people self-confidence. The inspection work ended at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. National Security Minister Roddy said the last paragraph on the screen. This paragraph also represents his attitude and confidence in the next disaster. Gentlemen and ladies, I'm Minister of State Security Roddy. First of all, I welcome you to successfully resist the blizzards and cold waves of the Ice Age, as well as the tsunami, and now the last disaster is coming. We can call it this continuous small-scale earthquake, the rapid cooling of liquid nitrogen above the surface, the large-scale impact of the ice-bound tsunami in coastal cities, and the division of plates into islands. So in the following, you will really see that the continents on the earth will begin to be torn apart like those fragments. So you can call it a miracle or a dungeon project. It is a catastrophe for all mankind. In short, the next thing will be related to the final survival of all mankind. So it's time to witness. Our underground city has been built for 4 years. The power of the whole West is also the best witness in the West. I hope we will become the only one on this planet. Those who exist, we will also prove that we are still kings. After Roddy's speech, the hottest Twitter search is the first. That is, the Western Underground City project is completed. Under Twitter, the white people of Rose Country have only one basic comment. The dungeon that took nearly 4 years has consumed all the industrial and agricultural industries in the West, and has withstood the cold wave and blizzard. As a white man, I believe we can resist perfectly, and become a world power zero. I believe in underground cities, and I also believe in the power of the West. This is the greatest confidence as a white man. From this moment on, the global island disaster is imminent. For the first time, the Rose Kingdom announced that the defense project was ready, and the whole people were cheering. Far above the surface of the east beyond the sea, the full-level projects made an eagerness to cheer. The full-level Danfang project is already waiting for disaster. Chapter 161. The Minister of Disaster of the United States of Roses in the 3 years of the glacier. January 25th. Minister Roddy officially announced the official launch of the Rose Nation Defense Project. The total defense project is divided into 3 steps, which will be announced on the internet. The first step is to strengthen the foam wall above the surface, which is used for the crack gwyn above the surface and the surface defense canyon. This is the first layer, surface protection. For the second time, the underground city support frame was used for reinforcement to prevent collapse. The third step is a comprehensive project, which has not been announced and adopted top secret. At the same time, this is the Eagle Nation. Unlike the dungeons of the Rose Nation, the Eagle Nation is a series of undulating semi-underground bunkers, which are similar to the chimneys standing on the white snow. So far, the Eagle Nation, those scenic tourist cities, are still being flooded by wind and snow. The glacier standing tall around these cities made the sound of collapse, and the collapsed glaciers began to impact these bunker survivor bases. Those bunkers were the most important in the city, and some were submerged by the glacier standing majestically in the sky. Blizzard's voice was not loud, but the chill and suppressed disaster aura permeated the audience. In the Eagle Nation, only those high-level members and high-level bunkers will shovel snow on the surface, because the temperature above the surface is now initially close to the form of liquid nitrogen. Those pieces of white snow, pieces of clouds and mist are like liquid nitrogen. The engineering trucks, snow shovel, and cold-resistant suits above the ground. After more than 2 hours, only those aviation suits made of the most precious materials could barely resist. However, the cost of this aviation suit is high, and there are not so many aviation suits for large-scale snow shoveling on the floor in Eagle Country. Therefore, only a few central cities can carry out procedures to prevent the crisis of flooding. In the 3 years of the glacier, the city of SYNOPSIS, the main city of the Eagle Nation, is located at the highest point of the great nation of the Eagle Nation. It is surrounded by plains, which guarantees the stability and stability of the city. The main city of SYNOPSIS. This is a tourist city with Germanic, Indian, and medieval machine steam, and a total style of tourism. At the same time, it has a huge area. It is also a city of racing cars, a flagship city, and a city of graffiti. Now it has changed. It became a large medieval bunker city with a total population of 12.75 million, ranking 4th in the world after the Ice Age disaster on January 25th. The ancient city of SYNOPSIS was on its last defense, as a super bunker with a population of more than tens of millions. This bunker has a great reinforcement work. There are patrol engineers on the periphery to carry out grid reinforcement and reinforcement works to prevent small-scale earthquakes. After the city uses 1885 mechanical prismatic infrastructure, the project can ensure that the movement of objects remains unchanged under the movement of the Earth's crust, and that the bunker will not collapse and collapse. Eagle Country engineers have conducted hundreds of simulations and finally decided to use this reinforcement project because now the frost in the form of liquid nitrogen is beginning to be covered in layers. The danger has come, and there is not much time. The staff wearing cold-resistant suits on the board are undergoing final reinforcement. Their spacesuits have been stained with a layer of frost, which can be said to be extremely frightening. In the center of the main city of SYNOPSIS, Minister Arif, his speech rang from the central square in the semi-underground bunker with a shocking voice. Gentlemen and ladies, the next moment will be the time to determine the fate of all mankind. Small-scale earthquakes, large-scale ice-bound tsunamis. There are also large-scale extreme cold on the ground and the attack of liquid nitrogen, which will cause the 3 waves of disasters merge to form a wave of disasters capable of exterminating all mankind. So next, every bunker and all mankind must unite to fight the crisis of extinction. Alep's voice is full of shock, and it also carries the power of inspiration. His voice roars through the bunker, and the bunker is excitedly opened and finally strengthened. At the moment his voice sounded, in each bunker, the interior floor heating of the bunker was also undergoing the final laying work. The undulating areas inside the blocks also started the major construction of the floor heating. So the temperature in the bunker began to rise, and the temperature it began to rise, which ensured that the temperature in the bunker was suitable for human survival. The dark night began to come, the wind and snow roared, and now a dark bunker stands in the wind and snow. The civilized city they represent has been submerged. Only the semi-underground and fully enclosed bunker remains. The bunker is divided into a well-ordered bunker. The community is divided into 7 levels according to economic wealth, ethnicity, etc. In this kind of community, projects are started again and again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, here is the international student community of SMIR underground bunker second community. Looking up 70 meters above, you can see a triangular ceiling, which is equivalent to a full covered ceiling, which looks a bit spectacular, but this is not the most miraculous scene. The most miraculous scene is that in every community nowadays, underfloor heating pipes are being laid unsteadily. At the same time, along with bursts of semi-buried blast furnace underground pipes, heating begins to appear. The temperature of the underground bunker communities is getting higher, and the overall temperature of the giant bunker is also getting higher. In short, after Alep's order, the whole bunker has entered a fully enclosed protection state. The engineering team above the surface is maintaining. The floor heating device within the surface is laying, and the laying of the ceiling on the surface is also in progress. In the outer space launching bunkers, a number of outer spaceships and rockets are also launching. In the frost of liquid nitrogen, one rocket launches to the outer space, and some rockets encounter a snowstorm falling in the middle, flying into the sky. This is from the two major plans of the Eagle Nation, fully enclosed bunker, and outer space migration. They are all beginning point. In short, the 3 years of the Ice Age began on January 25th. The two major Western Eagle countries and the Rose country both started two major projects. The first is the reinforcement of the underground world, and the second is the bunker, reinforcement and heating installations. January 27th. The 3 years of the glacier. This is a subtropical continent, and now the east has completely taken shape. Here is Xihai City. As a giant agricultural city in the east, the transportation equipment and the explosion of species life here are extremely important point. Therefore, at the Xihai motorboat airport now, I saw trucks pulling giant engines, and a supergiant airship appeared in the center of the airport. This is a very large motorboat capable of accommodating 10,000 people. It is like a rectangular cloud on top. There are only 2 words written with the majestic Yan Huang point. The style of the airship presents the appearance of an oriental dragon. This is an army green dragon, which looks majestic and majestic. These engines are the first engines from the Southern Industrial Corridor. The engines use preliminary controllable nuclear fusion and use nuclear power as the engine. Powerful giant engines, which can ensure the transportation of a large number of people and a large amount of goods. And now is the time for the airship to take off point. From now on, Xihai takes the airship airport. The giant airship docked in the center of the airport point. Minister of Ecology Liu Kayang, Minister of Xihai Cheng Liyuan, and Minister Zhao Guofeng who came to inspect, and a group of people waved at the same time. And then there was a roar of cracked engines. A scene of horror appeared. That is, the giant airship began to slowly flying to the sky point. This feeling is like half a city has taken off, especially now that the blizzard and snow are roaring. But the airship's super engine roars. The aerogel graphene wind layer is full, showing the terrifying temperature, insulation and propulsion ability. So the airship started a giant propulsion flight, and this epic scene appeared. Zhao Guofeng watched this scene with great satisfaction. Very well. In the next, it will be a super airship. It will be a super era. This kind of airship can be used for large scale transportation. Very good. It can transport materials and large tools. After Zhao Guofeng finished speaking, the other senior executives all smiled and nodded, and they at least sat down in the first step point. The sky is silver, but an army green airship destroys the silver. It is as magical as the Black Steel City and complements the Black Ecological Paradise point. Now the eastern and northern cities look very magical. The ecological paradise is undulating. The airships fly into the sky. The city walls appear more and more technological magic, and the graphene technology shines. Every residential building has added super concentrated solar energy. So this scene makes the people in the east extremely excited. Some people are afraid of disasters. Some people are waiting for disasters. And now the East has prepared so much for the sake of waiting for this disaster. So the East is fearless. Guangcheng Industrial Corridor. In the city of Guangcheng, bursts of blasting roars rang out. In the steel factory, only giant manipulable mechas came out. This is similar to giant robots. During the civilization period, humans have made many giant robots. They are nothing but giants. Armor, giant mecha device, and so on. Point. Boom boom boom. Along with the roar, the black mechas roared like a mountain. The core of this mecha was manned. So when the 40-meter high mecha walked on the street, the people on the roadside were taking pictures and discussing excitedly. Right. Point. Because the direction of these mechas is unexpectedly outside the city. There are a total of 10 mechas on the road. Each mecha has an average height of 40 meters. The surface layer of lattice metal is used. The inner layer is mechanical and steel devices, and the energy hub is cocoa and push. The mecha is equipped with an iceberg knockdown device, which means that the mecha can carry out some large-scale projects. When a row of mechas walked out of the city, then the right arm of the mechas turned into a huge large drill bit, and turned around, and started to crack. The nearest iceberg in the city was accompanied by the sound of a cracking drill bit. I saw the iceberg start to crash, collapsed, and the mecha walked out of the cracked glacier without incident. From now on, 10 nonsense lines are lined up in front of Guangcheng Bicheng. This scene is stunning and shocking. Before, the National Research Institute developed this kind of mecha, and now it's time to take shape. The students in the colleges and universities in the city are extremely excited, and they are all cheering and talking excitedly. Ocean University, Mechanical Energy School, students are all standing on the North City, watching the 10 mechas stand in a row and learn to dominate chems in a row and speak excitedly. In the era of mecha mutation, equipped with the current airship, our technology has really mutated. No one thought that before. Everyone thought that the future is a technology that is more terrifying than contemporary technology, and that the Earth technology will be promoted from 0.7 to 1. But now the East tells the world that the mech has appeared, the airship has appeared, the disaster is coming, and our country is ready. Zuba Chenzino's voice was shocked and excited, because now there were 10 giant, 40-meter high super mechas in front of him. Behind him are giant push icebreakers that are still driving in the fragmented glacier. Flat aircraft carriers, giant mechanical steamships, giant icebreakers were galloping in the ice, and the fully enclosed icebreakers showed a push. Those tens of meters thick ice layer was directly shattered, and a large piece of ice layer was all shattered and shattered. Approaching the tens of thousands meter long flat panel aircraft carrier showed a burst like push. Tens of thousands of engines burst to promote this scene. The picture of this scene was almost trembling. Of mechas and more, these pictures let every Oriental student know that our country is ready. This is a feast for all mankind. It is also a feast for the whole world. It is also the extinction of mankind. The final moment of confrontation. Chapter 162. January 28th. In the 3 years of the Ice Age. At this moment, the disasters brought by islands around the world began to come. From then on, the glaciers from the north and the south began to gather together, the extreme cold began to decline, and the waves of regions began to decline rapidly. From this moment on, the temperature of the glaciers in the north and south has been close to -degrees, and liquid nitrogen has completely appeared. Both the Eagle Nation and the Rose Nation began to experience this extreme cold. This is a picture visible to the naked eye. From this moment on, some of the projects prepared in the world have begun, because of the extreme cold, ice, tsunami and earthquake, all have begun to come. Now the first wave is extremely cold in liquid nitrogen. The Rose Country, 0 years ago, was called America, and the original inhabitants here were Indians. It is now called the Forbidden Land of the Earth, because the current wind and frost has condensed into liquid nitrogen. Pieces of wind and frost swept through Mars State, Hokurizal, Fuzhou, and Rukali-2C State. The surface of the tens of millions of giant states, even 40 to 50 tens of millions of giant states, is covered with frost, and the temperature is falling. This is just the first step before the disaster, but even so, it has already begun to cause large-scale losses. Hawkari State, which is divided into nearly 800 underground communities, is a state dominated by agriculture and livestock industry. It is mainly foreign-oriented import and export. Therefore, the agricultural industry here is extremely intensive, and the working hours are 16 hours a day. At the same time, food is scarce. And now at 55 meters underground, huge support frames are being handled. On the traffic road, a white man is leading a horse. They are looking at the vibration from above the surface from time to time. Boom boom boom. Hoo-hoo, the roaring sound continued, and the waves of vibration continued. This was the sound of frost freezing, the sound of those high-rise buildings collapsing and collapsing by ice and snow, and then the sky was still getting dust from time to time, which was caused by the vibration. Tens of thousands of white people walked out of the underground residential buildings. There were also groups of people on the road. They all watched as the soil layer began to change from grey to silvery white, and then the silvery white became more and more dense. A piece of silvery white began to cover, and the support frames were all covered by ice crystals. And then there was a scream. Because of the extreme cold invaded, liquid nitrogen and frost are starting to invade the ground. The scream did not continue, because under this kind of ice, the pedestrians in the residential buildings and underground communities hardly made any struggling response. Their epidermis began to turn silvery white, and then the fleshy tissue, fibrous tissue, muscle layer, and fat. The layers were all covered by ice crystals, and then turned into ice crystals from the inside to the outside, and finally, the body became crystal clear ice sculptures. This is just the beginning. And then the Rose Country, major underground radio stations, community radio stations, and car radio stations issued a freeze warning sound, and a sharp creaking warning sounded. This is simply a nightmare on Earth. Every community, every white person knows that the extinction disaster is coming. From now on, they knew. Only in the first wave, some states in the dungeon of Rose Nation had already fallen, which shows that this time is terrible. At this moment, Harry, wailing ceaselessly, God, save us. Is mankind really going to be extinct? Why? This underground community has given all of our projects and all of our strength. Why did we still have no resistance after all? Is this disaster so terrifying? From now on, every state will start to freeze. There are nearly 100 million civilians in Harry's state. Now it is frozen. The disaster of extinction is really coming. Boom boom boom. This is a terrifying wave of cold waves, starting from the underground cracks invading. Waves of bursting cold waves swept through those underground passages and underground communities. All the steam pipes were instantly frozen, and all the glass where the new energy vehicles were changed into a terrifying ice sculpture point. This is the most desperate scene in true history. Groups of people have become ice sculptures. Once there are cracks in the underground world, the West cannot resist it. This is a real disaster. The Mars National Security Institute, the official meteorological center, is here, and the pictures of underground cities in each state are shown in the conference room. The pictures of Halleck State are broadcast throughout the whole process. Deputy Minister Roddy, Minister Thomas, and Massachusetts University Stan College, some colleges and universities as well as major councilors all watch the scene of ice sculptures in front of them. Minister Roddy roared loudly, "Order the passage of Herrick to be blocked. The cold wave is strictly forbidden to invade." At the same time, the major cracks are detected to prevent the cold wave from attacking. This is simply a disaster for all mankind. Once the climate enters through the cracks, there is nothing to resist, Roddy ordered. Behind him, Deputy Minister Thomas spoke, "Mr. It is not just the West now. The next bunker in the Eagle Country, as well as the cities on the surface of the East, will also encounter this kind of horrible problem. No one can avoid it. They will all disappear in this kind of disaster. Yeah, it's desperate." Thomas smiled bitterly. Point now is really just the beginning, and it is the beginning for the whole world. Point, because from now on, Rose Country has posted a super warning on Twitter for the first time. The warning content is every house must close the windows to prevent the cold wave from entering and detect underground cracks at the same time. The National Guard and other teams all appear just for this all-mankind showdown. It is 10 o'clock on the morning of January 26th. Which is the moment when the sun breaks, and is also a diners listed in the chronicles, because this is the first time, since the Ice Age, that mankind faces the imminent extinction of all races. And this is just the beginning. The disaster now is only the first step, and no one knows what will happen next. It is 12 o'clock, and this is the Eagle Country. Now in every bunker in the country, the giant horns in the bunker emit a squeaky sharp reminder. There is only one reason for the reminder, and that is to prevent the next disaster. This is the main city of SME. The outer wall was reinforced, and the inner floor heating device was built before. At the same time, the major teams carried out the final installation, but after the extreme cold came, everyone was desperate, because a city next to it has disappeared. SME was close to the city of Erif. In the SME meeting room, a wave of explosions sounded from the roof of the L bunker. The surface of the bunker and the foam insulating layer made the sound of clicking. The foam insulation layer began to freeze quickly under the liquid nitrogen, and all mankind should witness the frightening scene before them. This scene can be truly called the purgatory on Earth, because the foam layer was directly frozen and cracked, and then those giant bunkers, individual chimneys were frozen and cracked, broken, and glaciers collided. Some bunkers were directly exploded, exploding a crack, and then the howling frost began to enter these. Inside the bunker, then an extremely cold storm struck, and a wailing sound came from the bunker. God save us, we shouldn't have suffered such a disaster. The storm hits, the cold wind rages, and the super disaster hits. What kind of temperature is this? This is completely in the form of liquid nitrogen, almost sweeping everything. All are frozen and cracked, and no one can survive. This is an old man from the Eagle Nation wailing. He watched the cold wave coming, and finally showed a pessimistic smile in despair, and then turned into an ice sculpture. This scene was really just the beginning, and the foreign students who were still working in the bunker also trembled all over. Underneath them is a warm floor heating device, but there is a layer of frost covered in front of them. International student Ying Ziyue just raised his hands, and then the ice crystals began to cover the arms. He only felt the arm stiffness for a while, and then the consciousness began to disappear. At the last moment, he finally knew what was called the Ice Age, and at the same time he thought of the East. The West is almost doomed, so can the East survive it? Jack, the minister of the main city of Xihai, was also trembling and frightened, and he was also in awe. Scenes of frost cover, scenes of extreme cold cover. Human beings truly witness what is called the Ice Age. At this moment, Minister Jack issued a call for the whole people. From now on, we will enter a state of preparation for the whole people. Check every crack in the bunker, and issue an escape command to outer space, to prevent the spacecraft from being affected, because this involves the extinction of mankind. In outer space, we may be the last life of mankind, because it is too terrible now. Now, I predict that in the future, the West will lose 9/10, and 1/10 will be left. Everyone, this is a disaster of extinction, or even the disaster of extinction. Jack's voice is trembling. In every underground bunker, whether it is a foreign student, a white person, a native of the Eagle country, or an individual foreigner, they are all wailing and listening, and they are all trembling sound. The wailing voice resounded. The disaster of extinction is coming, and the frost in the form of liquid nitrogen is coming. This is simply a superstorm. This is only the first step of mankind. Then, what is the extent of the second step earthquake and the third step ice tsunami? Humans, really, can you face it? Good promise? A disaster of this scale will sweep everything, overwhelm everything, and consume everything, the international student said in despair. This is the number 77 bunker for international students. Most of them are foreign students from all over the world. Among them, the Oriental students are the main ones. In this bunker, the Oriental students listened to the announcement from the main city. Thousands of international students were desperate. They are trembling in this kind of warm bunker, because the terrifying whistling storm outside is still continuing, and with layers of freezing and cracking, it shows that the foam wall outside has been frozen and cracked again. Zhao looked at the east, and then at the west. His voice was a little sad. You are now in the underground world of the Eagle Nation, and there is also the sound of cracking from all continents, which means that the extremely cold storm has also invaded from the underground cracks, and the desert country colossal nation, and so on are all suffering from disasters. Now is the time when all mankind is extinct. I don't know what to say. I only know that the first wave of disasters in history has come. All we can do is pray and wait. Behind Zhao Liu Yang, an international student, couldn't help but speak. As for the East, how strong we are now in the East. It is said that they are moving towards genetic mutation and mecha-technology mutation. They may be able to fight against it. Liu Yang said. Behind Liu Yang, several international students were talking. Yeah, what will happen to the East? You must know that liquid nitrogen is already present on the surface. So can they really be able to fight it? Is their infrastructure really okay? We can't fight against this kind of bunker. The underground city is coming. It is impossible to fight against it. In the East, this disaster is too terrible. No country can fight against this disaster. The overseas student and Ran smiled bitterly. Zhao didn't speak, because the sound of freezing and cracking on the surface continued. He just looked at the direction of the east. In this stormy weather, the signal is about to collapse, unless the satellite is turned on, so no one knows what the east will look like at this moment. If there really is a God in this world, looking at it from the perspective of God, you will see that the world is now not only snowy, but visibility is 50 centimeters, because 50 centimeters away is all liquid nitrogen. full of frost storms. Liquid nitrogen is the horrible frost that freezes everything, and everything, whether it is steel or anything else, will be frozen. So now the survival rate on the Earth's surface is close to zero. Everything outside the city is frozen. Those snow-capped mountains have completely turned into icebergs. The 5 oceans, the largest flat ocean, is also frozen. And the rest of the sea is also frozen. 3 years of the Ice Age. For the first time the world knows what is called the ultimate extinction disaster. And this is just the beginning, because there will be small-scale earthquakes and tsunamis, and then it will be over. But even so, every underground state in the West, every half-ground bunker, is constantly shattered and frozen, and more people are incarnate as ice sculptures. And countless wailing, despair, and crying sounds are ringing. Thoroughly, the entire West is almost desperate point, and no one in the East knows what's going on in the East. As the picture of the stratosphere gradually blurred, the liquid nitrogen storm gradually became larger, and the picture came to the East. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. On January 28th, the 3 years of the Rose Country Ice Age. 28. This day, the West will remember it to the death, because from the 27th, the first disaster on the global islands began to erupt, and the surface showed a liquid nitrogen storm. This caused a large number of underground and above ground projects in the West to be frozen, and humans became ice sculpture. It was also on this day that the sky was still dark at 9 o'clock on the morning of the 28th in Eagle Country. The direct lights on the periphery of each bunker were hurriedly lit up, accompanied by the sound of clicking. Giant lighthouses lit up outside the bunker, illuminating the gloomy disaster surface point at the entrance of the bunker. Groups of people began to wear aviation suits and cold-resistant suits, and other comprehensive clothing, wearing oxygen masks, began to whistle in liquid nitrogen in blizzards, and began to defend against hail in extremely cold and severe weather under the lights. The central city broadcast also sounded like a split. The content of the broadcast is as follows: in order to prevent the rapid invasion of the next extreme cold weather, causing a large number of casualties, the meteorological team and other professors and doctors decided to conduct a final protection of the bunker next. Please cooperate with all people. In short, it can be understood as tearing down the glaciers around the city, tearing down the walls of the city center, high-rise buildings, and laying a super foam close to 10 meters thick on the most basic layer, and then finally blasting. Then the glacier falls, the high-rise buildings burst, and then they form with a defensive layer tens of meters thick. This method is the most crude and effective in the coming cold wave. Now the voice of the battle hymn is being broadcast on the broadcast. This is the battle hymn of the Eagle Nation, and the whirring voice resounds inside and outside the bunker. Teams began to install blasting devices. Some people's cold-resistant clothing began to condense, and then the ice crystals broke and shattered. In the next 2 minutes, these people turned into a hard ice sculpture from the inside out. This was the price. They needed zero, while paying the cost of casualties. Blasting is installed at the same time. This is the last trump card of the Eagle Nation, because this is only the 28th. The disaster has 2 days to go. No one knows how terrifying the next 2 days on the 29th and 30th. So the surface blasting defense almost represents the final survival of the Eagle Nation. In the main city of Xihai, in the silver and clean conference room of the disaster center, the head of the headquarters, Dick, held a cigar in his hand, but he did not ignite it for a long time, because he looked at the scientific research institutes outside the city, the meteorological team and the staff. The news was frozen. His heart couldn't calm down. Now Minister Dick is looking in the direction of the east. His eyes are complicated and solemnly looking at the east. He doesn't know what to say. He wondered what the east was like now. At 10 AM on the 28th. This is the United States of Roses. Here, the Rose Kingdom is also carrying out the last wave of defense. That is, the pipelines of each state are closed to prevent the intrusion of extremely cold air due to the pipelines. This is a cruel order, because this order is equivalent to giving up some rescue. So it is extremely cruel. Roddy, the head of the meeting room of the Mars State Underground National Security Institute, is closing his eyes, and the deputy ministers behind him are reporting bad news one by one. Mr. Minister, there is a serious shortage of food now. Each person can only guarantee 2 slices of bread a day. Heavy industry has ceased. At the same time, a large amount of food reserves are being consumed. There is also the agricultural Has state being submerged by frost, and there may be a food crisis next. After the Has state is submerged, the agricultural industry will stop developing for a period of time. We are not sure how long the food can last. But then each person can only serve 2 slices of bread a day. Is the last state 2 state underground passage closed? Deputy Minister Thomas reported that he was in a strong body, but at this moment, his previous unruly face also carried worry and panic. Roddy nodded, and finally waved slowly. Let's start. Order. From this moment on, the Rose Country has entered a closed list. From now on, every state has been closed, transportation pipelines are closed, train pipelines are closed, and every state has entered a closed state. From now on, this is about the survival of all mankind. So tell the people, please understand. After giving this order, Roddy seemed to be carrying a mountain on his back, because he knew that this order would cause huge controversy. But this is the best way. At 4 PM on the 28th. When the setting sun was about to overwhelm everything, a burst scene appeared. That was the beginning of the Eagle Nation. There was a sound of blasting from the original civilized cities, the blasting of those high-rise buildings, the glaciers bursting, and the blockhouses were covered up, like these giant broken bricks, broken tiles and cracked stones. Buried those giant bunkers. The traces of the bunker in the Eagle Nation have disappeared. Their final defense has also been activated. That is, using glaciers and shattering high-rise buildings as a bedding, covering the bunker, resisting disasters such as extreme cold. And now in the country of roses, a shocking sound of the closing of steel gates sounded, and the underground passages of each state and state were closed. Everyone was hiding in their homes, looking at them with fear. Everyone felt a sense of it. The pressure is spreading. At the same time, at this moment, the Eagle Nation and the Rose Nation conducted a satellite video connection. The center of the picture is the meeting room of the National Security Institute. Roddy is standing in front of the meeting room. In front of him is a large screen. On the screen is the Minister of Eagle Country Dick. There is only one content, and that is to start transmitting the current full picture of the Earth through the space station. Dick speaks behind the door in the picture. Gentlemen and ladies, this kind of picture will be spread on the big screen in every city, every place, every country should see the current trend of disasters. As Dick's voice ended, the satellite images began to be broadcast on the big screen. From now on, in every underground city gymnasium, every underground engineering team, and every civilian community in Eagle Country, the pictures are being broadcast live. This is a high definition picture taken from the space station. There is no sound in the picture, only the picture, because this is a satellite shot, but the picture alone is enough to make people amazing. The first satellite images from the Xiang 01 space satellite. This is a high definition shooting from a satellite station with a super high magnification. This is an image overlooking the world. There is no sound, and scenes of highly clear images begin to appear. The first scene appears. This is a place familiar to people all over the world. This is the North and South glaciers. The picture is divided into 2 aspects. The first is the South Glacier and the second is the North Glacier. The Arctic Ocean and the Southern Ocean have become more than 100 meters thick. Glacial layer. The super thick ice layer exudes a chill. Humans don't need to feel it personally. Just from the screen, we can feel that the glaciers in the North and South have completely become a forbidden place for mankind. The extreme cold air there is not just liquid nitrogen, but extreme cold. An extremely cold storm center was formed directly. At the same time in the center of the glacier, Individual molecular objects begin to appear in a state of immobility, which means that the extreme cold has reached the limit, which means that it is an absolute forbidden place. The picture spread all the way to the Eagle Nation, which is a huge black bunkers. Boom boom boom. There was no sound, but the people still felt it, and the sound of blasting sounded. One after another glaciers burst, one after another high-rise buildings were buried. Scenes of explosions sounded. Some of the Western people were trembling all over, some were excited, they were watching. The semi-underground bunker was completely covered up, just like the human breath was completely covered up. This is the last protection of the Eagle Nation. Then the next scene was the dungeon of the Rose Country. The underground gates began to close, but with a sound of clicking, the ground was completely sealed off. The surface of the Rose Country is completely covered. As for the country in the next scene is Kawasaki country, the signs of life in this country cannot be found, and no one knows whether this country still exists. The satellite images are now continuing to walk, and finally arrive at a place that Western people, high-level Western leaders, and scholars are all concerned about. This is the East Point. At first glance, the picture reached Guangcheng Point as the Eastern Industrial Corridor and the city with tens of millions of people. The southern city is extremely famous. The first image of the satellite is the giant airship in the sky, the military green airship, and two giant characters stretched out on the airship, which was written by Kinzu and the word Yanhuang. The giant airship, carrying a large amount of agricultural ingredients from the north, began to slowly descend. With the advent of flying, people in the West are a bit complicated, because this is an era where liquid nitrogen is rampant. But the airships in the east are still flying. The picture became more and more stunning, as the only city above the surface. In front of the north city of Guangcheng, there are magnificent icebergs, which were still snow-capped mountains a year ago, formed by piles of snow shovel trucks in the East Point. But now it has become icebergs, and it has only one name, and that is the giant iceberg. Beside these rolling icebergs, there are layers of glaciers, which were submerged by floods before, and turned into glaciers after the extreme cold. Boom boom boom. However, there was a large wave of shaking and ripples in the picture, and the people in the West could not hear the sound, but they could feel, as if one by one behemoth was about to strike, until the picture completely appeared. This is a flat aircraft carrier, as well as a mechanical steamship, and the nuclear-powered engine is roaring. Pieces of ice are shattering. Icebreakers, flat aircraft carriers, and giant steamships of mechanical technology have opened the horn of the duel for the first time. Chapter 164. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon on January 28th of the third year of the glacier. The sky is dark and dark. In the space station of the Eagle Nation, the North-South Ice Age is a starting point. You can feel that the Earth is in a dense galaxy, so the direct sun begins to shorten. Under this situation, a scene was captured, that is, from the North-South glaciers. At the beginning, glaciers began to turn black, and night began to come. The northern and southern glaciers, the country of roses, the country of Kawasaki, and the five oceans, the Liaohe, and the west, all began to turn black. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there has never been light in the Ice Age, nor is it now. Now the West has chosen the thickest blasting project to defend against the extreme cold air of liquid nitrogen. And the East chose a new way. When giant airships, icebergs, flat aircraft carriers, etc. appeared, it seemed to have opened the prelude above the surface. 3 years of the glacier, starting from the beginning of July during the civilization period, all the preparations for the East are now available. As the best testimony, their agricultural industry is all clear and all development is like this step, only for this moment. Satellite images have spread to all major Western communities. In front of every Western white, they are looking at the highly clear images in front of them. Although there is no sound, the sense of the image is enough to make people feel the depression on the surface. Because the true technology of the East began to appear. This is the north gate of Guangcheng City. 10 40-meter high robots stand in front of the city wall. These are giant mechas and alloy mechanical arms. The energy hub in the middle is the energy source center, which is controlled nuclear fusion. The mecha hand is also equipped with a giant drill bit and a slender blasting device. This device has appeared in the movie, but now it has appeared at the time of disaster. Then came the vibrating picture. 10 giant mechas walked towards the iceberg in front of Guangcheng. This is the nearest iceberg. Once this iceberg collapses, it may impact the north city gate of Guangzhou, so the mechas from now on blasting. This is a glacier more than 350 meters high. The mecha began to adjust the angle, to drill the drill bit, and a small blast, visible to the naked eye. The iceberg began to collapse in the opposite direction, almost in less than 5 minutes. A piece of rolling iceberg, it began to collapse in the opposite direction, and the frost and ice shattered. The last 10 mechas returned to their original positions, and stood in front of the extremely cold city. Frost began to condense on the surface of the mecha, but on the outside of the mecha, it showed a smart device. Then the ice crystals began to melt, and the mecha was safe and sound. Guangcheng is the city above the surface. This city has already experienced various cold resistance, disaster resistance, and various disasters. Therefore, the extreme cold in front of the graphene aerogel city wall does not have any terrorist power. 3 hot blast furnaces roared in the city, and the 100-meter high super fountain was emitting heat. And the temperature emitted by the steam pipes is no longer just heat. The whole city is beginning to become steamy. The whole city is brewing in the sea of clouds, mist, and clouds, as if the city is like a floating city, and a lot of hot air begins to rise. As a result, an epic scene was formed. That is, the cold air coming from Siberia formed liquid nitrogen, and then waves of super cold air were hitting the city. But the city's hot blast furnace wind turbines, steaming, super fountains, wall gwen installations, and the concentrating sun turning on from house to house. The engineering in the east has reached the extreme, especially the hot blast furnace. The terrifying temperature almost made the city brew in the clouds and fog, and the heat continued to rise, and it continued to increase. Waves of gas propagate a boom sound, and the air currents are facing each other, as if they are fighting, so this scene can be called an epic picture. When he saw this scene, Luod, the head of the meeting room of the Rose State Security Institute, unknowingly he clenched his hands. Her expression was extremely complicated now, and he was even a little angry. Behind him, the voice of Deputy Minister Thomas sounded, Dongfang, I probably don't know, the terror above the surface is not just because of the cold air. What is really terrifying is behind it, that is, small-scale earthquakes and ice-bound tsunamis. The scale of this tsunami is simply incalculable, and there are also extremely terrifying small ones. Large-scale earthquakes are also accompanied by geological disasters such as volcanic eruptions, submarine volcanic eruptions, and icy currents. So that's the real horror. Vice Minister Thomas's voice is a little weird, and his mood is a little unspeakable, because the next is indeed a super terrifying era. So if you can survive, it will prove to be the strongest. Go on. Roddy was silent, then nodded. This is only the first scene. The next space picture became a new picture. The picture continues to extend, because the new picture is in front of the south city of Guangcheng. This is where everyone is familiar with the snow country train track. The tracks spread horizontally, straight into the white snow. This is a track that can be called a giant. On this track, a giant snow country train that looks like a long silver dragon gallops past. The snow country train began to gallop, accompanied by the roar of heaven and earth. After the snow country train drove into the cross-sea bridge, the satellite signal began to make the sound of cracks and cracks. This is the eastern signal shielding to prevent the new entry of satellites from various countries. As the picture becomes dark, those Western people, senior scholars, and doctors from universities and colleges, members of the Gundam Scientific Research Institute, everyone, are still in front of the screen. They all have different expressions. Some are looking at the east with fiery eyes, and some are looking at the east with weird looks. The giant giant mecha, the temperature insulating city wall of special materials, these all show the power of Eastern technology reserves one by one. Judging from the satellite display, the West's attitude towards the East has become extremely subtle, because in this disaster of the extinction of all mankind, they saw for the first time that the East still has the power of transportation, even in the case of an extremely cold storm. The East also has the power of transportation. because this type of motorboat can fly smoothly in extreme cold storms, which means that they can transport a large number of people and goods. So at 8 p.m. on January 28th, it is now pitch black. Now the world has stopped the development of industry and agriculture, and people spontaneously hide in underground bunker homes, waiting for the final decision of fate. But there are always a group of people who still want to believe in the underground world and semi-underground bunker. This is from Mars. A group of communities in the state are called Giselles on the ends. The Giselles issued an announcement, and their announcement this time was for the Foreign Education Department of the East Point. The Giselle announcement video is open. This is an old man with a thin body and white hair. He is in the Giselle community in Mars State on the video. He talks freely. Behind him is a group of Giselle, gentlemen and ladies. We like survival on the ground more than others, so I strongly demand that the East should be humanitarian, internationalism, and unity of great powers. They should send some airships to pick us up in the future, and we will give corresponding gratitude and reports. After this video, all major media publish such reports one after another. In international humanitarianism, the East should send airships. Global newspapers. The news is very hot. Under these news rumors, Giselles are all leaving messages. Compared with this kind of underground depressive environment, they prefer the surface, especially the ancient medieval mechanical style of the East. I like the style of this ancient machinery, which makes them like it very much, and it makes them particularly amazed. Cusp. I like the above ground mechanical styles of the East very much. These styles are very suitable for us Giselle, so I strongly feel that we should go, and the East should also help us Giselle. They should give up 3 cities. Give us a place to live, and we will live well with East. This is international solidarity. Copst. Yes, we strongly request to go to the East. Now we love the country of the East, and we yearn for the snowy city in the East. From this moment on, the Giselles' request was simple. The East sent an airship to pick them up. This caused a lot of enthusiasm in the West, but some white scholars were quite proud of them. They still believed in their underground world more. They believe in their underground bunker and their underground city more. So, in this message, they are also making mockery and comments. LPLLSD. Gentlemen, I'm a native white man in Mars. If I look at it, I think the East is the most dangerous, because the disaster is only the beginning, and the cold air is only the beginning and the next. The ice heat tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption, etc. lasting is the final, and then the last wave is the division of the global islands. This is the heaviest disaster. Therefore, the East has only passed the first wave, and the next disasters will be let them know what the forces of nature are. Impossible. Either those sea crossing bridges, fast trains, and airships in the East will all survive the cold wave in despair, while the underground in the West is different. These projects are most in line with survival science, and we will truly survive. We will also become the greatest, healthiest, and most powerful race. There is no one. This is the West. Starting at 8 p.m. on the 28th, the news of the East was also completely exploded. The East and hot search is divided into 2 altogether. The first is the Gypsy of the West. They require these 3 in the East to be the city of wind and snow, and at the same time, let the East send an airship to meet them, so that they can also survive on the surface. The second is that the white people in the West carried out the project. The project was because they questioned the following disaster. The project in the East was incomparable. The project in the East was either greedily watched or questioned. Refers to the controversy caused by the hot search on Weibo, and the hot search title in the first article of the hot search is called, "The West asks the East to give up 3 cities." Hot search content. Eastern engineering is facing doubt and greedy attention, but also facing the crisis of fighting disasters. And under this hot search, the people in the East showed all their excitement. They didn't have so many questioning voices, and they didn't have so many bells and whistles. They only had one firm voice, that is, the power of the whole country to fight against disasters. The words are not just talking, but the 3 years from the civilization period to the present ice age are all witnessed by history and disasters. The comments are as follows. Chapter 165. The power of the East is not one of the greatest. We believe in our country, and at the same time, we don't want anyone, that is, now in the Ice Age. What do we owe you? And let us pick you up, a group of wishful thinking guys. Our country is grateful, but only to those who help, and those who don't. We can only say one thing to you. Shit. There are still semi-underground bunkers and underground cities in the West, and the projects in the East are still being questioned. The islands of the world are definitely a disaster that will exterminate all mankind. They are still taking refuge. Every project of ours ranges from wind and snow trains to cross-sea bridges to continental barriers. When the project starts, the East is growing up and confronting with doubts. We do not lack any doubts, nor any mocking eyes, because for us, we have only one sentence, that is, to conduct national confrontation with the power of the whole country. This is the only attitude of the East. There is no one, and it is the only one. This is Danshancheng Agricultural University, Class 2 on campus. In Class 1, the monitor, Suji, was a little angry because he was watching Weibo at this moment, and he was also watching Western news on Twitter, YouTube, etc. With social platforms, he looked at every Western questioning, and the news, that the West asked the East to pick up people. He said that he started to get angry from the bottom of his heart, and even gritted his teeth point as the class leader of the agricultural university, Suji, and his decisiveness. He directly selected a video from the lecture videos of the previous school point. The first paragraph is from the coastal and continental barrier steel walls. In the video, one by one blizzard vehicles are still holding on, and they are still being stabilized, and barrier reinforcement work has to be carried out, and the time is at 10 PM on the 27th. The sky is clear. A lighthouse stood in pitch black and lit up, and the cold air formed liquid nitrogen, but even so, one by one engineering teams in the East were still on their way, which showed the engineering power of the East Point. After selecting this video, Suji posted a title directly on NS. Yan Huang started to act. At 9 o'clock in the night, Mars State Underground Minister Odi was watching the video point. The cold wind roared, the world changed color, the gray sky roared, blizzards, hail galloping, storms in the form of liquid nitrogen roared, and swept across the continent. This is not the most beautiful picture, but the most common on the eastern surface. One scene, but in this extreme night, there was a roar of chariots. In the visible picture at this time, vehicles were galloping, and the sound of vehicle engines continued to roar in the picture. Every city in the East is sticking to it, constantly heightening and strengthening the steel wall. The beautiful picture can make any white people shut up, because the East has been resisting. This is the third year of the glacier. No matter how great the controversy is in the West, no matter how magnificent the underground bunker and the underground world are, no matter what the East is doing, but the extreme cold, which is still irreversible, is coming. It will submerge everything like the torrential flood, and suppress everything like the giants of the earth. Point. Extreme cold is like suppressing everything. This is a terrible disaster. Human beings should face all of this, and should also witness it with their own eyes. Here is Yanjing. With the howling of the cold wind, the world seems to be beginning to change color. Ying Ziyue is now in the Bicheng Weather and Meteorological Observatory. The picture in front of the panoramic lattice window is clearly visible. Point. The picture in front of him is that the train tracks are train stations, and icebergs are standing. At the same time, in front of this city, Ying Ziyue stands quietly, like an executive guard in the East. He looks at the Eastern Territory. Ying Ziyue stared at her with clear eyes. In this era, the leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute and the top executives of the Internal Affairs Office gathered together behind Ying Ziyue. The deputy leaders Ao Guofeng. The two did not report in a voice, but took out a sheet of forms, which were in each report. Point. The content of the report is that the icebreaker, the flat panel aircraft carrier, is galloping in the 3 sea areas of the West Sea, Liaohe, and North Sea. 0 Fine Flowers. The mechanical steam engine ship is guarded in the south. At the same time, in front of every snowy city, 10 giant mechas are guarding them. They are to prevent the icebergs and snow mountains from breaking down and hitting the city walls. At the same time, there is a team of engineering teams heading to the coastal area. They are wearing the best cold resistant clothes and risking the greatest danger. because the next is a tsunami and a small-scale earthquake. It is extremely important that the coastal area is involved, and it must be maintained and consolidated at all times. Looking at the front, Ying Ziyue didn't speak, he just stared at the front. At this moment, there are no disputes and ridicules from various countries, but the moment when all mankind is about to become extinct point, there are still 38 hours before the countdown. The 2 billion people in the East have spent 3 years in the Ice Age. They have paid a nationwide effort in projects. What we need to do now is to witness these projects in the eyes of a group of people. Ying Ziyue turned around. Up to this moment, he was regarded as an extremely formal attitude. Watching the audience speak, the last disaster is coming. Do you know what it means? It's a small-scale earthquake, which leads to an ice-bound tsunami. How terrible is this ice-bound tsunami? It means that, because of plate collisions, because small-scale earthquakes mean that the entire world will be submerged by ice-bound tsunamis. Some the submerging height is low, and some submerging heights are high, depending on the degree of our confrontation. So from now on, every city will start to build huge separation walls every 100 kilometers, and begin to send out all the cold-resistant clothing in the warehouse, so that each city is divided into 100 engineering teams. And each city will be constructed. A simple giant wall more than 20 meters high. These walls are designed to prevent the flood from hitting, and at the same time, began to excavate the underground river. At the same time, each city has begun to build a solid project, and the height of the city wall has begun to be built. It is necessary to ensure that the height of the city wall is above 100 meters. The industrial corridor of the East has provided great materials for each city, and the agricultural reserves of the East have been provided. A lot of food, so we still have time and motivation. From now on, let the whole people boil. What we want is not only to survive, but to fight and suppress disasters. Ying Ziyue's voice is just the beginning. His methodical voice is frantic. Now we are preparing for the marine submarine. In the future, we can try to build a fully enclosed pipeline at the level of the glacier. At the same time, the process of the Northern Gene Man will accelerate. 0. Ying Ziyue's voice is exhilarating, but also truly confident point at this moment. After he finished speaking, he was extremely excited, and every senior executive clearly felt the enthusiasm. First, in front of every city, a large number of trenches have been built, which are used to divert water. Second, the construction of a huge high-slope separation wall. The separation wall is to prevent the impact of the tsunami, which means that there will be a huge separation wall in front of every city. There are also aircraft carriers in the new era, submarines in the new era, and even fully enclosed pipelines under glaciers, submarine pipelines, etc. These magical buildings will appear one by one, and the genetic evolution of the North will become stronger and stronger, which means that the East is now the body of the people will have genetic evolution. It can be smooth in those cold waters, and even can absorb the oxygen in the water. This is the ultimate goal of the East, so the next era is gene technology, and the future is also confrontation point in the meteorological observation room. Ying Ziyue turned around. Behind him are 2 billion people. In front of him are the leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute. In front of these people, Ying Ziyue stood straight, and then solemnly said, "You still have 38 people. 4 hours. Now we are starting to fight with all last strength, so this determines the continuity of the East, and determines the preparation of all the projects of the East for nearly 3.5 years, so please go all out." After Ying Ziyue finished speaking, the high-level people present all bowed. Everyone's expression now shows a sense of tragic. Yes, this is a sense of tragic, because now it's time for Dongfang General Engineering to protect the 2 billion people, and it's the last moment. At this moment either survive or disappear, so each of them showed tragic and vigorousness. Limping, the head of the interior, was also excited. Team leader, I will ensure that in front of every snowy city, the construction of the isolation pipeline and the isolation wall is completed, and at the same time the construction of the trench is completed. I will ensure that these will shorten the power of the flood and ice tsunami. The mechanical team, Leader Ziyue said, "I will ensure that every city is waterproof, and the height of the city wall will also reach 100 meters. To ensure that each is perfect." Ziyue also saluted very firmly, leader of the report. "Next we will let icebreakers, flat panel aircraft carriers, etc. enter all the great flood resistant projects. That is to say, all the people are soldiers. And all people are fighting against disasters." Subsequently, the geological team leader Ziyue, the Xinhua team leader, etc. all the team leaders saluted. For them, there is only one in front of them, and that is to fight to the end. This determines 2 billion people, so everyone is burdened by mountain's pressure point at this moment. Starting on the 29th, those so-called extreme cold storms are not the most terrifying, and those so-called waves of tsunamis are not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that the whole people have begun to take action. This gives people a real hardcore the power of, because in the Western underground world, half underground bunkers are hiding. Everyone in the West is hiding at home, and the East is all starting to go out, all wearing cold resistant clothes. All of them are starting to build separation walls, and they are beginning to consolidate into a series of walls. The scorching blast furnace is beginning to increase. The fountain is getting bigger. The pipes began to be added to the highest, and at the same time on every city wall, those pipes were erected and everyone was making the final preparations. This means that the people can see a miracle one by one. That is, the hot blast furnace in the city reaches its extreme. From now on, the 100-meter high fountain has become 200-meter high. The 3 blades of the giant wind generator have become 8 blades. The rotation speed has also become the highest, and each city wall has begun to be laid with solar panels. In addition, the flat panel aircraft carriers outside the city, as well as the giant steam technology, are also starting to travel to the Liaohe, Xihai and Bihai, and are expected to arrive in the sea in 1 day. From now on, the night is like a knife. For every giant city, those 10 mechas are starting to blast the iceberg, while blizzard chariots are galloping, tower cranes, bunkers and other chariots are all galloping, and they are all in every 100 kilometers began to build a super wall. This kind of separation wall project is to stop the ice-heat tsunami, and now it is an epic scene of 2 billion people struggling. The time is now at 5 AM on January 29th of the 3rd year of the glacier. Now the temperature above the surface has reached -degrees, presenting the form of cold air liquid nitrogen, while the sea level has risen by 78 meters. The height of those tsunamis has reached a height of 87 meters, and the submarine volcanoes have begun to erupt. And those inland, the volcano also showed an eruption. This is the beginning of the disaster. The collision of plates will be the last wave, and the time for the extinction of all mankind has arrived. Death Chapter 166. The sky is still dark now, because the sky is not yet bright, and the Earth in a dense galaxy is like walking in the dark night, and the direct rays of the sun begin to shrink with the distance. Therefore, during this period, the entire surface of the Earth is almost always covered in darkness. Human beings open their eyes and close their eyes. What they can feel is the howling cold air storm. The cold wind blows in waves, as if to swallow everything. This can be called a disaster for all mankind. The current time is 5:25 in the morning on January 29th of the 3 years of the glacier. From now on, the East has entered a super busy moment, because this has reached the destructive moment of mankind. The West has paid for the blasting project. The pipeline closure project is only to survive, and the main project is also to survive, because the following disaster horror has reached the extreme. Human beings simply cannot resist. From now on, the official release will begin. At 5:30, a certain head of the Eastern engineering team began to release a segment of the video. The prefix of the video is called Last Resistance. In the first batch of projects in the East, each of the major news headlines and short videos appeared one by one. The video titles were extremely clear, and the content was extremely shocking. At the moment of the final decision in the East, the mainland barrier is about to exert its power, and the time has come for the whole people to mobilize. Please be prepared to cheer, and be prepared to treat. Next, please start praying and praying. People who have not participated in the project are invited to unite as a family, because in the gloomiest days, there will be cold air storms on the Earth. There will be small earthquakes and ice closing. That tsunami will make everyone despair. This is the day of real disasters. At the same time, the first hot search on certain headlines is from the official broadcast. This time it is a video that has been filmed. The content of the video is extremely simple. It is divided into 3 screens, namely Yangcheng and Beicheng complete the 3 most central cities in Land Point. These 3 cities are on the border between the north and the south. At the beginning of the video, these 3 city gates are all in an open state, while preventing the invasion of the extreme cold storm, accompanied by the roar of the chariots. In this extreme cold, under the cold air conditions of the blizzard and snow, large and extremely armed chariots were galloping, and the galloping direction was just outside the city, in the direction of the Xihai City point. Groups of engineering teams wore double-layer cold-resistant suits and oxygen masks. In this case of a deep visibility of 50 centimeters, the environment was extremely harsh. Those who didn't know thought they were living on Mars because of environmental restrictions. Survival is difficult. Point in the front, the 10 mechas were used to clear the way. Accompanied by the roar of rumbling, the 10 mechas cleared the road, followed by a huge transport truck. The trucks roared and made deafening noises. The surrounding environment was all had changed color, and the roar of terror resounded through. Point in this super cold east, the engineering vehicle team did not retreat because they represent the survival of the east. Point the sky is very dark, and under the cover of glaciers, snow-capped mountains, etc. formed by the thick snow, a huge towering lighthouse stands tall, radiating light, and stands tall. In this dark world, it is like a pointer to guide the direction of the whole mankind, and in this dark weather, the bright light gives people hope. Point at this moment, people all over the world should appreciate this magnificent and miraculous project, because the scale of the project is too huge. Point this scene is only the beginning, because on the walls of every city, the people are also wearing thick cold resistant clothing. They are all looking out the window, watching the engineering teams and engineering personnel pulling tower cranes and other large-scale covering engineering machinery began to head to the center of the storm and began to travel to the coastal area. Point at the same time, the lighthouses are illuminated to the extreme, and all the functions of the reserve begin to light up. Every 100 kilometers, an engineering team begins to build meter-high giant blocking device. Point this is the most shocking scene, and it is also a scene that has never appeared in all movies. In those epic disaster movies, humans have to escape, scream, roar, etc. to meet disasters. But Dongfang set a best example in front of him, that is, confrontation. There was no other action, only silent resistance and heroic confrontation. Point this is a miracle that all mankind should witness. If everyone is alive, they should lament that the Oriental project is unprecedented in history. Point the picture continued to change. Finally, the picture came to Beicheng. Beicheng, as a city at the junction of the north and the south, is located in the Yushan area. The scale of construction of the city is magnificent. The total population has exceeded 1 million. At the same time, it has a deep history and a collection. There are multiple styles of tourist city, gourmet city and so on, so it is called the first city at the junction of north and south. Point thousands of years ago, this place was a fertile land that was appreciated by the emperors of the past. Because the people lived and worked in peace and contentment while developing food, there were many talents and outstanding people, and it was also called the Land of Saints in the Ice Age. A large number of engineers and engineering teams came out from here, and at the same time, it also carried half of the core strength of the National Scientific Research Institute, because it is also one of the underground areas of precision high-end instruments, and at the same time, it is also the center of the north and south materials trade, the transit station, so it is also called the most important spine city in the glacier region. Point it did not live up to the prestige of its ancestors, nor did it fail to live up to the civilization of this city. From now on, it has shown a barbaric development. At the same time, it also tells the people of the East why Beicheng is called the first city in the North and South Point, because they are not only smart, but also with a sense of determination and never retreat in the face of life and death. Point the reputation of some people is smashed out. This city is so impressive. Point at 6 o'clock in the morning, Beicheng, at the junction of North and South. is located on the border of the Yehai West Sea, not far from the two giant sea areas, about 500 kilometers. This means that once the ice sheet tsunami breaks through the barrier, Beicheng will bear the brunt and suffer first, then from Beicheng straight to the south, north to the Central Plains, raging on the Central Plains continent, so the defense of Beicheng is extremely important. From now on, the country, the Scientific Research Institute, the Geological Engineering Team, and the Anti-Disaster Engineering Team all united, starting with Beicheng, and the anti-seismic protection work kicked off point within 100 kilometers of Beicheng. This is called the beach slope, and it is 400 kilometers away from the sea area of the West China Sea. However, it used to be a sandy beach 100 years ago. Later, due to the Ice Age, this place has changed. It started here as the first key defense area of Beicheng to prevent the advent of ice sheet tsunami, and so on. Point it is 6 o'clock and the sky is still dark. The surface is white and the visibility is only about 50 centimeters. The snow is thick to the extreme, so 10 mechas of 40 meters high are required to perform operations to prevent encounters with giants. There are dangers such as deep pits, and those giant tanks are carrying on with the rumbling crisis that is almost submerged. Point the surrounding glaciers seem to have begun to show signs of avalanche, but the cars are still moving slowly. Rows of tanks are approaching 200, and they are pulling various mechanical tower cranes, as well as steel bars, steel blocks, iron plates, etc., large ones. All the mechanical materials are here, as well as mixers, etc. A group of engineering teams are wearing cold-proof suits and oxygen masks. They are standing on the engineering truck, looking in front of them, looking at the whiteness in front of them. Point the leader of Beicheng is called Zhang Ruhei. He is a director of the Geology Institute of the National Research Institute and his favorite candidate to win the midnight, because he has the unique spirit of reluctance and hard work of northern men. Outstanding performance in the disaster. At this moment, he was standing on the first vehicle while holding a loud horn in his hand, shouting, "There is still 7 kilometers away from the destination. All vehicles are ready. The surveying and mapping vehicles will start to select, and the surveying and mapping location will be constructed. The working time is 8 kilometers. Hours. The entire labor force must complete the construction of the separation wall within 11 hours, because we have a total of 5 separation wall tasks, so please come on." After Zhao Ruhei finished speaking, singing sounded on every military vehicle, dispelling the chill, and at the same time dispelling the fear of nature. In the face of this collective unity, the fear that can be seen is not terrible, because it is collective. Point. After arriving at the target location at 7:15, the beach slope was completely covered with snow. Point. It is now 7:15, and it can be seen to the naked eye that in the civilization period, the beach slopes and the white beaches have completely changed. Point. Except for icebergs, which are glaciers. They are piled up layer by layer, very cold and hard, like a lurking behemoth, in front of everyone. And in this case, in order to build a strong separation wall, this kind of glacier must be broken and eradicated, shattered. There is no possibility of avoiding it. Some glaciers that are more than 10 meters high and 30 meters high must be eradicated. So when the 10 mechas start to work, the scientific research results from the Southern Research Institute are not just talking. The mecha they studied showed the power of terror, and at the same time, told the world in another form that it can smash everything and all obstacles. The mechas began to work, and along with the rumbling and other sounds, the ice layer about 10 meters high and dozens of meters thick was shattering one after another. The mecha is in action. This is just the beginning, because those snow shovel trucks have also started blasting. Work, visible to the naked eye, within 10 kilometers of the fixed point. All the snow layers such as icebergs and glaciers began to shatter. Pieces of white fog, rising and soaring in the air, accompanied by a huge sound. The means of nature in the hands of Eastern humans seem not worth mentioning. Point. In the face of disasters, Dongfang has never softened. They showed the most ferocious and cruel methods. None of them chose to avoid them. They were doing their best to fight blasting, blizzard chariots, and foreign tools step by step. Confronted. Zhao Ruhei stood at the forefront of the team. He only wore a cold-resistant suit, because he had to go back and forth for inspections. He faced greater danger. But for Xihai, who is close to 50 years old, he participated in 17 disaster relief activities. Let him be fearless. He has never been afraid of the disaster before him, so when the Ice Age disaster began, Xihai took the initiative to ask for it. Squeaking, accompanied by a deafening sound. The airship sound came from the sky. This is the #1 airship from Guangcheng. On the airship, there are slices of melting device potions, and buckets of potions began to spray on these hard ones. On the glaciers, these glaciers quickly melted into water when they touched the potion, so a large area of ice could be seen melting into a scoop of heavy rain. On the outside of the airship, it was written that the Plaza 001 airship squadron came to support Beicheng. Then there was a violent roar. This was the sound of the snow country train passing through Beicheng. This sound was very familiar, and everyone knew that it was the result of the snow country train sound. Of course, as the dense visibility gradually became clear, and as the lighthouses were illuminated to the extreme, the dense visibility recovered to a width of about 80 meters, and a train that could be recorded in human history began to appear. There was nothing else on the train. It was all substances that could melt ice and snow and melt glaciers. Then the train continued to gallop, and the engineering team began to unload the cargo. The snow country train supported Beicheng. Xihai stood at the forefront. He looked at the airship, and looked at the snow country train with a smile on his mouth. Then he looked at the left and right sides. Layers of white mist flew up accompanied by a booming sound. This is very familiar. This is a situation that only occurs after the emergence of a large fleet. Reinforcement from other cities have come again. Sure enough, the car super horn sounded. The Xihai City #1 engineering team came to support Beicheng. Nanshan City #1 engineering team came to support Beicheng. A total of 7,000 blizzard snowplows from the 2nd engineering team of Xihai City came to support Beicheng. There was a deafening sound resounding now. Inland supporting coastal cities. All buses arrived. Xihai stood at the forefront of the team. He headed towards all the airships, the snow country train and the chariots that came from the interior, bowed slightly, and then chanted, "The project is going for the east." The sky is still gloomy. From 7:30 onwards, those ice layers have been removed. Snow shovel and tower cranes are being installed one after another. At the same time, with the completion of the first step of surveying and mapping, a 50-meter high separation wall began to appear. The separation wall, made of simple steel plate, concrete, and temperature insulation materials, is mainly used to block the impact of the flood. At the same time, a diversion ditch underground reservoir is equipped under the barrier. This is to reduce the height of the flood and prevent the flood from hitting the interior. Luncheon point. As the team began, the diameter was divided into 10 kilometers, and a giant separation wall began to appear every 100 kilometers. There were roaring sounds in the air, and the separation wall, visible to the naked eye, was quickly formed. Approximately 20 meters high tower cranes roared, and the separation wall was also roaring. The diversion ditches began to dig the ice blocks that were as hard as steel in the ground. They were directly crushed by the blasting among the large machines. Those hard lands below were directly excavated, and there were no hard objects in front of the people of the united one-hearted Eastern people. All of them can be destroyed. This is the power of the East. With the progress of the project, the voice became louder, and the people of the East showed their steel-like solidarity and carried out this huge and great mechanical operation together. It can be seen to the naked eye that this kind of picture is only the beginning, because a more fanatical scene has appeared, and this scene is qualified to be truly defined as eternity. That is from Beicheng. The coastal cities, the cities in the inland cities: Guangcheng, Beicheng, Guangcheng, Xihai City, Nanshan City, Nanmen City, Wancheng and other cities. They are all away from the West Sea. Bihai the sea is relatively close, and in front of these cities, engineers and others all went to airships, went to the coast, participated in the construction of the separation wall. They were all building diversion ditches and underground reservoirs. This is true for all the people in the East. This is enough to be included in the history of the Ice Age. With the roar of shock, the heavens and the earth are discolored, and the universe is turned upside down. This is just the beginning. It is indeed the beginning. It is visible to the naked eye. The coastal area is divided into two barriers. The first barrier is a steel wall of the Continental Barrier built on the edge of the coastal cities. The 50-meter high Continental Barrier Wall serves as the first line of defense. The second barrier is the 50-meter high, 10-kilometer separation wall that has just been built as the second line of defense. At the same time, there are underground reservoirs under these separation walls, and this is just the beginning. Isn't the power of the East so simple? Point from now on, the pictures will be broadcast. Oriental TV and other channels have all become uniform channels. As the real core of industrial support projects, it is not only industry, but also the research of engines. This is the first officially announced project for Factory Number 1. From now on, there have been a few exciting, and crazy things in this factory. That is, planetary engines. When the giant planetary engine appeared, the people in front of the TV were very excited. The super engine with a height of several hundred meters is still in the preliminary test stage. The scientific researcher in front of the engine will introduce it. Chen Jianhei, the head of scientific research. This is the super spaceship engine, and this is only the number 9 engine. It is divided into 9 levels in total. Number 9 is the lowest level, but the lowest level can do the cruise detection and defense push of the super spacecraft. Even here, it can also be promoted in an extremely cold environment. Now that the 9th engine has been studied, the 8th engine will begin to appear, which means that after this ice age, there will be large flying objects, which can break through. The cold wave broke through everything 0 inches. Chen Jianhei's voice is extremely excited because the 100-meter high engine behind him carries a shocking technological luster, which makes every citizen move from the bottom of his heart and solemnly. They feel the power of scientific research in the East, which is extremely powerful. In this era of technological mutation, this is the most inspiring technology, so everyone is extremely excited. It is 10 o'clock, the 29th, 1.5 days before the global island disaster in the Ice Age. The sky is bright, and the sunshine time is up. The sun can illuminate the earth at 6:30. But because of the special nature of the earth at this moment, the time of sunlight will be shorter, and gas will appear in the stratosphere of the earth. Therefore, the sunshine time will be shortened, and there will not be much light shining on the surface of the earth. For example, the current sky is only slightly white, the ground is grey, the sky is black and white, and there is no light to illuminate. But even so, the lighthouses outside the city are standing high, forming a ray of light. All and do your best to illuminate this land. In this world, it is more and more stunning, and more beautiful. There are not only lighthouses in this place, but also in other places. There are too many lighthouses. Under the light of lighthouses, every city nowadays is magnificent and majestic. And the current address is in Yanjing. As an ancient city, as a command city, as an inland center city, this city also brings together the underground scientific research center of the East. If the South is industrial and engine quality, then Yanjing is the general center of precision instruments and technological variation, while the North is the center of genetic variation. Yanjing in a city, Yuxu community. On the 8th floor, the living room is steamy, and the room is warm like spring. On the balcony of this room, Ying Ziyue stood quietly, with his hands on his back, watching the engine of the separation wall outside the city and the broadcasts from the satellites on the mobile phone next to him. The same was true for the broadcasts on one of the channels in the living room, which also came from those. The broadcast of the disaster, one after another. Grand projects are beginning, and every household is cooking and watching. People in the East are not worried. They believe in the engineering power of the East, because the East has fought too much damage in the past 3 years of the Ice Age. As the only country on the surface, they have witnessed too much. Under the harsh environment, many super projects have been built, so no one is worried yet. They only know one sentence, which is to fight to the end. This is already a belief engraved in everyone's heart. Because of this belief, the first thing people think about is not to avoid, but how to fight more perfectly, to make the disaster disappear. This is the belief of the East, and this is also the belief that he has always cultivated as a guardian of the great country to win the midnight. So he is proud and full of fighting spirit. The TV in the living room is turned on and the sound is very loud. It is broadcasting these super projects. The parents of Win Midnight are cooking. Although Win Midnight does not know what they are doing, they can smell it. Winter melon stew chicken, First cook the chicken, boil the blood foam, then add green onion, ginger, garlic, etc. Then add chicken pieces, add winter melon pieces, add soy sauce vinegar, etc. The fragrance is overflowing. In addition to winter melon stew chicken, there are also the sound of pancakes, but the pancakes are very simple. With a dead face, put some pepper powder or something. Point outside the window is white snow, the cold wind is whistling, and the world is white. The Western people will never think that the food in the East is still so rich and coveted. This is a delicacy of the North. Now the West is eating bread. This is why the East developed industrial agriculture before. There is a smile on the corner of Ying Ziyue's mouth. He is not in a hurry for some projects, because he has witnessed countless projects as the guardian of the great country. He is very confident in the previous projects, not to mention the present, and besides the city, the projects in the city are also very important. Point in front of him, engineers began to reinforce the major cracks, sewers, and other pipelines in the city to prevent irresistible disasters caused by floods and tsunami into the city. Every branch of the project began to use cement and special grade diaphragm materials, reinforce pipes, etc. to prevent water seepage on the ground. Point in front of him, engineers began to reinforce the major cracks in the city, 5.5 pipelines of drainage, etc. to prevent floods and tsunami from pouring into the city from causing irresistible disasters. Every branch of the project began to use cement and special grade diaphragm material is used to strengthen pipes, etc. to prevent water seepage on the ground. Point in each community, groups of workers, groups of engineers, etc. began to receive food. White chicken, beef, ribs, lamb, eggs, vegetables, flour, rice, etc. began to receive food. The cart is being transported. The order in the city is normal, and the people's food supply is normal. The North Sea warehouse-man-made islands in the Northern Ecological Park provide super agricultural food reserves, so every citizen can guarantee rich and nutritious food. They will not worry about food in the event of a disaster. On the contrary, they will start to cook food in a different way. This is a belief in the East. They don't like to eat bread in disasters. They prefer to cook food and look at the snowy sea outside because they are confident. Withdrawing his sight, then Ying Ziyue's gaze passed through the air and came to the city wall. At this moment, the city wall is being constructed. The wall of every snowy city before was 40 meters high, but this was not enough because it was taken. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and extreme cold storms are coming soon, so the height and overall thickness of the city wall need to be reinforced. Only 100 meters high. I saw the roaring sound, the booming sound. The meter-high super tower crane was being installed, and groups of Spidermen began to install steel bars and other projects. Now the city wall has reached 50 meters. The 4 city walls of east, west, north, and south are being installed. The giant city walls are reinforced and equipped with graphene temperature layers. At the same time, concentrating solar panels are also installed. This is the latest type of concentrating solar energy than the previous solar panels. The high temperature will continue, even reaching 10,000 degrees Celsius, and every residential building is installed with this solar energy. The picture is beautiful to the extreme. Ying Ziyue retracted his gaze, took a long breath, and said to his parents behind him, "Midai is ready to come out for dinner." Ying Ziyue nodded, and then walked to the living room, looking at the rich dishes in front of him. Winter melon stew chicken, a large bowl for each person, with omelets in the middle, and a few plates of cold tofu and cold tofu skin on the table. Fresh vegetables. The father who won the midnight poured half a glass of wine. He turned the glass towards Dongfang and said with a smile, "Salute to all the people in Dongfang who are fighting hard in the wind and snow." When Midnight also raised his wine glass, "I will never back down." This glass of wine pays tribute to the 5,000-year history of the East and the 5,000-year backbone of Yanhuang. The sound of clinking glasses sounded, and the father and son looked at each other and smiled. As the liquor drank, there was no worry in their eyes, only a feverish will to fight. This scene is also happening in other parts of the East. Many people also raised their wine glasses and drank half a glass of wine, singing and drinking in front of the disaster with extreme openness. Chapter 167. accompanied by the sound of booming. Daybreak. This is a well-known thing. Daybreak point, the dawn of January 29th in the third ice age, means a free, stable, and quiet life that can last for another day. Point, it means that those blizzards will come after tomorrow. Point, it means that after tomorrow, those icy tsunami will break through the barriers one by one, and everything on the earth will be submerged and swallowed. Point, so now it's dawn, and it means a lot. It represents survival, lingering and dying, and it also represents all kinds of complex states in the world. Point, people cannot think about very important things, especially in this kind of disaster that exterminates all mankind. From now on, the West is still in a dungeon. All of their projects have been completely formed. That is to avoid, which can be called perfect. The underground is closed for shelter, so you can see such a news in Western news, such as the United States of Roses. In the country of roses, news bulletins have been issued one by one. The content is as follows. The underground pipeline in Mars has been closed. Halleck State. The underground pipeline has been closed. 2 underground passages in Ying State are completely closed. From now on, the underground states have been closed one after another, or they have been completely closed. Point, and the oil pipe is full of news about the Eagle Nation. Compared with the dungeons of the Rose Nation, the final defense work of the Eagle Nation is extremely simple. Hacklin's semi-underground bunker announced its closure. It is 89 meters deep and covered with 3 layers, with the most surface layer being a temperature insulating layer. At the same time, on the 36th, Rodius bunker announced its closure. No 002. The Skies bunker was declared closed, and the number 001 SME formation bunker was declared closed. This is a report from the bunkers of the Eagle Nation, and the bunkers have been closed. Point, those giant bunkers that stood half tall on the ground in the past are closed one after another. All those miraculous and majestic projects have disappeared in the dust. The southern and northern glaciers have completely turned into a super forbidden area of wind, snow, and cold air. In the northern and southern regions, not only humans, but also any mechanical technology cannot enter, because there is a state of material micromotion in individual areas, which means a breakthrough. It is -200 degrees, which means that the technological forces known to mankind cannot resist at all. Point, this is the real disaster. So now it's dawn, which means it's really dawn, and it also means that above the surface, the West is completely hiding, and only the last East is left. This is the age of poets. Western poets hide underground, while Eastern poets sing on the city wall. Bigsu whistling, the wind is coming. The groundhog begged in the ground, praying to God for the disaster to pass quickly. Point, the antelopes are roaring. They roar on the glaciers. They roar fiercely at the sky. Even if they become ice sculptures, they never fear or take a step back. Point, this is a brand new era, and it is also a complicated era. It is called the era of the extinction of all mankind by the West, and it is called the era of confrontation by all mankind by the East. Point, now, this era is coming. Point, the poem was written by a young newspaper engineer from the East, and then it was amazing. Point, it is 11 o'clock in the morning and the location is at the Yanjing Airship Center. The green airship was parked in the center of the city, and as the engine was pushed, the roar resounded in the air. The airship began to fly slowly. This is a huge, fully enclosed airship. The floating device still uses thermal energy as a floating device. At the same time, it is divided into 4-sided engine propulsion. In the east, west, south, and north, the 4 corners are divided into controllable nuclear fission propulsion. Point, this in turn can ensure that the airship can turn and fly at multiple angles and can rise to an altitude of 500 meters to 3000 meters for high power flight. Point, the airship components can be divided into 2 parts. The first part is the transportation platform divided into the airship warehouse. The second part is the observation deck, and the windows on the observation deck are fully enclosed and highly clear, allowing you to view the buildings on the ground from high altitude. And now at the top of the group, the leaders of the major groups are all on the airship. The airship started flying 100 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters. When it flies to 1000 meters, the surface is invisible. Those clouds of pure white icy smoke cover everything. The terrifying snow, the storm covers everything. We swallowing everything. On the observation deck, Ying Ziyue stood quietly. Behind him, a series of reports sounded. Reporting team leader, From now on, the construction of the coastal city headed by Beijing has been completed in the first step. The steel wall of the first continental barrier is already under reinforcement. The target reinforcement height is 80 meters and now the height is 50 meters. Now a large number of tower cranes, transporters, mixers, etc. have been dispatched. The construction site machinery is undergoing ultra-fast reinforcement. The surface layer is made of graphene aerogel, and the material is hardcore steel plate. This can be guaranteed even under liquid nitrogen storms, preventing cold air storms, and also guaranteeing resistance to ice heat. SYNOPSIS, leader of the report. At present, the Southern Industrial Corridor is vigorously developing a giant spacecraft engine, which can guarantee the carrying of a large amount of materials. At the same time, this kind of spacecraft can revolve around the Earth. It will probably be the world's first space station to be developed with a giant engine. This means that it can be used within a year without any refueling, and the space area is huge. It is equipped with various entertainment facilities, and the space station can grow various plant life. This means that my country can conduct research and development in outer space after disasters. There were a lot of reports, including the construction of the city's stabilization project, the wall infrastructure project, and the icebound tsunami defense project outside the city. When Midnight listened with his hands on his back, but his eyes fell on outside the airship. From now on he can really scan the scene below from the perspective of God Point, accompanied by the booming sound. The airship began to slowly descend, and finally descended to a height of 500 meters, which is very low at this height, because the height of the wind turbine alone has exceeded 1000 meters, so the airship must be mastering the angle, flying slowly. So a beautiful scene is presented in front of my eyes looking down on the Earth from a height of 500 meters. The lighthouses are shining again and again, trying their best to illuminate the Earth. It is now more than 11 o'clock, so the snow-white cities above the surface are shining with the lighthouses. Those who use snow shovel cannot. The road coming out is still faintly visible, and the traces are still very vivid. The airship continued to fly, winning Midnight with his hands on his back, and he looked through the window at these amazing scenes. The distance from Yanjing to Beijing is not far, and it is now 12 o'clock. Under the light of the lighthouse, every piece of white snow is extremely white and shining with brilliance, and now the location is in Beijing, and the airship appears above Beijing Point as the first city to begin development. This city has extremely important strategic significance, and now there are bursts of cheers here in Beijing. The person in charge of Beijing is called Zhao, and he is now standing at the forefront of the team. In front of Zhao, he looked at the first and second roads. A total of 5 separation walls within a range of 50 meters high and 10 kilometers were completed. The total time was 24 hours. Because of the need to race against time to build the separation wall, too many teams were dispatched. There are a total of 17 cities in the inland, and nearly 87 engineering teams all came to help. Those tower cranes can be connected to 20 kilometers, which shows the magnificence of this giant separation wall. Standing on the observatory on the airship, overlooking the front of Beijing from a height of 500 meters, a total of 500 kilometers away from the South China Sea of the West Sea, from Beijing as a starting point, every 100 kilometers to 10 kilometers long and 50 meter high. Giant blocking walls stand majestic. The tower crane was being demolished, and the teams evacuated one after another, and the deafening singing voices were very loud. There are huge banners pasted on the partition wall, and those banners read the power from the Eastern Project. The Beijing 087 engineering team was completed at 11:27 am on the 29th. This is the first defensive steel wall in Beijing. The Beijing 052 engineering team completed the construction at 10:17 am on the 29th. This is the second defensive steel wall in Beijing. The Beijing 011 engineering team was completed at 9:37 am on the 29th. This is the third steel defensive wall in Beijing. The Beijing 07 engineering team completed the construction at 9 am on the 29th. This is the fourth steel defensive wall in Beijing. The Beijing 01 engineering team was completed at 5 am on the 29th. This is the fifth steel defensive wall in Beijing, a series of banners hung, majestic to the extreme. This is the declaration left by every engineering team. These banners also read the names of everyone in the engineering team. Their names began to be frozen by ice crystals. The original red banners it started to become silvery white, but their names were engraved in history. An epic sense of tragic and heroic emerges spontaneously. Winning the night with his hands on his back, he watched the scene in front of him with enjoyment and fascination. He didn't know what to say, but he wanted to blurt out the extremely exciting words in his heart. Humans should remember this moment, and this moment will become eternal. Starting from Beijing, the airship continued to move forward. Everywhere they flew, they saw that a separation wall was being formed, or had already been constructed. Yellow River City, Xihai City, Xihai City, Yangtze River City, etc. These are all coastal cities. They were economically developed and traded frequently before the Ice Age, but now they are built in the high cold land, surrounded by barren mountains. The glaciers and the sound of the booming sound are all discolored. At the same time, underground water ditches are rapidly forming, and it can be clearly seen from a height of 500 meters or more. The water ditches are only used to divert water and make those floods and tsunamis. The water flow is dispersed to reduce the impact strength. From the airship, banners are posted on every partition wall, which is very spectacular. With the storm, the ice and snow, although frozen into silvery white, their names will be left forever, and this is just outside the city. The amazing scene inside the city has not yet begun. It is now 12:30 am on the 29th of the 3 years of Ice Age, and there is still a day and a half before the disaster. The outer city, with Beijing as the main coastal city, has been building walls, water ditches, and underground reservoirs with all its strength, and the construction has already been preliminarily completed. And the magnificent project in the inner city is about to kick off the final curtain. At 1 p.m., the airship was still floating for 2 hours, under the new energy materials, in the face of those storms, frost cover, hail, etc. The airship was not affected in any way, and it still maintained a uniform speed at a low altitude of 500 meters. Fly slowly, and make adjustments at all times. There is no obstacle for any flight action in the face of various disasters. Even if it moves against the wind, it still has no hesitation, and the speed is stable and uniform, which shows the horror of nuclear cracks. To promote energy. At this moment, the airship appeared over one of the inland cities. The inland cities are dominated by the north, because in the south, except for Guangzhou, the rest are cities inundated by seawater, where icebreakers pass by, while the inland cities are those cities that develop agriculture and aquaculture, such as Beijing and Ma'anshan City. Ma'anshan City mainly produces cotton. During the civilization period, it was the largest cotton producing city in the country, with a huge cotton production scale. When disasters strike, it continues to supply the country with the cotton material needed. The airship was slowly descending, and at the moment it dropped to a height of 300. Looking down from the height of 300 meters, you can see the city wall with a height of 100 meters. The groups of workers are hanging like Spider-Men, performing various operations. The four walls have changed from 50 meters high in the past to huge 100 meters high walls. If a city, all four walls of the city walls reached 100 meters high, what would it look like? I have thought about winning Midnight in the Sky countless times, but now that he has witnessed it with his own eyes, he only feels trembling all over. This is truly a scene that can be called majestic, because the airship is still lowering, and it has now reached a low altitude of 200 meters. This is the lowest altitude of the airship. No matter how low it is, it may encounter some dangers, because in each seat urban wind turbines are all above kilometers, and from a low altitude of 200 meters, you can clearly see that in every giant snowy city, the four super walls are like black and secluded super guards, standing on the four sides to guard the city, and the three hot blast furnaces in the city are lined up. The platoon, exuding surging temperature. The fountain is 200 meters high as an airship, and you can almost feel the heat waves through the windows. Cotton City is just one of the unremarkable cities, and the engineering in the city has achieved the ultimate. Chapter 168. The airship continued to move forward. In every other northern city, Dangshan City, Guangzhou, and so on, The walls started to be built, about 100 meters high, and solar panels were installed at the end. The final preparations were being made. The blizzard trainers carrying out the final snow removal work, blasting work and so on. So with the progress of the scenes and the final completion, from a high altitude, it is extremely stunning. This scene can be understood as the original appearance of a magical city point in front of each giant city. Banners made of special materials are attached. This kind of banners are equipped with temperature insulating materials, with the words Yanhuang written on them, which is very shocking. The airship continued to fly, flying over the subtropical eastern continent. The leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute still had the midnight win. They almost watched the scene in front of them with enjoyment, and the corners of everyone's mouths showed joy. With smiles, watching the walls in the city continue to be reinforced, watching the isolation walls outside the city are all completed, their eyes drifted away, flying farther and farther. A storm hit. It was very violent, but the airship did not show a large shake. It just shook for a while, and stabilized again. Everyone seemed to be used to it long ago, and there was no panic point until the airship came to the sea. The 4,000-kilometer-long continental barrier high-speed rail wall in the three coastal waters of the West China Sea, the South China Sea and the North Sea was also undergoing the final step of reinforcement. A super high wall was built on the side of the road. Outside the city wall, the boiling noise hit this high wall point. Those coastal cities in the past have been completely submerged. The tall buildings of several tens of meters have disappeared completely. Only a few giant tower spires are exposed on the sea. The last shadow is left, but it will be submerged once. So it can be seen how terrifying that tsunami brought by the collision of plates is. A coastal city has become an undersea city. It may be thousands of years before mankind will know what kind of disasters the East has resisted, and how they survived the disasters. Yes, how much did it cost? This is one of the pictures left by history. The 80-meter high super steel wall is standing high. Just before, the major engineering teams from the inland cities are urgently strengthening, and the cross-sea bridge is officially restored. They are standing high above the sea point. The snow country train is still passing by. This random scene was played out. It was amazing, and could not be described in any language. At the same time, any history of mankind could not be imagined. It turned out that one day the Oriental project was so magnificent. Until 4 o'clock on the 29th, the setting sun began to come. In this environment, where the stratosphere is covered by gas, there seems to be no change, but humans can still feel the process of changing from a silver sky to a dark sky, even though there is no sun from beginning to end. But they could feel that the bunches of light began to diminish, and then diminished again. The sky began to darken, and this continent seemed to have entered a dark place. There is no reason for the West to call the surface above the Forbidden Land, because the terrifying picture in front of us is frightening. But above the airship, we can clearly see the previous constructions on this subtropical continent. The lighthouses played their due role. After all the lighthouses were lit up, they shone brightly, shining on the earth, adding great vitality and great strength to this continent. Finally, the airship began to fall slowly. It was time to return, and it was time for the whole people to prepare for war, because the last day had come. After the descent, the protagonist took the red flag car to the Yanjing Bicheng Meteorological Observatory. A pot of hot water is burning in the observation room. The hot water is boiling at a speed, and a mist is filled, and a cup of tea is poured in the midnight. The tea is overflowing, and the panoramic glass window in front of you can clearly see the outside world. The 10 mechas outside were working together. In a moment, 11 cups of tea were poured after midnight. Every member of the Special Research Institute raised their teacups, and they drank them all at once, making tea and drinking tea, laughing and watching how spectacular the disaster was coming, and the nationwide confrontation. Today's dark night is a nightmare for everyone. It is indeed a nightmare, because it is January 29th. 3 years of the Ice Age, which means that their stable and peaceful life will be ruined one day. This kind of destruction is not a war or an alien invasion, but the crushing of nature and natural disasters step by step. This is the most desperate, because you cannot raise any thoughts of confrontation, because in this kind of disaster in front of us, all humans can think of is avoiding, fleeing, fear, panic, depression, grief and anger, etc. Few people can think of confrontation point. What is a natural disaster? The global islands are, after the 30th. Next, extremely terrifying cold air storm clusters will form on the surface. The ice will continue to cover the entire continent, and there will be small earthquakes caused by plate collisions. The three disasters unite together in trouble, unimaginable horror, and these disasters will not only target a certain continent, a certain area, or a certain city, but directly impact the entire continent. All human beings will encounter such disasters. Unless you escape from this planet, you will have to bear these disasters. The consequences in the dark and long night. The surface is completely covered by darkness. All the aurora above the glaciers of the north and south are gone. Only the deafening storm sound is left, and the western rose country eagle country has no lighthouse on their surface, and other objects are all frozen, except for the lighthouses in the east that are shining brightly, lighting up the darkness. The wind and snow are swaying, and the other surfaces are dark and full of hunger and cold. Wild animals are now digging and looking for places to hide. Animals have a sense of crisis. They also feel that the disaster is coming, and the terror is suppressed. The disaster will swallow everything, and they feel it too. This night everyone was extremely depressed. Whether it was in the east or the west, although Rian had prepared for superblasting, they also felt endless despair in the face of the next three disasters. It is 10 PM on the 29th. The sky is dark to the extreme, and the temperature is down to the extreme, and everything above the surface can't survive, except in the east. Here is the underground bunker composed of Smirov. The Eagle Kingdom. In the underground bunker of meters, the disaster center is reached through the last layer of insulation layer. The bright silver conference room is warm like Spring Point, and in this warm meeting room, all the seniors of Eagle Nation looked solemn. They were not sleepy, because there were some phenomena in the collision of plates on the satellite screen. The volcanic eruption had completely begun, and the tsunami had begun to flood the surrounding area. Waiting for the disaster, they all felt panic. After all, this was a disaster before the extinction. They only felt panic and suppressed. In the meeting room, Minister Tick, Deputy Minister Robert, and Zhang Heibo, an international student from Massachusetts colleges and universities, are all watching the meteorological satellite data from the space station. Zhang Heibo is an international student from Eagle Country Oriental. Yuan Bo, 35 years old, is also a meteorological professor at the disaster center. Looking at the picture coming from space in front of him, Zhang Heifeng has a solemn expression. Mr. Robert, according to the data from space, plate collisions will cause small-scale earthquakes. Small-scale earthquakes will cause some kind of cracks. Then the advent of ice-covered tsunami, followed by cold air and storms, which means that the earthquake will produce the cracks will cause floods to invade, and then cold air and storms will freeze these streams. The occurrence of these disasters means that the next tens of meters above our heads may be all ice blocks that are as hard as steel, but as long as the reinforcement work is done, there is still a certain chance that we can fight the past, but it is too difficult. Zhang Heibo gave a detailed simulation introduction. The projection showed that after a small-scale earthquake occurred, a layer of cracks appeared on the surface. Some projects could resist the past, and some projects began to crack, and then waves of tsunamis washed this place. A piece of land. The tsunami will not drown everyone, because the coming of super cold air will turn all kinds of buildings and humans into ice crystals from the inside to the outside, and then into crystal clear ice cubes, which are frozen, crushed, and shattered, and finally there is nothing left. There was a cloud of white fog, which is the horror of the disaster. Every high-level complex looks complicated. They are all looking at the disaster simulation plan in front of them. Robert is the deputy minister and the commander-in-chief of this confrontation. He couldn't help squinting his eyes. The Eagle Nation and the Rose Nation, the utmost preparations have been made, all passages have also been closed, and now only the east is left. Before Minister Robert finished speaking, he saw that Zhang Heibo pulled up a picture from Dongfang Weibo. This is a picture from the announcement of the Oriental Special Research Institute. The city on the picture is Beicheng Point. The construction of the partition wall in front of Beicheng was completed. At the same time, the walls on the four sides of the city reached 80 meters high. The hot blast furnace burned every steam pipe. The hot airflow was erupting, and the regional heat waves were surging out. There are also super airships flying in the sky with 10 mechas outside the city, and snow country trains are galloping. When this picture was enlarged and presented in high definition state, the senior member of the Eagle Country, Professor Drive, and the minister in charge of disasters, each of them did not know what to say. At this moment, their emotions are very complicated. Minister Tick knocked on the table vigorously. He let out a long sigh. His voice was respectful and some sarcasm. Dongfang has made their decision and they want to fight the disaster. So next, they are the only existence on the surface. They either perished during the first wave, or they perish just after the disaster arrives. No one knows whether they will still exist a day later. This disaster is indeed so horrible. After Minister Tick finished speaking, his eyes were deep and mixed with a trace of pessimism, because he saw the consequences of the coming of the super cold air, because he had witnessed the appearance of a bunker completely reduced to an ice sculpture, and also witnessed the cold resistant suit, the appearance of being quickly frozen. He knows how terrible the extreme cold weather is. He also knows that small scale plate collisions form the aftermath of earthquakes. He can imagine that when the ice-bound tsunami begins to come, this series of disasters will form and will cause all mankind extinction. His mood is complicated. It is good if he is not crazy at this time, and every country is thinking about the way to survive. In the dark and long night, Minister Tick looked at everyone and then said, "There is still one day left. Now I announce that all engineers will once again be fully enclosed on the first floor, and the steel structure will be sealed to prevent the cracks caused by the earthquake. The last day is time to achieve the ultimate perfection." Professor Zhang Heibo, silently, he just nodded, and then he looked at Dongfang. He was only curious about how Dongfang should spend this time, because the other party is above the surface. It will be the first wave of disasters that will be encountered by this chain. In the east at this moment, here is Yenqing. In the room where the midnight winds, at the beginning, the walls of the dense galaxy, astronomy, history, etc. were written about the disaster caused by the Ice Age, etc. Now those on the walls have all changed, becoming the trend of temperature and history during the 10,000 years Ice Age, etc. And it has always recorded major events. At the same time, there are two plans written on the two walls. One is the compilation of science and technology. The era. One is the era of genetic evolution. These are two directions. In the age of technological weapons, organic airships, spaceships, suspended trains in the city, superships, etc. And on the other wall is written, human anti-cold medicine, ocean breathing medicine, etc. Wait for some purification methods and steps. At the same time, there is also a map of the evolution of glacial life species. From the Cambrian to the Civilization period, all the trends of the 3-year Ice Age, until the present are equipped with a table of oxygen concentration, forming a well-dated evolutionary chain. And now with a pen in his hand, Ying Ziyue started drawing again. All the titles on the wall near the window were aimed at the last wave of global island disasters. The 3 disasters of icebound tsunamis, cold storms, and small-scale earthquakes are called global island disasters. The question now is how to fight against this kind of disaster. This is what we need to prepare to win. Midnight. Separation walls, diversion canals, underground reservoirs, continental barriers, steel walls, heightened and reinforced walls, more wind turbines, new energy airships, and so on. This is just the beginning, and there is still one day to go. There are more brilliant projects. Looking at the long dark night in front of me, looking at this brightly lit giant city, watching that the wall is still being processed and built overnight. There is a smile on the corner of Win Midnight's mouth. There are so many citizens, so many engineers, and the underground city general research center. He wants to make this city truly a magical city of science and technology. And now is just the beginning. This day is enough to change a lot of history, and after tonight, a brand new city of technological mutation will appear. This is a catastrophic night. The glaciers in the north and south are pitch black, and the icy cold is beginning to come. Everyone here can't get close, even with the 100 best cold resistant technology on the planet, because it has formed liquid nitrogen. The storm was still hitting everything. The lighthouses of the Eagle Nation were completely frozen. Piece by piece, began to shatter. This night was just the beginning of not only a cold air storm, but also a super impact of a tsunami. At 2 o'clock. In the morning, here is the grassland continent. The world seems to change color. If humans can witness all this with their own eyes, they will lose any resistance in despair, because waves of tsunamis are beginning to converge point within those 5 oceans. Slices of tsunamis began to condense, and condense continuously. The waves are getting higher, and bigger. After condensing to the extreme, a huge wave formed and began to prepare to hit the surface point. The icebound tsunami is about to come, and the most terrifying disaster in history is about to sweep everything. At the same time, there were earthquakes, and global earthquakes occurred at the same time. The plates collided one by one, and layer upon layer of plates began to appear, and the collision of small movements and the sound of bang bang sounded very scary. The cold air storms of the glaciers in the north and the south, the hundreds of meters high tsunami formed by the waves, and the small scale collisions of plates are all for the accumulation of power for the global island disaster. A day later, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky is still dark, but I got up early to win the midnight. In the living room, my parents are cooking, roasting meat and stewing tofu, which is very fragrant and full of fragrance. The staple food is pancakes, and eating roasted meat, tofu, and some small pickles at the same time. The breakfast is very rich, with some eggs at the same time, nutritious and healthy. This was the last day before the disaster. However, when midnight walked on the street, there was no panic on the street, and no one bought a lot of food in the convenience store. Everyone should go to work. The train in the city, it is still galloping, transporting a large number of people to work normally, while the outer city wall is still being reinforced. The temperature in the city has become warmer, and even pedestrians can wear some shirts and hold umbrellas because of the rain for a long time. The cars speeding on the street look very brand new, and the seaweed grows wildly in the rain fountain. On the walls of every residential building, slices of seaweed are savagely growing. The seaweed exudes incomparable vitality, dotting the city. In the mechanical city, the touches of emerald green form a series of beautiful lines. The scenery, in this ice age, is like hope, and when you look up and full on the residential buildings, it is hope. Ying Ziyue wore a cold-resistant suit and an oxygen mask. Behind him was Ziyue Yan, Zhao Guofeng, and the leader of the Special Research Institute, as well as from the underground city, the Institute of Precision Instrument, the Institute of New Energy, and the city, the Core School of Engineering, School of Command Center, etc. The professors and doctors of the major underground scientific research institutes all came to Haitian Pass wearing cold-resistant clothing. On the walls of the ancient civilization, there are engineering teams cleaning snow every day to prevent the 30-meter high city wall from being submerged by snow. Such pieces of the city wall are still being submerged. Wearing cold-proof clothes and holding an umbrella behind his back, when midnight stood on the highest point against the storm, his eyes were a little clear. Everyone in the east showed no fear of any color behind him. They all stood upright. Fear of wind and cold. This is the strong self-confidence that belongs to them. Everyone in the dungeon, present with a doctor of scientific research and research professor. Everyone is high-spirited and full of self-confidence. Standing for half an hour from 5 o'clock in the morning, everyone went from the initial excitement to calm, then to excitement, because as the temperature began to drop sharply, ice crystals began to attach to the surface, and they seemed to be living on another planet. Only in this environment can they feel the horror of the disaster even more, and everyone can be more curious this time. What exactly did midnight call them for? Because the disaster only left the last day. Walking on foot, feeling the storm, feeling the frost, feeling everything in this Xihai Pass. After winning the midnight excitement, he was extremely dignified, and finally, under the gaze of the audience, he took a long breath and spoke. You still have less than 20 hours. Although we have built many separation walls and strengthened the city walls, these are not enough. At the last moment, the West chose the blasting plan. We are choosing 2 layers of protection, inside and outside. But it's not enough. We have 2 billion people. We have the underground Great Wall. We have the Southern Industrial Corridor and the Northern Agricultural Ecological Park. Next, we have to face the super disaster of the 3 kinds of disasters. To fight. Winning the midnight voice is extremely exciting. After he finished speaking, every scientific research doctor couldn't help being excited. They have no fear, they are confident that they can do the best. Leader of the report, the Underground Scientific Research Institute promises to complete all the tasks. We have dreamed of being scientists since we were young. When we grow up, we have become scientists. Everything we do is for this country. This country has nurtured us, and we too give them back. Ziyue, the director of the Great Wall of Scientific Research, spoke. He is the chief in charge of the aviation military region. He is 67 years old. This is a shrewd and burly old man. His voice is excited. After he finished speaking, every scientific research PhD stood up one after another, and then paid tribute, to indicate that they too. Let's start to fight the new era. This represents the connection of steam pipes to the city walls within the last 20 hours, which means that, when those storms invade every city, the steam will begin to fight outward in the form of hot air. At the same time, the concentrating solar panels in the square were turned on again, and all the airships flew up to the sky, and all moved. Only by maintaining the flight movement can they avoid freezing point. At the same time, the oxygen in the northern ecological greenhouses began to increase. With so many plants and so many animals in the northern ecological greenhouses, at the moment of the disaster, the oxygen concentration must reach the extreme to survive the disaster. It is 5:17 in the morning, and there are still 19 hours before the disaster. This disaster determines whether there will be humans on the floor, and also determines the future direction of the East, so please come on. Ying Ziyue spoke. He used all his strength to protect the continent. All the scientific research doctors on the scene bowed. Everyone didn't need to say anything, and then the group got on the blizzard chariot and began to return. From this moment on, the countdown to the critical moment of human survival has entered. The final battle begins. Chapter 169. 6 AM on the 30th. Heishangun. The former long and undulating Great Wall winding and twisting, and blizzards did not submerge the Great Wall, but made the Great Wall even more stunning. From now on, the leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute have all gone to the major underground scientific research institutes, as well as each city, to carry out the final arrangement tasks because there are still the last 18 hours. This time it is not the arrival of the Ice Age, nor the earthquake, but the entanglement of 3 disasters into one, and then a super disaster that can destroy all mankind is formed. Therefore, this time we need a real one. The whole people finally resisted. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind howled. This is Haitian Pass in the past. It has a history of nearly 800 years of the city wall. Before this, it was also called the First Gate of Yanjing. It was mainly to prevent the ancient cavalry from invading. Now on this city wall, behind Ying Ziyue is a group of protectors who are still standing, looking at Ziyue Yan with sharp eyes right now. The heavens and the earth are pure white. Although it is not dawn yet, the lighthouses are shining up and shining. The lighthouses shine with the greatest energy, shining the areas incomparably white. This is just the beginning. Ying Ziyue held his hand, and to be precise, he looked in front of him with a complicated expression. Looking in front of him as a guardian and a time recorder. The air now is not just air, but the snowflakes with moist luster. Ying Ziyue stretched out her hand, and saw layers of ice crystals begin to condense on the arm area of her cold-resistant suit, and a layer of water vapor also began to start to appear. As a result, an extremely stunning scene was formed. That is, the water vapor began to turn into water droplets, and then the water droplets were combined by ice crystals from the inside at the moment of dropping, and then quickly it began to turn into a small hail, and then fell on the ground. After the drops fell on the ground, they merged on the surface like small hailstones, and then these small hailstones became harder and bigger and bigger. This is the water vapor sign before that tsunami. In the civilization period, if you are on the beach, when a giant tsunami comes, you can also feel this sign. This is the change and state of the water droplets before the tsunami before they condense. Ying Ziyue looked at the bottom of the city wall again. This is a land. During the 3-year ice age of the Ice Age, those layers of snow-covered glaciers and snow-capped mountains buried the ground surface, and some areas even reached 200 meters high. There are 50-meter high glaciers and ice layers everywhere. Ice and snow layers of more than 10 meters high are rare, and because of the maintenance of long snow shoveling teams at Haitian Pass, there is a rare piece of land. Looking at the grey-yellow land, Ying Ziyue can feel the hardness of this soil because of the extreme cold. The reason is that the ground is as hard as steel plates, and normal engineering vehicles cannot break it. Looking at the grey-yellow ground, Ying Ziyue's eyes are almost like microscopes. He has studied geology and knows the cracks, directions, and changes caused by plate collisions. The tiny grayish-yellow cracks appeared to be caused by extreme cold, but Ying Ziyue's eyes were clear. To him, this was a phenomenon of cracks in the area caused by plate collisions. This phenomenon is similar to when a mudslide erupts. You can hear a sound when lying on the ground 5 kilometers away, or when a group of cavalry arrives. You can hear a sound when lying on the ground 10 kilometers away. The vibration sound. Now I look at the cracks and the winding geological cracks. Ying Ziyue sighed again. The current sign is obviously a regional crack caused by plate collision. Now the plate collision is only the beginning, so the regional crack seems to be only a little bit. The next collision is the real beginning. What is the depression before the disaster? This is repression. The surface of the West is completely buried. The semi-underground bunkers of the past miracles of civilization are covered by glaciers, and under the broken high-rise buildings, just for better escape. Those super dungeons, that can be called underground civilizations, have split into a human survival area, and those desert nations have split into islands, and then they are about to dissipate in the extreme cold. This is the final preparation for all countries in the world, from 6 o'clock in the morning until 6:30 in the morning. Ying Ziyue stayed at Haitian Pass, standing on this ancient city wall. Now on the subtropical continent, there are giant lighthouses standing like meccas guarding them. The reserve lights are all beginning to illuminate, at least at this extinction moment. The lights are shining brightly. At the same time, even under this kind of light, the visibility of the earth is only 50 centimeters, because with the approach of the super cold air storm group on the last day, the storm group is like a grey-white weapon. In every area outside the city, every place began to rage as everything that has been raging will start to freeze from the inside out, forming ice crystals, and finally turning into ice sculptures on the Haitian Pass super city wall. Ying Ziyue held her hand and Ziyue Yan shouted beside him. Team leader, can we fight the past this time? Ziyue Yan will only ask when there is really no one. Compared with other people, Ziyue Yan is a real disasterist. He has more realistic contrasts, so the questions he thinks will be more cruel, because in this West, in the era of avoiding 100 meters underground, the pressure on the east above the surface is too great. Ying Ziyue paced, facing the wind and snow, facing the absolute depression of the mountains and seas. He looked ahead. His eyes gave the best answer, that is the direction of the separation walls of the inner and outer cities, as well as the direction of the sky, the industrial corridor in the south, the ecological paradise in the north, and the Xihai warehouse point. Then came the West Sea, the Liaohe Sea and the North Sea. The direction of 3 sea areas. When his gaze shifted to this place, Ziyue Yan's somewhat trembling heart began to agitate, glowing with a new life. Call point before the cold wave. Ying Ziyue held both hands. Her eyes were so cold. Really, her voice resounded like a sea of clouds, always so firm. The next 2 billion people in the East will tell you. We will also tell you about the project we have prepared for 3.5 years. They will also tell you about the research teams of major scientific research institutes and universities in the East, whether the East continues to exist above the surface. We will tell the whole world in blood and blood. We are not afraid of everything. Now it is, and will be in the future. There are still 17 hours to toast, light, sing, and bow for the entire great country. As Ying Ziyue's voice fell, his gaze became distant, like a detector in the Eastern space station, observing the plates that are about to split, watching the final silence before the disaster. Return to the city to prepare for battle. Everything was quiet, only the voice of Ying Ziyue's perpetual fighting spirit remained, which continued to resound in this place where the snowstorms converged, and continued to resound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in the city of Yanjing, an upright and handsome midnight in a black cotton uniform appeared on the street. No one knew where he was going. He walked forward slowly as he reached his destination. Scene by scene, enough to be called stunning scenes. Nancheng District. Nancheng District is under the jurisdiction of the military, and at the entrance of Nancheng District, a brand new blizzard giant crane appears. As long as it is a project below 300 meters, it can be constructed quickly, transporting materials, steel bars and other materials, lined up one by one, like a giant firefighting ladder, moving towards the outside of the city point. A red banner reads, "Disaster relief is supreme." Winning Midnight stopped on both sides of the road. He looked up at the blizzard crane. He knew that the blizzard crane could not only transport materials quickly, but also resist the impact of disasters. By the side of Ying Ziyue, someone nearby was sighing softly, and the sound of exclamation continued to sound, and everyone's eyes were bright and excited. "Look, this is Blizzard's giant crane, probably built for the purpose of building walls and lighthouses. Our country has really tried hard to reinforce the city walls. After all, this kind of crane is extremely rare in the civilization period." Yes, our country's preparations for the project this time are really great. Each project is enough to be called magnificent and powerful. It is really spectacular. On both sides of the road, there are students, the families of engineers, children, and office workers who are staying. They all looked up at the cranes traveling one by one. Everyone had their eyes bright and watched the cranes gradually drive out of the city point on both sides of the road. Ying Ziyue and Zoyan's mouth both smiled at the same time, because from this moment, or from July in the civilized period, not only them, but all the people in the East can personally feel it, one by one. The era has begun, and now, it is the complexes of those new eras, integrated to fight the next super disaster. The style of the morning is cold outside, and outside the city, the wind directly condenses into a liquid nitrogen storm. What does this symbolize? Similar to a cloud of pure white mist, as if it was going to swallow everything. Any substance that existed was madly swallowed and frozen. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sky is still gloomy. If it had been in civilization, the earth would have been irradiated by sunlight, and it would have been bright. However, due to the influence of dense galaxies and stratospheric gas, there are still 2 direct rays of light from the sun. It took only an hour to arrive, so the sky on earth is still gloomy now. If there is no lighthouse outside the city, people's naked eyes will be covered in white frost, and then they will suffer from snow blindness, and the eyes will start to tingle. In the end, even if they are wearing an aviation suit, they will fall into a snow pit several tens of meters high, become an eternal ice sculpture. And now, the lighthouses outside the city illuminate every area with incredibly bright and white, and this is not the most sacred light. The most sacred light comes from within the city, on every main road in the city. The telephone poles were erected, the sky was still gloomy, and it was raining constantly, but the bright lights dazzled the whole city. From time to time there are airships in the sky starting to take off to transport materials. In the 5,000-year history of this continent, the East is industrious and simple. The lighthouse is on, and it is shining brightly. From a high altitude, the city is more and more beautiful and stunning. The picture comes to Guangcheng. Although Guangcheng is a city of industrial corridors, it is also the general base of the first naval military region, which was the first disaster in the Ice Age. The military forces in the East in the Ice Age have been preparing for infrastructure, reserve forces, and began to develop a reserve of warships suitable for disaster levels. Among them, the Navy is the most powerful, because the Navy represents the essence of the country and the strength of the country. The sky is whistling, and the cold wind is rushing. It is now 8:15. This is the number 1 naval district in Guangcheng. The base is heavily guarded. There are a total of 500,000 soldiers and a total of 50 reserve battalions. The sharp assembly sound sounded. This kind of collective sounds is divided into 3 collective sounds. The first is the sound of diddy. This kind of sound means that they are assembled within half an hour, and they are gathered at the door of each squadron. This kind of assembly mostly represents the military parade, visit exhibitions, guard and other work. The second type of sound is a booming sound. This kind of sound represents that there are emergency assembly orders arranged by special research institutes in the province, such as some anti-disaster battles inside and outside the city, the first wave of cold wave duel against blizzards, and other teams assemble to start the engineering preparations inside and outside the city, as well as the engineering rescue preparations outside the city, similar to those of the separation wall and other engineering preparations. The second is emergency preparations. This kind of military uniform must be worn within 15 minutes. Wear all the equipment and prepare to fight disasters and save the country. The third is a squeaking sound. This kind of sound has only one simple command, that is, you must gather within 10 minutes. No matter what you are in or what you are wearing, you will quickly organize your uniforms, organize your military appearance, and start. Assemble them all, and wear the top anti-disaster equipment at the same time. And now, this is the first time such an emergency sound has appeared. So when the order for the super assembly sounded, the entire Guangcheng military region entered a state of depression. Every military division, every captain, and every member of the army gathered in an emergency, dressed in military uniforms, and started to stand straight to the major military regions. Line up. Li Qiang, the squad leader of the 17th Battalion of the Guangcheng 1st Naval District, was one of them. Li Qiang was a northerner who grew up in the coastal tourist city of Huangshi Island. The family began to defect to the aunt, and then moved to Guangcheng. Li Qiang, who graduated from Marine College, decided to join the army during the year of the Ice Age. Joining the army in this era of contending with disasters is truly tantamount to walking on the blade of a steel wire, so it is extremely dangerous. His family blocked him, but Li Qiang still joined the army without hesitation. Now he has become the squad leader of the 17th Squadron of the Navy District in just 2.5 years at age 17. The 17th Squadron was divided into 2 squadrons, and each squadron was divided into 10 squadrons. When the squeak sounded, Li Qiang, the commander of the 17th Squadron and the 4th Squadron of the 2nd Squadron, was directly in the dormitory. After getting up, he quickly tapped each bed and shouted, "Get up all! Get up all!" The first level assembly order appears, and the first level assembly order appears. This is just the beginning, not just from this class. In other classes, every class leader's loud voice sounded, "Get up quickly and start gathering." The first level gathering order appears. The sharp squeaking sound of the assembly in the 1st Military District continued to sound, resounding above the heads of every class and brigade. On the playground of every military area, a depressed breath came to your face. Every soldier stood upright, and at the same time, all commanders of the army appeared one after another from now on. Not only the naval squadron, but also the aircraft carrier squadrons, the mechanical army, icebreakers, army, etc., are all assembled and held on the playground of the 1st Military District. Squad leader Li Qiang watched these squadrons gathered together, and he began to feel a little excitement and anxiety. It was obvious that there would be extremely grand battles or missions in the future. On the general playground of the 1st Naval District, squadrons began to assemble, and all class teams began to assemble. This kind of assembly is orderly. Although the sky hasn't dawned yet, the lighthouses in the military area have already illuminated the earth extremely white and bright. The scene in front of me was dazzlingly illuminated, sprinkled on the lawn, and above everyone's head, and every soldier's face was full of solemnity. Captain Wu Gang stood in front of the team. He stood straight and faced everyone. Wu Gang was 39 years old. He was a Navy lieutenant colonel during the civilization period. At this moment, he is the captain of the 2 squadrons, and he is truly familiar with the Navy and oceans. The top high-level combatant is also a sturdy soldier who looks like a brown bear at the forefront of the team. Wu Gang looked at everyone. He was a truly typical prairie man. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were firm and energetic. He used to fight the cold wave against the blizzard on the first battlefield in Guangcheng. He really experienced disaster. The person in the scene has a special aura on his body, like a knife, that has been tempered and has a murderous intent. Wu Gang is standing here. He does not speak, and no one dares to speak. There are still 16 hours from now. After 16 hours, a very cold air storm codenamed the global island disaster, as well as an icebound tsunami and a continuous small-scale earthquake, will come together, attacking every city in our country, attacking every region of our country. Our people will encounter top disasters, and those barriers such as the separation wall will also face breaking and collapse. At the same time, the industrial corridor in the south and the ecological paradise in the north, Xihai warehouses will all face transportation and food problems. So, how should we act in the face of severe disasters? Wisco's voice was exhilarating. After his voice fell, bursts of roars that could be called battle intent resounded, resounding in every area point in front of him. Every soldier is very valiant. They are Eastern soldiers. They have the most recent and toughest record in the East. In the face of disasters, they are fearless. All the disasters in front of them are now, and in the future. This is the Eastern soldiers. When Wu Gang's voice resounded on the playground, every soldier stood up even more and shouted, "The nation's disaster resistance is supreme, and the nation's disaster resistance is supreme." Shocking roars sounded one after another. Every soldier present was roaring. For the soldiers in the East, they had experienced 3 years of ice age, experienced blizzards, experienced cold waves, and experienced waves of disasters. So they are very confident to face and resist all this. The deafening roar resounded in every area, and every soldier was very excited. This is an honor exclusive to them. Captain Wu Gang nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the others, he liked the shock and the sense of picture more than others. He liked the mighty military horses of soldiers and the burning blood on his body. As Wu Gang slowly lowered his arm, all the soldiers in the audience calmed down at the same time. Everyone looked at the man who looked like a pine bear in front of him, and now he represented the naval power of the East. Wu Gang stood at the forefront of the team. His eyes were like electricity, and his eyes were like knives. Everyone, for thousands of years, our ancestor, Daewoo, has controlled the waters. In the face of surging floods, the Western Noah's Ark is galloping. But we the ancestors controlled the water for 3 years without entering the house. In the old days when faced with locusts, some people chose to hide in the grassland, some chose to burn incense and pray. We ate them all, we crushed them, and we confronted them. In the past years, the dangers encountered in the East have never retreated, so are blizzards and cold waves. Our artificial sun is beginning to shine. Our solar panels emit a hot glow. Our hot blast furnace, our steam pipes, wind turbines are fighting, and all projects in the East are fighting. And now, we have to tell the world the fact that we will also fight, swear by our lives, and fight. Wu Gang's voice was excitement and excitement. His eyes were lost back and forth like a sword. So after he finished speaking, the faces of every soldier on the scene showed determination. From now on, the first icebreaker is dispatched, the first aircraft carrier squadron is dispatched, the first mechanical science and technology group is dispatched, and the first man-made island team is dispatched. A series of stalwart orders began to be issued, and the Eastern military region demonstrated extreme and united strength. Following Wu Gang's order, all the military commanders stood up straight at the same time, and then chanted. With a sound, disbanded. Everyone began to get busy. The lighthouses in the military area were shining everywhere on the ground. At the same time, the southern gate of Guangqing began to open. After the gate was opened, huge icebreakers began to launch and ride on the frozen ice surface of the flooding glaciers. The icebreaker, like a roaring behemoth, crushes everything. From the beginning to the end, the East showed the power of hardcore horror. They united to tear everything apart. On the Guangqing South Stadium, the first team captain Wu Gao, the Minister of Engineering Ma Rubin, the President of the Ocean University Chen Qianlui, the 3 top executives and the Deputy Director of the Scientific Research Institute Zhao Guofeng, the 4 top-level high-levels are standing on the city wall. They are watching the scenes of these military districts dispatching, the scenes of the Navy marching out. Although the weather outside is black, there is a lighthouse shining on. Under the mapping, a group of orderly soldiers appears. It is spectacular and awe-inspiring, and this picture is only the beginning, because now the East will show extremely hardcore military power. The ground roared, the wind and clouds changed color, and the icebreaker seemed to be tearing everything apart, constantly roaring. In Wu Gang's eyes, He can clearly see that icebreakers are starting to launch, and mechanical and technological steam engines are also starting to launch. At the same time, those mechanical arms are also beginning to make small connections, which is the most magnificent in history. The most majestic task is in the final step. This moment should be remembered and eulogized. Our country's ocean trump card has finally been revealed. Although there is less than a day's time, it is enough. Wu Gang holds his hand. He looks at the scene in front of him with a smile on his mouth. For him, all preparations are complete. It is for today. Not only the Guangcheng military district, but all the naval military districts have begun operations. The nation's disaster resistance is supreme. All must be dispatched. On the city wall, Zhao Guofeng, who looks like a brown bear, is also holding his arms and smiling at the corners of his mouth. Compared with other people, his eyes are farther, which is the direction of other areas. Engineering Minister Ma Rubin looked solemn because he knew what those scenes were. At this moment, the Eastern Navy started with Guangcheng Point. Although it is now 9 o'clock, the sky is still dim. When the sky is not lit, all the reserve functions are turned on, because now is the final moment of decision. The instruction from the Special Research Institute is to let all the people of the East are in the light. No matter what the final result is, they will let the people of the East be in the light. There is no way to say about this kind of spirit. Xihai City, where the Northern Ecological Center is located, also opened its gates, and giant snowplow trucks began to gather, and they moved in the direction of the West Sea. The scene of this scene looked extremely shocking. As an icebreaker begins to go to sea, a new era will come. Not only Xihai City, but also Haitian Pass, the place where the seas flow near the two oceans, and Beicheng, which is also close to the West Sea, and Liaohe. In these cities close to the coast, sea warships are in action. In the current extreme cold weather, the Air Force is also preparing airship forces. The Navy's Ice Age Infantry Regiment has matured, so now is the time for the Navy to dispatch points starting from 5 o'clock in the morning. All major military regions in the East have begun to issue operational instructions. Every city has begun to reinforce its walls, high-speed rail, and spring sea crossing bridge. The projects are all carried out at the same time, like densely packed ants scattered across the country. All the major factories throughout the country contribute every bit of strength to this big country's fight against disasters. This is a sense of honor, participation, and pride. These three feelings are enough to allow every citizen to exert all the power they can. From now on, the nationwide project is being carried out, and the final step is in progress. This is the West, and it is now 12 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 12 hours before the disaster that extinct humans. In these 12 hours, various emotions flashed in human beings, such as despair, disappointment, and the negative emotions such as dead heart. There are 12 hours left, and the countdown has begun. The dungeons of Rose Nation have closed all that can be closed. They have truly achieved all-round super closed. In every week, every area has been closed without any blockage to ensure that no area will leak. This is the measure from the Rose Country. They can be 100% closed, so as to deal with the next waves of terrorist disasters. Rose Country Minister Roddy stood straight, his eyes full of solemnity. Behind him, Deputy Minister Thomas just finished the report. Roddy shook his head. He took out a detailed report and looked at the contents of the report. With Mars State as the leader, all the underground cities and underground states have begun to close one after another. This kind of closure means that it is close to the closure of the super blockade, and it will not open until the super civilization. But the consequences of this kind of closure are the same. Very serious, but now, it has to be closed. Roddy watched the closure of each state, the complete closure of industry and agriculture, the lack of food resources, even the lack of drinking water, the lack of cotton clothes and other comprehensive people's livelihoods. All the equipment was lacking, and Roddy felt only a wave of sorrow. He watched the news from the East again. It was the Xihai warehouse, the scene of train transportation, the scene of flying transportation, and the eastern food, in the glacier area, was abundant to the extreme. There are still 12 hours. I don't know who is right and who is wrong, but then, those epic disasters will tell the world that, only if you do it right can you live, so let us meet the disaster together. Roddy looked ahead with complicated eyes. His voice seemed to be whispering, desperate, and his body was full of depression. The cold wind hits, and in every state, People are wailing. We need food. Now everyone does not need to work. Let us start waiting at home to feel death. But the lack of food means that we even die in the extreme cold of hunger. This is sad. We need food. We want the school library and gymnasium to have good food. This is the measure that the underground city should have. Got, the food in the east is plentiful and the environment is natural. Why is our environment different from this? Our food should be the same as in the east. We want the same food in the same environment. Every community is sounding the same voice, one voice full of despair, grief, and heartbreak. The people are wailing on NS, YouTube and Twitter. They all want the best food and the best treatment. And the bunkers in the Eagle Nation that were covered up to 100 meters below also fell into a shortage of food and drinking water. The people were also wailing. They wanted a free environment and the best environment. The first hot search on YouTube is food, environment, etc. This is what Western people want most at the moment. At this moment, the surface of the West has become an absolute forbidden zone. No science and technology can enter under this situation. When the wheels begin to crush, no one can escape. Anyone will be crushed. Western people. His wish is destined to fail. It is now 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock that should be remembered. The three sea areas of the West Sea, the Liaohe Sea and the North Sea cover more than 20 cities across the sea. On this huge and tall sea crossing bridge, waves of huge waves and tsunamis are impacting, but the sea crossing bridge is majestic. It moves without any tremor, and even if an egg is placed on the bridge, the egg will not tremble at all. This is the power of the cross-sea bridge and the power of the Eastern infrastructure. From ancient times to the present, the East has proved to the world what cohesion is, and now on the cross-sea bridge, the naval captains of a total of 5 military districts are all standing in a row. At the forefront is Win Midnight, as well as deputy team leaders Zhuo Yan, Zhao Guofeng, and team leaders in charge of various projects. A total of 1,200 people. They are now standing on the cross-sea bridge, on both sides of them are special police teams, protecting them. These people witnessed this spectacular scene in front of them. As the navy from Guangcheng, Beijing and other coastal cities all dispatched, the first scene was that icebreakers were connected to form a supergiant icebreaker. The arms began to connect, forming an icebreaker aircraft carrier, the first ship, the second ship, the third ship. The ice-breaking aircraft carrier is enough to occupy a sea area. Even in that tsunami, the ice-breaking aircraft carrier can suppress any tsunami and suppress any waves. This picture is only the beginning, because the more shocking picture appears, that is, the appearance of 5 ice-breaking aircraft carriers. This is a total of a giant aircraft carrier over 60,000 meters long is enough to occupy a large area of the sea. Standing on the cross-sea bridge, people can't see the head with the naked eye. You must know that this is an ice-breaking aircraft carrier that has given the total power of the ocean, and the next scene is the ice-breaking aircraft carrier playing their role. The core of the icebreaker uses a quantum computer, prejudgment and division of mechanical manipulation and other programs and promotion, so this picture can be said to be amazing. The scene of this scene is only the beginning, because in front of the people, the side that makes them feel excited is man-made islands. In the past, those man-made islands were small man-made islands, a total of tens of kilometers, but now they are giants with hundreds of kilometers as the starting point. Man-made island. On these artificial islands, marine floating devices, fishing devices, and seascape devices have been built. The giant artificial islands float on the sea like an ocean overlord. The so-called giant tsunami faces this artificial island. There is no half function, so artificial islands use floating slabs, which will appear on the sea after the tsunami. The stunning and perfect man-made islands, the 300-meter high sea crossing bridges, and the coastal cities submerged under the sea. Now they have become submarine cities. These pictures have become eternal, and there are still 10 hours before the disaster, and it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at these spectacular pictures, a group of high-level officials did not have any pessimism or despair, because this was the effort of the East's total engineering. Chapter 171. At 2 p.m. At this moment, there are still 10 hours before the disaster strikes. In the last 10 hours, Human nature faced many challenges, doubts, despair, and many other negative emotions lingering on everyone's head point. Because this is the biggest disaster in history, it is also a super disaster for all mankind, and so on. The three kinds of disasters are combined together. Therefore, the first instinctive emotion of mankind is despair, despair deep into the bones. What is the most painful thing in the world is to wait for disasters and watch disasters come. This is the most painful, because watching the disaster sweeping and crushing step by step, the traces of human existence began to be shattered and wiped out, and finally disappeared. Under this pain point, the last moments before the extinction of mankind are the most tormented point, because you can feel the passing of life and the slow progress of the annual ring of disasters. Anyone who wants to stop it will be crushed and frozen like a man's arm as a car, and finally become on this planet one of the innumerable ice sculptures dotted with invisible point. And now it's getting dark at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if the disaster strikes, the Earth's sunshine time has not been shortened or reduced, and it is still the normal sunshine time point. During this kind of sunshine time, the scenes that humans have witnessed are never seen in the civilization period. For example, as the light is about to diminish, those micromolecules on the surface will change as the extreme cold swept over the surface. It turned into a white and grey piece, formed ice crystals, and then turned into a cloud of aerosols. From the north and south glaciers, the aerosols began to spread wildly, at an extremely fast speed, swallowing everything on the Earth. About 4 p.m., the dark hour will begin to come. Humans like to live in the light, and only the sun can bring them light. But from now on, everything that happens on the Earth tells all mankind that the light is about to disappear. At the same time, mankind is about to welcome the saddest and most terrifying era. This era can be called the ultra-destructive era. As the picture shifted to a desert, the desert that was once the closest to the sea was mainly producing crude oil, and became the most developed country in the world. Later, due to plate collisions, the first step of the country here became Wandering Island. The country's total population of more than 30 million has been split into hundreds of islands. On the largest island, there are 6 million people. This island is called a desert island. Even though extremes appeared after the split, there were heavy casualties, but then humans quickly began to group together. The construction project implemented a distribution system and so on measures. So on this island, there is not much chaos. They survived tenaciously. At this moment, the Disaster Prevention Center on this island is composed of high-end scientific research talents, physics talents, astronomy talents, and geological detection talents. In the Scientific Research Center, they all gather in the conference room for major meetings in this silver conference room, headed by Minister Rand. Beside Rand, disaster scientists and geographers are all reporting, and their voices are a bit sharp, because they have the current disaster news, and people say no. Fear and trembling. Report Minister, within the scope of the next global disaster, there will be a large-scale collision of the coastal plates. This collision will continue for nearly an hour, and within an hour there will be continuous earthquakes of magnitude 5 to magnitude 8 around the world. This kind of earthquake tests any building on the ground, any bunker. The large-scale shaking caused by the continuous earthquake very test the structure of each building, and the limit. Once it is not defended, it will be extremely dangerous. Geologist Selter finished the report. After speaking, the expression on his face became more solemn, without any lightness, because according to the current disaster, he could not bear the consequences that he could imagine. Minister Rand's expression is also extremely dignified and serious, because the desert country is now a semi-underground city, which uses a steel bunker structure and a city's defensive structure, but once it is shattered by an earthquake, then wait for their best. The end of the game is to become an ice sculpture, and the final end is to fall into a closed crack, never see the sun, and finally become bones. Tell the whole country, let them start the final farewell now. We have done everything we can. Now let them have the final farewell. This is the last thing we can do. Tell them the truth and let them have something in their hearts. Prepare. After Rand spoke, the other high levels didn't say anything. The only thing they could feel now was hopelessness and despair. In the face of disasters, they had made the most comprehensive preparations, but they couldn't resist it, and could only help them. together with the people of the whole country, waiting for the disaster to come. This feeling is really too uncomfortable. Following the announcement, after all kinds of voices sounded, all of them were finally making their final farewells. There was no way. Even the high-level officials said so. As ordinary people, there is really no way. They can only wait for death to come. The children leaned against each other, whispering the last words of death. This kind of picture looks a little warm, but in this environment, it is really not warm. It is 4:30. The sky is dark and the temperature drops again and again. The countries near the sea are extremely disturbed and extremely depressed. Under the waves of setbacks and extinction, the population has dropped sharply, and all kinds of order are chaotic. However, the catastrophe still does not let them go. For example, under the global dispute, Kawasaki was also a developed country before, mainly producing precision high-end instruments and electronic technology medical products. Later, when disasters came, the unsustainable supply of agricultural industry and part of coastal disasters continued to make this the country's base was still destroyed, and in the end only 2 million population bases remained. This was also the last population power of Kawasaki Point. The underground bunker of the Kawasaki National Peach Blossom Base integrates comprehensive agricultural industry, as well as weapons reserves, basic development to fight disasters. It was ranked first when the base was just established in the Ice Age. As one of the most powerful bases, it was because of the peach gardens in the civilization period. It is famous, so it is called Peach Blossom Base Point at this moment. 25 meters underground in the Teohua base, high-level officials gathered in the conference room, and a thick pile of materials were placed in front of them. According to the analysis of major scientific research professors, Kawasaki suffered a great loss in this disaster. It's terrible, so they know better that this is the last duel. If this duel fails, it will be a complete failure, complete destruction, which also means complete extinction. So it is extremely terrifying. The person in charge of Kawasaki country is called Momoka Ichiro. This is his name changed in the Ice Age. He hopes to lead his people to build a fairy-like Peach Blossom Island. Unlike other high-level executives, Momoka Ichiro is a truly highly academic manager. He quickly tapped his fingers to mobilize the only remaining weather satellites and space stations in Kawasaki, and then began to adjust the satellite images after the data compiled by the meteorological satellite space and those north-south weather station observers. At this moment, the surface temperature of the southern glacier has reached -192.5 degrees. And the surface temperature of the northern glacier has reached -210.8 degrees. Both regions are amazing. In the scene, a storm began, and a cloud of mist began to condense. As a result, the areas above the ground surface are all shrouded in cold air storms. Just like those white super fog, the density of visibility has dropped from 50 centimeters in the past to 30 centimeters. In such a low density situation, below, all human technology, vehicles, everything, etc. can't go out at all, because you don't know what you will face next. Maybe it's a snow pit, maybe it's Ziyue. And subsequently, the two surface temperatures of the Eagle Country and the Rose Country were the same, both at -192.5 degrees. At the same time, masses of cold air storms were also forming, and this group of storms would completely envelope the world in 5 hours. If viewed from outer space, after 5 hours, this once aquatic star will become a white ice ball. The statue of Liberty in the Eagle Kingdom is frozen, the Iron Towers are frozen, the Buddha statues are frozen, and the huge palaces and other miraculous buildings in the world are all frozen. Everything. Momoka Ichiro sees this from the image everything. Only a burst of horror and sorrow. When his eyes came to the Great Wall of the East, he couldn't help being surprised. The Great Wall of the East is of great historical, commemorative significance for the world. It represents the spirit of ancient craftsmen, and is also the largest building in ancient times. When the weather satellite image is drawn closer, a stunning scene appears. That is, the Great Wall headed by the East Haitian Pass. Not covered by snow, it is exclusive to the cyan bricks and tiles, and the ancient grey color appeared in front of everyone at the Peach Blossom Base Point. On both sides of the Great Wall stand icebergs and glaciers, but the Great Wall hovering over the eastern continent has not been buried. From a distance, this touch has added new life to the earth and new life fluctuations. So seeing this scene flashed through Momokichiro's heart with excitement and confession. He seemed to be able to feel a force called vitality point. After taking a long sigh of relief, Ichiro Momoka looked far away. Behind him was a high-level counselor. They all looked at Momokichiro nervously, because now his state is too dignified, and I can't help but think of what is next. To what extent will it be that the last remaining population of Kawasaki will become ice sculptures? Every member is very worried. Point next. Whether it is the southern hemisphere, the northern hemisphere or any area of the northern and southern glaciers, subtropical continents, tropical continents, etc. will reach a uniform temperature, which should probably be below zero. At the same time, the environment will be more cruel due to the formation of hurricanes, hail, and snowstorms. The concentration of visibility is almost 30 centimeters. If the temperature drops repeatedly, it is estimated that the concentration of visibility will continue to shrink. Start to order. Let everyone start to enjoy the best food. Let them stay with their families at home. This is the last moment. Momokichiro ordered, and all the seniors were extremely sad. They are sorrowful, and the order is still to be given. If today is the end, then enjoy and cherish the last moment. The Bihei in the East has been praised since ancient times. There were poets who said that Bihei is the land of the corners of the world, and some poets praised that Bihei is the place where 10,000 dragons gather and the place of pilgrimage. But at this moment, the Bihei has undergone earth-shaking changes. Waves of tsunamis impacted, set off huge waves, and made waves. The sky and the earth were whizzing and everything changed color. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the surface was completely covered by darkness. With the global visibility of 30 centimeters, the lighthouses in the east began to shine and turn on, and the lighthouses seemed to be given life, shining. Every area of the earth was shining incomparably white, spreading from the inland to the coast step by step, and finally reached the height of the continental barrier. Those cities were submerged under the sea, and submerged in the beginning of the years, the most cataclysmic and horrible era in history that mankind can stare at. But even so, the East still shows unprecedented unity. This unity can be understood as the world is writing a suicide note, and every household is making a final farewell point. But the East did not say goodbye like they did, nor did they pray the last. They did not beg the gods and Buddhas, and no one forced them, nor did they pray to the gods and Buddhas, and so on. Yangjing Bicheng Meteorological Observatory, originally a 50-meter high weather observation room, has become 100 meters high. A huge floor-to-ceiling window occupies a part of the area. A total of nearly 200 square meters of meteorological observations look outside on the 100-meter high city wall. You can feel that the real mountains and seas are changing colors, and the jade from heaven and earth is roaring and whistling. In the weather observation room, Ying Ziyue is in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking down from the 100-meter weather observation room, you can clearly see that the city wall is not covered by snow. The previous snow shovel has been changed to automation, and it has been controlled remotely. Waves of snow shoveling in large areas, without any stop. Report team leader. Now that the desert country has given up resistance, a national announcement is made to inform the people and cherish the last moment. Leader of the report. Now the top leaders of the Kawasaki country let the people say their final farewells and open food restrictions. Zero fine flowers. A loud report sounded, and foreign objects from the east reported the news they had collected. Hearing this slightly tragic report with a sigh, when Midnight just nodded faintly. At the moment when the disaster came and all mankind was extinct, he did not have any pessimistic emotions, and his brain was always spinning and twitching crazily. The cigar plunged into the cold like a warrior. As far as winning Midnight is concerned, his beliefs and his overall spirit have not been hit in any way. Even if he becomes an ice sculpture in the cold wave, he is also a standing ice sculpture. Just behind Xiao Guofeng also said, group leader, they are all doing the final farewell. They either believe in God or pray to Jesus. Then what should we believe in, or what we should do? After Xiao Guofeng spoke, he could clearly feel the most violent impact of the blizzard at the location where When Midnight was. Hearing the clashes from the windows, When Midnight was expressionless. His eyes were not afraid, but his whole body was filled with indomitability. Breath. Why do we believe in anything? We do not believe in gods and Buddhas or any religious beliefs. We only believe in ancestors. They step by step, from tribes to dynasties to guarding mountains and rivers to laying down the reputation of the Han people, creating the Great Wall, etc. We only believe in ancestors. We don't need to write a suicide note, nor do we need to pray any prayers. We have to fight. Fight with all our strength, and don't perish in silence, just erupt in silence. We have to use actual confrontation. This is our belief. Ying Ziyue hugged his hands. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were cold, because now he is not only talking, but has already done it. Even if the visibility is close to zero in the dark, it does not affect Dongfang's actions in the slightest. Because they don't believe in gods and Buddhas, they only believe in Yan Huang and only themselves. It is 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 5 hours before the disaster. At this moment, on every street in the east, the people are maintaining order, receiving food, and working normally, taking the train to and from get off work. No one showed sad emotions. Those rumors on the internet don't need to be seen by the east. 0. Because the city they live in has hot high-rise buildings, wind turbines, a 100-meter high wall, a separation wall outside the city, and a steel wall of the mainland barrier. They have 100% confidence in all these points, so the East does not need to be desperate, nor does it need to be reunited with his family at home point in the final farewell. Of other countries, prayer is completely the saddest way, because disasters will not let you go, because you are pitiful. They will let you go, only because you are strong, and because you resist. Some unspeakable spirit has been like this from 5000 to now. For the sake of comfort, the West did not resist too much, did not build more bases, did not take more protective measures to protect their homes. So they were destined to pay the price for the comfort in the end. The East is not like them. They don't need to be at ease. All they have to do is duel. At this moment, they are still in the final duel. After the gate of the southern city wall was opened, blizzards thickened, chariots galloped. In this environment of nearly -200 degrees, although the size of the blizzard chariot became smaller, the height became higher, and it was more like a giant tank. Galloping in the blizzard, those glaciers could not directly make way for them. The direction of these cars is only one point, that is, the separation wall point. Those separation walls are still undergoing final maintenance, and those engineers who went out to support each wear ultra thick cold resistant suits and oxygen masks. For them, in this kind of environment with a visibility of 30 centimeters, there are rows of lights inside and outside the city. In addition, the super lights worn on their heads are turned on. Even in this environment, they can see clearly, and they are fearless. There are still 5 hours, race against time. They are bound to win, survive and fight, not let everyone's efforts in vain. In the ocean, icebreakers began to connect to form an icebreaker aircraft carrier, confronting that tsunami, smashing away waves after waves. There was a roar from the hot tall buildings in the city. A burst of steam began to diffuse. The wind generator was spinning like an electric fan, and the extreme hot air began to rise. The solar panels on the city walls all reflect light, changing from dark to bright. This is a process of lighting up, and debugging is underway. This means that the solar panels will reach the ultimate light shining after 5 hours. In this era, everyone feels the power of the Eastern engineering group. Before the icebergs, the mechas also started to move. Under the dark night, the mechas began to explode to prevent the icebergs from increasing and encroaching on the eastern survival land. The engineers above the city wall are still installing some steam pipes, giant engines and so on. When the ice heat tsunami comes to the extreme cold, the steam pipes, hot blast furnaces and other heating facilities, and the solar panels on the city walls together form a super insulating shockwave to fight the extreme cold, ice and tsunamis. This kind of picture may only appear in people's minds before, but Dongfang did it. They started step by step, from before the Ice Age to the third year of the Ice Age. They did their best to do it. Time continues at a rapid pace. The installation of solar panels, the installation of the separation wall, the final reinforcement of the diversion channel, and the final reinforcement of the mainland steel barrier wall, etc., are all in the final improvement work. The whole world should witness this moment. At this moment, the people of the East will not give up, or give up. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone in every city did not rest. Everyone started lighting up the streets, lighting up the Kangming lanterns, and lighting red lanterns. This is more like a celebration, more like a confrontation, and also like a kind of spirit. The lights of every house are on. No one is crying. No one is messing up. Everyone just wants to confront. At 11 o'clock, all the lights of every train in every city are all lit up. At this moment, the countdown to the global human disaster is over. Death chapter 172. It is January 30th, the third year of the Ice Age, at 11 o'clock midnight. 11 o'clock. This is the 11 o'clock that should be remembered. During this time, all countries in the world have been fighting against the Ice Age for more than 3 years. During these 3 years, they have paid huge casualties, and the West has paid 3/4 the population loss and the huge loss of agriculture and industry, etc. Survived the humble disaster. The East stopped the development of industrial science and technology, stopped the development of school education, etc. and built super projects one by one, and developed with all the power of the country, which can be called a miracle in history. But for now, everything has reached the final moment point. There are 59 minutes before the final extinction. In the last 59 minutes, humans can clearly feel the passing of every minute and every second. Meteorological satellites overhead can still capture the last glorious moments of mankind. Highlight moments can capture the final curtain of civilized buildings. Those glorious scenes of the past are all submerged in the wind and snow, and those humans think they are huge projects. In the earthquake, the tsunami broke into pieces and turned into dust. 11:15. This is a desert country, and islands have been split up. In the remaining dozens of minutes, it is still safe here. At this moment, the depressive atmosphere here is almost desperate. Islands floating above the sea. Under this situation, 103. Once there are submarine supervolcanic waves or tsunami waves caused by crust collision, these pieces of the island will be 100% submerged by the tsunami, and then the extreme cold will swept across. All buildings, all humans will become ice sculptures, and even more terrifying is that the underground ice sculptures will never be discovered by new humans. They will always be buried in the Ice Age. In history. As time went by, everyone in each bunker was wrapped in robes and cotton padded clothes, and everyone's face was pessimistic. Everyone from house to house was praying to God, praying that Jesus would come to save them, and some people are still burning incense to worship the gods they believe in, or some people continue to reinforce the project so that the whole is more in a closed environment and prevent excessive damage from disasters. All this seems a bit futile, but this is what they can do at present. Praying, burning incense, and continuing to strengthen. At this moment, human beings have shown different attitudes, but without exception, everyone can clearly feel what is called despair, what is called pessimism. The atmosphere of depression lingers on everyone's head, making people breathless. The world was completely discolored, and the environment was so harsh that it swallowed everything around. The people of the desert country miss their original living environment very much at this moment. Although it was hot, there were deserts everywhere. In the past, they all liked the sea and yearned for the sea. Only when the disaster strikes, humans will know how beautiful and safe the environment they lived in before. The current picture is not only a desert country, but also other countries. In a university and a Western research institute, they still believe in the power of science and technology. In order to survive, the West has prepared Noah's Ark for a long time, and has been preparing for it. The disaster that came down, and over time, they built a super ark, but it can only accommodate dozens of people, which is specially prepared for some upper class people. At this moment, the residence of Roddy, the head of the public security office in Mars State, has become a temporary meeting room. Around him, 7 reinforcement have been carried out for each continent, including special foam materials and so on. A total of 7 reinforcement can be guaranteed. There will be a drop of water seeping in. After the all-round closure, the country was completely shut down. Above the surface, it can be truly called a restricted area for humans. Snowstorms, ice masses, and masses of howling cold winds, squalls, etc. roar on the ground, making all kinds of penetrating sounds, mixing in this area. On the Earth, everything is swept across the Earth. The violent rages do not leave a ray of life, but because Western humans hide in underground castles, they can't really feel all this, and can't feel that they can freeze into ice sculptures in less than a second. As long as they stretch out a hand. It is really terrifying. The Ice Age, the disaster of extinction of mankind. There is still the last half an hour left. It is now 11:30 midnight on January 30th, the third year of the Ice Age, and the last half an hour is left. It is also half an hour for the last project comparison between China and the West, and also half an hour for the final moment of destiny. The fourth Ice Age has been told to the world from more than 1.4 million years ago, that once the Ice Age appears, it will be infinite vitality for animals, and it will be a catastrophe for humans, and it has finally been confirmed. Once humans can resist the past, then there will be a new era in the future, and once they cannot resist the past, then there will be a new era dominated by animals. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, human beings will continue to reincarnate in the age of ironware, and continue from the Stone Age to the Civilization period, and then to the emergence of disasters, and continue to reincarnate, like destiny. At 11:30. Everyone in the East saw the process of an engineering team fighting disasters. This is not a live broadcast, but a full coverage form of broadcast, community broadcasts, large screen car broadcasts in the city square, and all channels and all TVs, games, short video platforms on all online platforms were all suspended, and all the pictures finally converged into one broadcast. This picture comes from multiple shooting platforms, from the vehicle mounted camera on the Blizzard car, from the remote camera on the lighthouse, from the camera on the warship, from the camera on the walls of the city, etc. One by one, the super cameras are in the extreme cold. Then the smart unified shooting of the most stunning and beautiful pictures, especially those small airships that can be manipulated. They can perfectly capture the scenes under the ground. 11:32 at this moment, the picture opened, and one by one very stunning pictures appeared in front of all the people in the East, one by one blocking walls, exhausting the power of the whole country. And only a short time blocking walls appeared. In front of those cities, those areas close to the glacier, with a length of 10 kilometers and a height of 50 meters, the barrier wall was built, standing on this large road, standing in front of that tsunami, like giants, blocking each other. In front of those disasters, blocking the front of disasters. As the camera zooms in, when you come in close contact, you know what is magnificent, and what is majestic. And these blocking walls are not the most spectacular and majestic. The most spectacular is the wall in the city, which is close to 100 meters high. Above the blue sky, the giant wall undulates continuously, super magnificent and super spectacular, especially when standing under the wall. Human beings appear very small and weak, like ants, vulnerable to a blow. This 100-meter high wall is simply a miracle in human history. It also brings together the power of the whole country. The people of the East have paid a lot of labor, so the biggest miracle itself should be the people of the East. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. At 11:50, in the city of Yanjing, Ying Ziyue embraced his hands. His mood was not complicated or sad, but with an indescribable excitement. His body glowed. With infinite fighting spirit, he looked in front of him. Everything is changing one after another. The sky and the earth are completely discolored, and the entire sky is in a state similar to chaos. Although the windows block most of the sounds outside, a roar can be heard in this world. As 12 o'clock arrives, a global catastrophe, a catastrophe that will wipe out all mankind, is here. 12 o'clock midnight on February 1st, year 3 of the Ice Age, 0. From now on, this day should be a day that all mankind must remember. Regardless of whether they will become extinct or exist next. During the 3 years of the Glacier Chronicles, all humans tried their best to use various scientific research methods, physical methods, underground construction, etc. in order to survive. Now that we have reached the final moment, 2 trends will usher in the next, either the extinction of mankind, or the rebirth of mankind. And now everything has kicked off. Starting from the northern and southern glaciers, the thick ice began to make a sound, and the sound of shaking and collision came from the movement of the Earth's crust, and the eruption of supervolcanoes under the sea, etc., which caused a large-scale movement of the glacier. The original hard ice surface began to break. If you look at it from a high altitude, one gap quickly spreads to another, and then countless gaps spread, and with a bang, the water level rises and bursts out. Too spectacular, too shocking. If anyone can witness this scene of the North and South glaciers, after the shock, there will be fear in addition to fear. They can't fight all this at all point except for the North and South glaciers. Kawasaki, the Pacific Ocean and other ocean areas are beginning to boil. At the same time, there was also the desert continent. The other plates began to tremble violently. From a high altitude, the continent began to shuffle the cards again, and the price of the shuffle was the extinction of all mankind. The sky over the 5 oceans is pitch black. There are no lighthouses on the oceans, but only layers of ice and snow. When the entire underground plate moves, waves of tsunamis are rising and rushing like boiling water. The entire ocean is following the rush. Waves of waves slapped, very violent strong impact, can lift 100 meters high, as if it can smash a city in the next second. At this moment, every single country in the world, and every citizen began to become nervous, because they all felt the depressive atmosphere before that tsunami. Junction City, above the city wall, Ying Ziyue had his hands on his back. He didn't need to say anything, because now he has taken on a lot of pressure, or that this is also the horrible pressure that human history should face. From the eyes of the wind midnight, starting from the stratosphere of the earth, that is the first barrier of the subtropical continent. The continental barrier called the Wall of Supersteel stands above the coastal dam point. In those coastal areas were submerged cities. Above that sea area, the mechanical arms of the ice-breaking aircraft carrier began to connect one by one, forming a giant mechanical aircraft carrier. It was very spectacular. They resisted and blocked that one. The waves hit that tsunami point at the same time. In front of every wind and snow city in the east, one wind and snow city stands tall. The first 100 meters high wall of the wind and snow city begins, and the concentrating solar panels begin to light up spontaneously. Those hot blast furnace steam pipes began to erupt out of the city. The 200-meter high fountain began to increase the supply, and so on. Everything is working, improving to the extreme, all working. The temperature inside the city is beginning to increase, but outside the city, the separation wall is playing its role, and all the projects are playing its role. The last moment has come, and all the projects in the east are fighting against this unprecedented disaster of extinction of mankind. It's time to start verifying. This includes a project of national power. In addition to a little bit of tension, the people of the East also have excitement. Yes, it is excitement. Everything they do seems to be for today, against nature and against the Ice Age. Thinking about it, they are very excited. On a global scale, that tsunami began to hit every island and every continent in the world. The animals were hiding in the caves they had dug long ago, shivering, and the animals' perception told them that a huge disaster was coming. Chapter 173. The sky was completely dark, and irregular movements began to appear on the surface. This movement directly caused any continent, any country, any piece of islands, icebergs and glaciers on those territories, etc., to crack and shatter. The sound came far away. This is a small continuous earthquake caused by plate collisions, and finally came on Western Twitter, its Facebook, YouTube, etc., as well as Eastern Taoxiao, Weibo and other social and media news. All the short videos on TV broadcast the same picture. The Eagle Nation turned on the cameras in each state and the signal from the space station for the final broadcast. Under the bunker, everyone was watching. The Rose Nation also started the broadcast. In their dungeons, everyone is witnessing this last moment. The desert country is also carrying out the final broadcast. In every country except the East, everyone's faces are full of despair. In the East, every household sits in front of the TV, watching TV, mobile phones, waiting quietly, with hope and expectation, and they are full of confidence in their hearts. People are in sharp contrast. If someone appears above the earth at an altitude of 100,000 meters at this moment, he can see the space station orbiting the earth, and he can also see the stratospheric gas, which is obscuring a certain luster. You can also feel the rapid rise of cold air and the rapid decline of hot air. You can also witness the formation of masses of hail and the formation of extreme cold storms. Of course, this scene is not the most amazing. Because the most amazing the picture is impressively played collision point from an altitude of 100,000 meters. You can clearly see every piece of land on the earth, showing a very small degree of splitting and collision. Starting from South America, waves of waves sounded, and then there was a slight shock from the plate, and then the west and the east, all sectors are active at the same time, which is like a disaster signal. This 02 signal is announcing the world that a fatal crisis is coming. The hour hand points to 12:02. The most popular search on Eagle Nation's Facebook is a last live broadcast. The hot search title is Western Decision Moments. With the appearance of the screen, the first scene is a country with glaciers in the south and north. The countries above the surface of the past, those tall buildings that can be called fairyland, began to collapse because of the cracks on the surface point. Those hideous cracks began to appear from the glaciers in the north and south, and then continued to spread. With these cracks getting bigger and bigger, the plates moved more and more violently, and the tower standing under the wind and frost began to gradually collapse, holding it up. The goddess of a certain torch is also in a slanted posture, and these buildings once represented the spirit and will of a country in the civilized era. These scenes, like signs, indicate that the once developed countries are really vulnerable to natural disasters. When facing natural disasters, it is difficult for humans to escape without the help of foreign objects. Even in the West, they have underground bunkers and dungeons, but in the face of such unprecedented disasters, they cannot escape because of the power of nature. It was too powerful. Under the live broadcast, the disaster quickly froze an underground bunker. The horrible scene made everyone in front of the TV desperate and worried. It's over. It's over. Since the first wave of earthquakes, one half of the construction in the West has been completely broken, and then the extreme cold above the surface has frozen those underground cities and semi-underground bunkers, which spread rapidly. The people in the semi-underground bunker in the dungeon were frozen into ice sculptures. Without even feeling the slightest pain. The expressions frozen on their faces are different, but they all carry despair. Some babies who have just arrived in this world are frozen in the arms of their mothers before they start the journey of this world, and there are elderly people who have worked hard for a lifetime, but before they have time to enjoy them, they turned into ice sculptures and stayed there forever. In the dungeon, there is no time to eat the last bite of food, and you can only watch everything around you and turn into ice sculptures. This is really desperate. The earthquake not only spread to the west, but also to the east. The three sea areas of the West Sea, the North Sea and the Xihai Sea, the underground plates began to show violent shaking. The sea water boiled violently, like boiling water, boiling and moving waves. The eastern continental barrier hit, and the 80-meter high continental barrier steel wall demonstrated its terrifying defensive capabilities, successfully resisting the first wave of tsunami after the earthquake point. But the earthquake is still going on. It is not just the earthquakes in the three major seas, but also in other places. Those coastal cities, inland cities, and trains with a scale of tens of millions are experiencing the first wave of earthquakes. Everyone is experiencing the first wave. No one can escape the wave earthquake point in the civilized period. Those trains were tested for earthquakes below magnitude 8.9, and their anti-earthquake capabilities were very strong. Now when an earthquake of magnitude 7 to 8, the train stands tall like Mount Tay, without the slightest fluctuation. At the same time, the old residential buildings in the city also stood tall like stubborn rocks. Those earthquake amplitudes and terrifying earthquake impacts did not destroy any eastern buildings at all. At 12:30, the sky and the earth were dark, and the waves above the ocean seemed to be exploding, roaring, making earth-shattering roars, and under the seabed, those volcanoes finally erupted due to the influence of the earthquake. The scenes were spectacular. It's amazing. The impact of volcanic eruptions is very serious, not to mention so many volcanoes erupting together. Its consequences will set off a super tsunami, will cover more areas of the world, and will wipe out everything on the continent. After passing through the small-scale seismic zone, the glaciers above the surface began to collapse. The snow-capped mountains also experienced large-scale avalanches, and some giant mountains also collapsed. Everything seemed very messy, and the Western economy was in the first place. the wave loses one half, and they don't know how much to lose for the remaining wave point at this moment. On the 100-meter high fence, Ying Ziyue was standing in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, with his hands on his back, standing straight like a steel gun. He stared at the imminent disaster in the front with no expression on his face point in the face of these disasters. If humans can survive, then a new era will be ushered in. If not, they will be buried underground forever behind the wind of the midnight. Some senior executives were very excited, and with a nervous mood, looked at the coming disaster outside with him point in the sky. Military green airships, with the words Yan and Huan written on them, are continuously flying, and the trains in the city are still galloping, transporting the materials needed by this country. And in the waves, those steamship flat aircraft carriers also insisting on it. An epic scene. If it can be carried over, then a new era is about to come. Point the first wave. The global plates caused by the earthquake are all moving, and the impact caused by the earthquake is sweeping everything on this earth seen from space. The earth at this moment has only undergone slight changes, which seems to have no effect, but at this moment, above the surface, the dungeons of one half of the half-underground bunker in the west are all scattered and shattered. What a terrifying force this is. It instantly caused the population of the west to plummet. The buildings collapsed, and all the remaining orderly chaos was frozen in the third year of the Ice Age. It's really horrible. The West confidently expressed how great their projects were, how unprecedented, and how sacred they were. Who knew that it was just the first wave of earthquakes, that they couldn't resist. All their pride, all their self-confidence, were completely shattered in this earthquake. The only remaining people wailed. Some of them roared into the sky, some knelt on the ground, their bodies collapsed, crying bitterly, and some raised their hands to the top of their heads. God, look at your people. God has automatically shielded the fierce world in front of him. In other words, it is better to ask yourself than to ask God. Underground cities and semi-underground bunkers, no matter how tightly they are protected or how many layers of protection are reinforced, they are as fragile as tofu in the face of an earthquake. The movement of the plates caused these dungeons and semi-underground bunkers to sway. In the white dungeon space, on top of the white man's head, a piece of stone fell from the sky, hit the ground, and hit people. Bang bang bang, mixed with all kinds of screams, resounding in this space. At this moment, regardless of whether it is the upper class or the poor, or foreign students, or professors, they are treated the same. In the face of an epic disaster, even if you are a king, no matter how you call the wind and rain in your own country, before you can treat it indiscriminately in the face of this epic disaster, the amplitude of the shaking has not reached the maximum level, and the sustainable shaking, no matter how strong the building, has begun to appear loose. There are cracks under the soles of the feet. As the earthquake continues, the cracks increase, and groundwater gushes out. It was already miserable enough. A huge boulder rolled down on top of his head, and the building beside him began to collapse, falling to the ground continuously, and human beings who had nowhere to hide, whether it was a baby, an old man, or a thin woman. Wait, it's unavoidable. Some people managed to avoid the buildings above their heads, but they did not expect that the ground cracked and accidentally rolled into the cracks. Then, they were overwhelmed by the boulders falling from the top of their heads. Although the dungeon blocks the water flow, there is still water surging in deeper places. After all, a long time ago, most of the earth was covered by oceans. As time goes by, continents appear. As time goes by, only 7 continents and 4 oceans have appeared, and countries have appeared. There is nothing worse and desperate than it is now. There is no way to hide in a completely enclosed space. As early as when this plan was made, the senior management had already envisaged this possibility, which could be automatically ignored, because they were extremely confident in their own building, confident that it could survive all disasters after being verified. They paid a heavy price. In a completely enclosed space, there is no retreat. As time goes by, it is just a chronic waiting to die, and this kind of chronic waiting to die is truly desperate. The live broadcast in the West has stopped. They cannot continue to broadcast because of the earthquake, and those who are still alive cannot see the consequences of this terrible disaster. In the end, they will face that tsunami and the extreme cold. Sad destiny. The only remaining picture is the East. Global satellites broadcast the overall picture of every city in the east of the live broadcast at this moment in a clear and incomparable way. The snow country train was flying fast, turning around the country, rumbling through the snow-capped mountains and glaciers, splashing layers of frost and white mist, and from a distance, it suddenly sprang out like a giant beast, shockingly shocking. The military green airship in the sky, galloping in the air, surrounded by white fog, very magical. The two characters Yanhuang, looming. There was a burst of light rising from the city wall, the scorching blast furnace sprayed with heat, and so on. The scene appeared in the live broadcast, and the people in the west were crazy. Unexpectedly, Dongfang is still insisting. Do they think they can hide it? This is a disaster that exterminates all mankind. No one can hide from it. They are as powerful as the West, and they collapse and disintegrate, let alone the East. They are all destined to die in this disaster, and no one can make an exception. God, this is a crazy country. Even if they escape the earthquake, the next super tsunami will completely despair and collapse them, because this is not an ordinary tsunami, it is a super tsunami, with great power. Can destroy everything, and the East will undoubtedly die. The real horror is coming. This is a sad era. The tsunami is coming. Does Dongfang really think that those city walls can withstand it? At the time when the only remaining Westerners questioned, the East had begun to enter a state of super combat readiness, and this state also determined the survival and destruction of mankind, the last moment of mankind. So the state at this moment is extremely important. At this moment, in the meteorological observation room with a height of 100 walls in Yanjing, the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows are extremely clear, and scenes come into viewpoint in the long dark night. The lighthouses shone like pearls with dazzling luster. In this epic disaster, they are very dazzling, dotted on this continent one by one. This is a luster that can be recorded in history. It cannot be described in words. In this unprecedented disaster, its existence is like hope. In the vast world, dots and dots can start a prairie fire. Walls, lighthouses, generator fountains, etc. Super projects all gather on the eastern surface. They guard everything in the east from the inside out, and the person who created all of them is now in the meteorological observation room with clear eyes. Very solemn, looking outside through the window, standing tall and upright like a guardian spirit guarding this continent, where he grew up. He began to prepare before the Ice Age. After rebirth, he began to prepare, and did not dare to stop for a moment. Before rebirth, he could do nothing but was buried with the East in the vast frost. But after rebirth he took this country to prepare a series of projects, just for this moment, just to save the destiny of the East without leaving any regrets. Ying Ziyue carried his hands on his back, and then turned to face the leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute. Now, the guardian of the great country is about to take action. Chapter 174. Amidst waves of wind and howling, in masses of wind and snow, in waves of hail, in the collapse of snowy mountains, accompanied by various sounds, when the midnight gaze, to patrol for a week, from every face on the scene sweeping up, and then, his voice resounded through the audience. His voice was colder than the wind, but an unconcealable excitement affected the audience. Ying Ziyue has experienced too many disasters. And he has seen too many disasters. There is an incomparable spirit in him. This spirit is called never admit defeat, never bow. Ying Ziyue does not believe in the gods and Buddhas in the sky, nor in the so-called fate. He only believes in the ancestors of the East. Yanhuang are their ancestors, creating miracles one by one, from the Great Wall to Mogao grottos, to Dujiangyan, etc. They were all created step by step with their hands by their ancestors in ancient times. There were no high-tech tools, which also proved the greatness of their ancestors. Therefore, the ancestors who and the ancestors of the Midnight Believers can accomplish all the feats under such difficult circumstances. They are full of blood. Nature will never admit defeat, and all Western beliefs are nothing in the face of this disaster. Everyone, what we have been preparing and working hard for is for this day, and this day has finally come. Let's see how much this project created by the power of the whole country can bear. All the equipment has been upgraded to the maximum for me to welcome the baptism of this disaster. Let this disaster look at the strength of our Easterners, Ying Ziyue said. Every time he said, the hearts of the people present followed. This feeling is 100 times more exciting than watching a special effects blockbuster, because this is real. Yes. Team leader, we must go all out. Xiao Guofeng and others present shouted one after another. As a result, a more powerful alarm sounded, sharp and clear. Every shopping mall, factory, community, and every street in the country's big and snowy cities issued warnings and issued announcements. That is, entering the final state of combat readiness. Then, after the earthquake passed, there was a tsunami, a disaster condensed by extremely cold air, etc. And so on point with the start of the state of combat readiness, headed by Yanjing. Those hot blast furnaces were originally dark red flames. And then they began to change, turning into bright red flames. All the sky was burned, red and bright colors, bringing warmth to the people in this city. The blazing heat, like a walking flame madman, walking between the sky and the earth point. The scorching blast furnace burned to the extreme. The major steam pipes in the besieged city transported hot air, and a large amount of heat flowed into every residential building along the heat flow, warming every residential building, and every household point. The wind turbines have also begun to superrotate. A total of 9 blades of wind turbines are spinning wildly. The 200-meter high fountain in front of the wind turbine splashes farther and farther, and the water flows more and more. The seaweed above a residential building, those emerald green seaweeds are more vigorous, growing desperately, and oxygen is also increasing, providing oxygen concentration. The wind and snow roared. The world changed color. Lighthouses stood. The sound of avalanches sounded one after another, and the wind and snow cities stood majestically. And on the residential buildings in the wind and snow cities, solar panels were shining brightly. With the wind turbines, the rays of light become brighter, converging like a sea of light, and looking from a distance, it is very spectacular. In the past 3 years, even if the people of the East have been accustomed to all this, they couldn't help but marvel and be proud. The amazing scenes continued, more amazing than ever, because this is the final moment of life and death. All the hidden and tucked have to be taken out to fight against these 3 disasters. Dongfang's whole cards are all on display, leaving no room for them, and they are all played to the extreme. Beicheng, Dongshan City, Xihai City, Xianshu City, Bicheng, Anhu City, Qianjiang City, Big Tiger City, etc. Every city, inside and outside the city, Gwen devices, heat dissipation devices, automatic devices, scenes of installations are opening one after another. In the middle of the world began to change color rapidly. This stunning scene swept through everything, and the traces of human existence were fully revealed at this moment. The only remaining Western people were fortunate enough to see the super explosion of all the projects in the East City. Motorboats were flying in the sky. Snow country trains were galloping around the country. The hot high-rise wind turbines in the city, as well as the city walls, and all the concentrating solar panels were activated. This scene caused all the people in the West to tremble and feel shocked. They could never imagine that the East could be so terrifying on the surface of the Forbidden Land point. But this kind of terror does not know how long it will last, because no one knows when the disaster will continue, when the disaster will stop, or whether there will be serious disasters after this first wave. Waiting for the last remaining human tile. At this moment, it is not just an earthquake. The earthquake is just the beginning. In the following disasters, the places hit by the tsunami will become glaciers, icebergs, standing on this land. Everything human beings will be frozen. Any tall any building will become an ice sculpture. So why this disaster is called the extinction of mankind? It is impossible to resist. The power of nature, the power of disasters, should be feared, trembling, and cannot be defeated at all. And now the West is still, well, praying and affirming the God of prayer. They are still wailing, still wanting to be sheltered from nothingness. The West paid a heavy price for their previous burnout. I don't know if they will regret their previous actions at this moment, and if their fate returns to the beginning, will they really go all out like Dongfang? When the picture comes over the 5 oceans, the waves of tsunamis are getting bigger and bigger. Waves of tsunamis start to boil, start to collide, start to condense, and set off stormy waves. This wave of tsunamis is no longer the same as before. With the occurrence of the earthquake, the eruption of the volcano has directly turned into a super tsunami. Anything that can be set off can crush tall buildings and a continent point under this super tsunami. The tall steel barrier of the mainland shimmered and was washed away by the tsunami, and the texture became harder and harder. Chapter 175. It is 12:30 midnight on February 1st of the third year of the Ice Age. This date should be remembered from now on, because the plate collision that lasted for half an hour caused tens of thousands of global earthquakes. Any snow mountain, any glacier, any iceberg in the world has suffered sustained earthquakes. There are sea breaks and so on. Collision disasters caused by geological reasons. This kind of combination can be called an Ice Age earthquake. The impact of the earthquake is huge. Every country is reporting its final situation. At this time, humans don't need to hide anything, because they can't hide from the past, so they must tell the world the most clear and true facts. Which is the truth that should have existed in this Ice Age. The truth is very simple. In order to prevent the intrusion of ice-bound tsunami and extreme cold storms, Eagle Nation has made perfect protection. But because underground, a strong earthquake will not cause much damage, but a continuous earthquake, such as just experienced, yes, the consequence of the earthquake that lasted for half an hour was to bury each underground bunker directly and deeply, and the humans in the underground bunker would be buried underground forever. Then, after hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps they will appear in new fossil forms in front of the newcomers. So the final loss of the Eagle Nation is great. From the new novel group 872,847,971 this group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 872,847,971. Since the Ice Age, the Eagle Nation has dropped from 200 million people with 107 people to 50 million. This disaster has dropped from 50 million to 8 million, which means that there are no more than 30 underground bunkers. The only one that did not suffer extreme damage, the remaining bunker, was all covered by the earthquake. Cold air invaded, or was deeply buried in the ground, or turned into an eternal ice sculpture. The damage to the Rose Nation is even more terrifying. They are underground cities. In fact, they have support frames, but at the moment of the earthquake plate collision, any support frames are useless. The previous population was about 1.5 billion. After the Ice Age disaster, they dropped sharply to 600 million people. When the disaster became more and more serious, they still had 200 million people left. 200 million people lived in 7 states. For the rest, signals were lost in every area and nearly collapsed. As for the Kawasaki country's direct population reduction from a million people to no signal, the same is true for the desert country. This is only the power brought by the first wave of earthquakes, and it is now 12:30, and the second wave is the last wave of disasters coming. This wave of geological disasters can be called the ultimate devastating disaster. Chronicles of the Ice Age, at 12:31 on the first day of the second day of the third year. At this moment, the ice-bound tsunami, cold air storms, condensation, and fusion sweep the world, and all the disasters that mankind has imagined and witnessed are at the same time. Here comes, as scheduled, as promised, part of the whistling, regardless of any area, swept across every plate, above the surface, whether it is an isolated island or a plateau, it will experience this ice-bound tsunami. This disaster can be called the ultimate devastating disaster. It is one of the most terrifying disasters in millions of years. It is even more terrifying than the Cambrian extinction. It is even more terrible than the comet hitting the Earth. It is more than 10,000 years ago. The fourth Ice Age is still short, because this is the moment when everything on the Earth's surface is frozen and stored after the disappearance of human beings. However, after this disaster, there will be an explosion of life species in history, and the oxygen concentration will greatly increase. The new era is coming, so once humans can resist the past, then they will usher in the most brand new era. Once they can't resist, then they will encounter the most terrifying era. And now, what humans don't want or think about is coming. No sign, no life point in the face of this kind of disaster. Everyone is equal, whether you are a high-ranking official, aristocrat, chaebol, child, dandy, etc., noble status, or ordinary people, beggars, disabled, blind, etc. In the face of this disaster, everything is our equal point at the same time, no matter which god you believe in, God faith, Nordic faith, etc. You don't need to continue to believe at this moment. Because everything has become equal, and now all humans have to do is to believe in their own projects. Believe that their own project can withstand this disaster. This is the only thing humans have to do and must do at present. They must believe that their own project can withstand it. It doesn't care, otherwise they will face an unimaginable crush. Pressure point at 12:31. The north and south glaciers appeared in the eastern satellite image. The glaciers were roaring, and the glaciers were shattering. Waves of tsunamis showed hundreds of meters high. The terrifying tsunami started to collide. The desert island, which was reduced to an island, was directly covered. It almost became an ice sculpture in just a minute. After that, there was no aura. No one knows whether there is life here. Only in the first wave, several million were lost. When the hundreds of meters high tsunami crashed, the magnificent buildings above the surface were directly destroyed. Then the sound of the wind sounded, the flood spread and the ice was frozen, and the underground bunker was completely destroyed. It was reduced to dust, completely reduced to a land of glaciers. Continue to spread, and then the kingdom of roses. Flooded into every dungeon. The so-called underground city barrier walls and pipelines in the dungeon were all destroyed by seawater in an instant. The pressure of the seawater is extremely terrifying, especially it was a tsunami that was several hundred meters high. The ground was cracked. Only those super stubborn states managed to survive, but there were only 2 remaining, and the rest were irrigated by floods. Life or death is uncertain. Information nothing. The last scene shows the Eagle Nation. The 30 bunkers in the Eagle Nation are all being irrigated by floods. A total of nearly 25 bunkers have lost their signals. The loss of signals means that the 25 cities are not good or bad. These 25 cities have been filled with seawater, and the ensuing extreme cold will sweep these 25 cities, will completely destroy these 25 cities, and freeze them into ice sculptures in the end. There were only 5 bunkers left in the Eagle Nation at this moment. The power of the tsunami was fully displayed. But in the east, the scene that happened at the same time should be remembered and eulogized, because the blue waters in the 3 seas of the West Sea, Xihai, and Bihai in the east have become giants hundreds of meters high. A tsunami, the waves are boiling, the sky and the earth are discolored, and the sea crossing bridge still stands tall, welcoming the impact of the tsunami. The terrifying tsunami slammed into it suddenly, and the unreliable bridge shuddered slightly, but still insisted on guarding the continent. In the waves, the super aircraft carriers in the east were all fighting against the super tsunami at the same time. In the huge wind and waves, the aircraft carrier was turbulent and fearlessly opposed to this terrifying tsunami. Looking from the sky from a distance, this scene was amazing. And now, the eastern confrontation has begun. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.